Good morning. Seeing that board members are now present, Brooks, will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Member Banaka.
Present.
Member Burr.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Present.
All members present and accounted for.
Excellent. I hereby call the January 2022 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:31 a.m. And let's commence by saluting the flag. Member Rodriguez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now be adjourning into closed session. Board members, please disconnect from this link and go to the closed session Zoom link. And during the closed session, the board will take action or discuss the following cases: EE versus state and Californians for Equal Rights Foundation versus state. See you in a moment. All right, we are back, and seeing that the board members are all present, Brooks, will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Member Sun.
Sorry, here.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker. Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
Member Banaka.
Here.
Everyone's present.
Terrific. Item 1 is our State Board Projects and Priorities item to take up the annual election of officers only. We will hold an election for office of President, Vice President for 2022. The bylaws require that the State Superintendent preside over the election of the President and other such business as the State Board may direct. And I will turn the gavel over to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, members of the board. In keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, I would like to call for the nominations for the office of President. No member may nominate or second the nomination of him or herself. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year until his or her successor is elected. Now open the floor for nominations for the office of President. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Linda Darling Hammond for the office of President.
Second that.
I will second that.
We have a nomination and a second. We'll now open the phone line for a public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling 712-432-0075 and entering the code, the access code 651-905#. Again, 712-432-0075, entering the access code 651-905#. I'll ask Mr. Executive Director, is there any public comment at this time?
Just one moment, State Superintendent. I believe we need to correct the call-in phone number. I apologize. Can we put the slide up, please, with the appropriate phone number? And we do have usually a slight lag here, so we're just going to give people a couple seconds to see if we have any callers.
Thank you, sir. We'll stand by in case anyone calls in for public comment.
Looks like there are currently no people signed up for public comment for this item.
Thank you. As there is no public comment, Mr. Executive Director, would you please call the roll?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes, absolutely.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes. Enthusiastically.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Banaka.
Aye.
Member Darling Hammond.
Do I vote on this?
Congratulations.
I don't think so.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Allen and board members. And by unanimous vote of the board, congratulations, President Darling Hammond, who has been elected to serve as president of the board for 2022. It's an honor. We enthusiastically look forward to serving with you again for another year. And I'll turn it back to you, President Darling Hammond, for the vice president election.
Thank you so much. And thanks to all. I mean, this is, in these fractious political times, it's wonderful to have some common purpose. And I feel like we have accomplished so much on this board, and I'm very honored to work with each of you over the coming year to continue that momentum. And it's now my pleasure to, in keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, to call for nominations for the office of Vice President. No member may nominate or second the nomination for himself or herself. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until his or her successor is elected. And I'll now open the floor for nominations for the office of Vice President. Are there any nominations?
So I would like to make a nomination. As I end my 9 years as Vice President, it is my honor and pleasure to nominate Dr. Cynthia Glover Woods to serve as the Vice President of the State Board for 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second for that nomination?
Second.
I will second that.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? All right. I think we need to then call for a roll call vote. We have to, I guess, ask for any public comments. So do we have a public comment slide that's going up?
It is. One moment.
We will open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code on the slide that is showing now. And we'll give a little moment of wait time to see if there is any public comment.
President Darlene Hammond, there's currently no one signed up for public comment.
All right, very good. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Sun.
Yay, aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Wood.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
I like the vote yay, aye. I'll take that one from me.
Member Burr.
Yay, aye.
Aye.
Member Banaka.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Terrific. It is my pleasure to announce Cynthia Glover Woods as Vice President for 2022. Congratulations, Cynthia. Now we're going to move. Yay. We're going to move to general announcements. As you know, Governor Newsom released the 2022-23 budget on Monday, referred to as the California Blueprint. Governor Newsom's bold blueprint not only builds on the groundbreaking past investments in California students and schools, but hits yet another historic milestone in funding focused on early learning, literacy for all, pathways to 21st century college and careers, and much more. Generations of students to come will benefit from this vision, and I'll say more about the exciting details of the budget in my president's report later this morning. There is one item on the agenda that has an addendum. Item 1, the State Board Screening Committee recommendations for appointments to the Advisory Commission on Special Education and the Instructional Quality Commission. In terms of the consent calendars, the proposed waiver items are W1 through W10, and the proposed regular consent items are items 5 through 10. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what point public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering our participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 13 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board agenda. Board members, please mute your microphones when not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times, except during the scheduled breaks, to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's meeting. For each item on the agenda, there's an opportunity for you to raise your hand using the Zoom participant window if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment. We'd like to begin this part of the meeting with the bittersweet opportunity to make farewell tributes to some of our longstanding, historically important board members, Member Burr, Member Rucker, Member Strauss, and Member Sun. And we want to invite some speakers from outside of our team here internally to do so. And I will start off and then recognize several other folks who are here for this purpose. We will give an opportunity at the end of the meeting also for board members each to weigh in, and so we'll anticipate some more celebration throughout the day. I want to recognize that this set of board members have been really the foundation. They've been instrumental in transforming education in the state of California. And it is indeed a historic moment as they transition from the board. They helped to bring this school system back from the brink of collapse, develop the infrastructure for the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan. They redesigned the accountability system so it now focuses on broader measures of educational opportunity, as well as educational attainment, looked at in many different ways. What they have developed led to sweeping changes in the federal law and in the efforts of other states around the country. It has been the foundation on which we are building the next stage of California's journey to demonstrate what a 21st century education for all can be. What I'd like to say about each of them myself could fill many hours, but I am charged with keeping us on time during the day, so I will try to be succinct. Starting with Member Burr. Sue, I feel that everything we've been able to do on this board builds on your vision and your legacy. Your courage and creativity in developing the work that Governor Brown's administration launched has led to the transformation of California schools so that they offer more equitable and empowering education for all of our students. You constantly remind us of the history and rationale for our deliberations. You act with concern and empathy for every part of the education system, from students and educators to school district and county leaders. recognizing that we must all support one another if any of us is to accomplish our goals. Your thoughtful voice will be missed on the board, but I hope you will be still available for consultation so we can continue to benefit from your wisdom. Patricia Rucker, it has been a pleasure and a privilege to serve with you on this board. I've appreciated your passion, your eloquence, your deep curriculum knowledge, your sense of humor, and like all of my colleagues, your recipes, among many other things. You too have been a knowledgeable and faithful historian for us. You put the issues we confront into perspective, and like the Statue of Liberty, you hold the beacon of equity ever before us. We will miss your voice at this table, and we will reach out often. Ting, it is a true honor for me to serve with you, first on the Teacher Credentialing Commission, and then on the State Board. Your deep knowledge about education and teaching, your commitment to excellence for schools and educators, your deep concern for all of our kids has truly made a difference, not only in your school, but in the state as a whole. You never hesitate to ask the hard questions about how we can reach further and do better, and you insist on finding the tools that will help educators to do their difficult jobs. I have learned so much from you and look forward to continuing to tap your knowledge. And last, and perhaps shortest, but certainly not least, Member Strauss, Eileen, I have been so lucky and so privileged to work with you. You have been a spectacular vice president, so knowledgeable, thoughtful, insightful, and committed to the welfare of all of our children and educators in the state. You know so much about so many issues. You study and you probe to understand all the angles. You explain so well how the pieces fit in the grand scheme of the work to build a better system. You honor the work of the staff here at CDE and State Board and of all the practitioners who are working together in the field. You delight in every step forward in a way that is truly contagious. I hesitate to use that word in the current context, but I mean it in the best sense of the word. And you raise your hand enthusiastically for every task. So I am quite confident we will find ways to work together in the future. So I just want to acknowledge all of our members as we invite others to also say a few words. And we are honored to be joined by Governor Jerry Brown. It is wonderful to see you, Governor, and please take the mic.
Okay, well, thank you. As you know, I like the mic, and I may not give it up, but I will. Anyway, well, I've heard these wonderful words to my appointees, Sue Byrne, Pat Rucker, and Ting Sun, and Eileen Strauss. What a great job. And I know each of these women, some better than others, but they've made a hell of a contribution to a very complex system. And I've learned to appreciate, going back as chairman of the charter school that I started in Oakland, Oakland Military Institute, that schooling is complex, it's challenging, but so profoundly important. So the board and its very important work is something that I don't know that Californians really appreciate, but increasingly I've come to understand it and appreciate it, particularly through my appointees that I've gotten to know over the years. So more than that, I just want to say congratulations. I don't like to see all this talent just going nowhere. So I hope that you call upon them and we find new ways to put them to work, because these four people have an accumulation of knowledge. Yes. And I have to tell you, as someone who's governor for 16 years, I have a bias toward experience. When I started, I thought experience was bunk and we didn't need it at all. Now, my theme is there's no substitute for experience, and no one has more experience than the four people that you're honoring this morning. So good luck and happy travels. Please rejoin the official family in some form, because we need you and the school system needs you very much.
Awesome. Totally agree. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your service in turning this school system in the right direction. We're going to go to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Governor Brown. It's good to see President Kirst, Ms. Chair and Staff Walters. Just want to echo the thanks for the service and the incredible service of the board members who we are honoring today. I would also echo those words that with the incredible knowledge that each of you has and has contributed to, I know that you will continue to support what we do for California's 6 million students. We need you, quite frankly. We cannot afford to be without your institutional memory and your knowledge, given all that you've done, whether it's to support the LCFF or to support the history of social science frameworks, the health frameworks, ethnic studies, even what you've contributed so far in a conversation about the math frameworks. We don't want to lose what you continue to contribute, and we look forward to your incredible partnership. Education is a difficult job, and people don't realize how difficult it is, and you all have tackled the toughest issues. I never thought that the toughest issues we'd experience would be curricular discussions. They generate an incredible kind of intensity because people have a great deal of care and interest over who tells the perspective and what perspective is told. And you all have contributed to an incredible legacy of what we do for California students. Thank you, Suber, for all your conversations about LCFF, about charter schools and how we create balanced charter school reform. Thank you for your work on the CCEE. Thank you, Board Members Sun and Rucker, for always talking about equity, the importance of putting equity first and what we do for our students. We talk about critical thinking. Board Member Rucker, I think you've demonstrated in the questions that you ask in this board meeting that we have to role model critical thinking for our students. I'm grateful to you for that incredible contribution that you have made and that I know that you will continue to make. Board Member Strauss, you're the only vice president that I've known this board. It's been an honor to serve with you. Thank you for continuing to raise important issues, the work that you've done around reading by third grade, your work with CCEE, always asking great questions and supporting the work of our students. I know that there are many others who want to share and congratulate you. And so I'm hopeful that what we're just saying is see you later for now, but looking forward to your service in another iteration and another form because California needs you. And but we are a state that is grateful for your incredible service. Thank you and congratulations.
Terrific, thank you. Former President Mike Kirst, and before I hand you the mic, I just need to say that I did not have the opportunity to say anything when you left the board because we passed like ships in the night, so to speak. So I want to take this opportunity also to just say all of the amazing work that was done in that period of time, which we, build on every day, is, a product of your thinking, your efforts, your hard work over those times, and we should be acknowledging you too. So I'm thrilled that you're here to speak to all of your colleagues.
Well, it's an honor and a privilege to make some comments. I thought I'd make some vignettes about each of these members from the past, starting alphabetically with Sue Burr. I don't know anybody that was better prepared for the state board than Sue Burr, who worked many, many years in the legislature with crucial legislation. She was Deputy Secretary of Education under Governor Davis, and she was head of the staff of the county superintendents. I think one of the biggest things about Sue is that she was our first really executive director. And the major change that has made the board more effective is when Governor Brown moved the state board into his office. I think people don't understand how important it is for the board to be in the office. And Sue was the first executive director and special advisor to the governor in that role. And then Governor Brown appointed her to the board in that regard. So a vignette, Sue reads the agendas, incredible. I mean, she would point out something in the third paragraph of page 38 of a 50-page document about what is wrong or an issue with that. And that's really it's so tenacious in terms of her work. And she chaired the screening committee for many years, hours and hours picking our advisory council members. And she was the chair of the California Commission on Educational Excellence and led that through its crucial formative years. So, but moving from the executive job for the board to the board membership really supercharged, I think, her contributions. Patricia Rucker, she brought the classroom teacher experience. She talked from that. We really needed that in terms of her grasp of what was the realities of what our programs were doing to teachers in classrooms. She also taught mathematics and was crucial in thinking about mathematics and forming the board, she worked on all the frameworks, and this is really important and detailed work. One thing about Patricia that I would always remember is her interrogation of witnesses. She was an excellent interrogator. She would start off with a bunch of questions, and I'd sort of sit there and say, where is she going with this? And then she'd hone in tighter and tighter and finally unearth and bring out a significant issue. So she was perhaps our one really good interrogator and got to the bottom of things. Eileen Strauss brought to the board her background in curriculum and instruction. We really needed that. She had been head of educational services or head of curriculum for school districts. And she understood how that worked and how to translate it into the local level. She was our liaison to the California Teacher Commission. She brought the perspective, I would really stress this, of Southern California to the board. She was deeply involved in LA area education, and we really needed that perspective from that part of the state. And lastly, she understood the need for capacity building of educators. You can't get anything done without strong educators. And Ting Sun, a credit to Stanford as our program there. She brought the incredible experience of running a school. So to have a board member who's running a single school, seeing how that works, working with the charter context, helping us understand that context. So her insights were really tremendously valuable to the board. She had a big background as well, worked for the California Department of Education. So we had so much different experience from all these people from outside that they brought in. And lastly, I'll say all of us had a terrific camaraderie. We just enjoyed each other. It was a lot of fun. And I'll always treasure my experience with these four members.
What a wonderful vision of the sort of way in which this board has added up. And, you know, it is really true that a board is a distributed set of capacities, right? And we see that in this group and in the group we now have. And I'm thrilled to see Karen Steph Walters, who is back here also to say a few words. Our former executive director, now over at Sesesa. Karen, welcome. And you. Please take the mic.
Thank you. Well, listening to Mike talk about the background of the four of you makes me realize, wow, really quite extraordinary. And you're right, Mike, we had a great camaraderie, and I know that continues on the board even today, despite the fact that you have to do these virtual meetings for who knows how much longer. We had the pleasure of spending most of our time together, and I think that helped build that camaraderie. But all of you brought in a really unique perspective. And as I was reflecting on it, Patricia, I realized that you and I have known each other for a very long time in different roles as advocates and lobbyists. And then you were on the board and I was here at the state board as the executive director. So your dedication to this work has been extraordinary. Eileen, I knew of you in my previous world at AXA, but then I got to work with you directly. And I would agree with Tony. You're the only, vice president I ever worked with. And so thank you for that. And your great knowledge about secondary schools was invaluable to us in keeping us on track. And Ting, I remember the time you and I went to lunch when I had to convince you that this was going to be a great opportunity for you to serve, and you were pretty darn skeptical. I will say that at that particular moment, my powers of persuasion obviously were quite good because you said yes, and you've been there ever since. So thank you for that. And Sue, I would never have been in this executive director position and worked with all this incredible talent if it hadn't been for several phone calls from Sue Bird trying to convince me that I should say yes to this opportunity. So thank you, Sue, for your persistence. And I feel like I follow you around, Sue, in maybe different orders, but I was at the state board and now I'm at SECESA in your previous role. So thank you for having that kind of confidence in me, because you were an amazing mentor and role model for me. And Mike, while you're on the phone, it was an extraordinary pleasure working with you, and Linda the same. I can't imagine having had two different presidents of the board of the caliber of the two of you and the knowledge and experience you bring. And Governor Brown, thank you for your confidence in me. After having that great working relationship I knew you had with Sue, and then taking me on as a stranger and saying, well, if Sue thinks you're good, you must be good. That was an extraordinary leap that you made. So thank you for that. And congratulations to all of you. Your service has been extraordinary.
Oh, my. Thank you for all being here. I'm going to read some recognitions from members of the legislature for each of you. And then, because our initial speakers have been succinct, and I intend to continue that thread, I will open it up to board members now, and we can continue to honor our guests. I think we have time for that before we have to move to the next item. And it's appropriate that we all have this opportunity in the morning where we can. In recognition of their service, the legislature honored each of the outgoing board members with a legislative resolution. The resolutions importantly note that during their decade of service, the state board ushered in a sweeping overhaul of what students learn, how their learning is assessed, and how schools and districts are evaluated and supported. The board approved new learning standards, new curriculum frameworks and instructional materials, new online state assessments, and a new multiple measures school dashboard that shines a light on inequities and helps communities track school progress. The resolution for Member Burr from Senator Pan honored her work on the adoption of implementing regulations for the online California School Dashboard and the template for the local control and accountability plan, noting that these tools have strengthened transparency and empowered communities to invest in people and programs that improve student outcomes. For Member Rucker, the resolution from Assembly Member O'Donnell honors her efforts on the adoption of the History Social Science Curriculum Framework in 2016. This framework set out guidelines for K-12 schools to implement content standards for history and social science instruction that included the contributions of the LGBTQI community, a first for California, and defined the reasoning skills of history that students of history should learn to become curious and knowledgeable scholars. The resolution from Senator Allen honoring Member Strauss notes her significant contributions to support the adoption of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum that will assist local high schools in developing local ethnic studies courses, classes that researchers say can improve at graduation and college going rates among all students and especially teens of color. And Member Sun is honored by Assemblymember McCarty for her decades of service in educational policy as a teacher, administrator, and charter school operator, including efforts to develop and support policies and initiatives to improve the quality of learning. So we want to thank Assembly Members O'Donnell and McCarty and Senators Allen and Pan and their staffs for helping us recognize the significant contributions that Member Burr, Rucker, Strauss, and Sun have made during their lifetime of service, which will continue, including their service to the State Board, to the schools and students of California. I want to add a +1 to Governor Jerry Brown's comments about the value of experience. I think that what we have been able to accomplish in the last decade or more is really a function of that experience joined with commitment. And we will continue to tap yours and hope that you will say yes as we continue that process of learning together and moving the state forward. At this point, we actually have time for me to open it up to other board members. I'm thrilled that we can hear from others who would like to make their comments at this point. And who will start us off? See, Member Rucker would usually be the first person whose hand goes up. But this is turning of the tables. Member Escobedo, let's start with you, and then Member Rodriguez.
Well, I think I'm the newest member of this board, and I just feel like taking language from the community schools at the 4 pillars of the State Board of Education are leaving us. And I just am so impressed with hearing what you've done historically in this position. And, my only regret, I didn't get to meet you personally, but I look forward to hopefully in the future to do so. And I just hope I can continue building upon your legacy, and hopefully looking forward to, again, connecting with you and helping me continue the path that you set forth for this great state of California. Thank you.
Awesome. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. That was beautiful. The 4 pillars, Member Escobedo. I just want to say thank you so much as a teacher who works with students, who has also worked for equity. The work that you have done, and especially the LCFF, that I have benefited from, my students benefited from, and the community, and that includes you, Professor Kirst. I just want to say thank you so much for all of that. And as a historian, I am so saddened that you'll be leaving, and saddened from the bottom of my heart, because I love your historical memory. When you, the 4 of you, when you open your mouths to say something, I feel like, yeah, this is taking us back to, this pillar or that. So thank you so much. And it is with a heavy heart that I say goodbye. Thank you.
Thanks. Member Patillo-Bronson, and then Member Benanca.
I'll add to the chorus of thank yous for the many years of service, and having watched so many of you as an advocate previously, always having been in awe of both the courage and the tenacity that you all brought to building a system that really didn't exist elsewhere. I remember going to Washington earlier in your tenure and talking to other education advocates, and being really just very proud to be a Californian for the creation of a California way that looked different than so many other places, and was not really shrinking from a spirit of innovation that put equity at the center, and that launched LCFF and the LCAP process in a way that was very uniquely Californian. So I think for so many of us thinking about building on your foundation in these next couple of years, we thank you again for your service, and are excited to think about what the next phase holds.
That's great. Member Benanca, and then Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. Well, although I only could serve the past 6 months with you all have been just the most amazing role models, and have taught me so much about what it means to be pragmatic, what it means to be an advocate, and what it means to be a board member. Your passion is always palpable, and you all never fail to stand up for what you believe in. I know that all of the students of California have so much to thank you all for, and it was truly such an honor to serve with you all.
Member Glover Woods.
I also, with a heavy heart, just hate to see the 4 of you go. I can remember watching you when I was a practitioner in the field, even having the opportunity to speak in front of you at public hearings, and just always being in admiration for the conversations that took place at the table, the inquiries and various thoughts that went into a lot of the policies and practices that we now work with. And when I had the opportunity to actually sit on Zoom side by side with you, it was just almost, I'm without words. It was definitely a dream come true. And I'll say, Sue, I always think of you as the quiet storm. When you speak, everything you say resonates so strongly. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you've brought to this work over the years and the questions you continue to ask to make us connect and probe deeper. Patricia, just again, loving the comments that you make. And I have to say, on a personal level, thank you for all of the delicious recipes. I'd like to blame the extra 5 to 7 pounds I've gained on you, but just appreciate having the opportunity to work with you. And Ting and Eileen, our time together on the screening committee will forever be etched in my heart. And I just thank you for being great mentors. And thank you to all of you for leading the way, and hope to continue your legacy as we continue serving the students of California.
Thank you so much. And Member McQuillan.
Yes, I just want to say ditto to what's been said so far and thank all of you for your services. I've learned so much in my short time on the board from all of you, and you're leaving us with a challenge to try to fill your shoes and continue the efforts here. The Yurok people would say, walk thou, a heartfelt thank you for your work and your service. Thank you.
And there's more to come at the end of the day. We wish we were having a big party in Sacramento at one of the hotels and really feting you. And I hope that maybe Omicron will recede enough for us to do that at some point. But we will return to some additional goodies and some public comment at the end of the day. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, Governor Brown, President Kirst, Executive Director Walters, and State Superintendent for your participation and comments as well. We're all verklempt. If any of you would like to make a comment, please feel free, and then we'll move on to our items. Member Burr?
Well, I don't really know what your plans are for later, but I did at least want to express my gratitude for all of the guests here, especially Governor Brown and President Kirst and Executive Director Walters. It's just been an amazing opportunity. And I'll say more at the end of the day, but I did want to be able to express my thanks and gratitude for those guests who joined us.
Thank you. Any other? Give a moment. Member Rucker, and then Member Strauss, and then Member Sun.
First of all, I want to thank everyone on the board for your very generous and kind thoughts. And I especially would like to thank Governor Brown for considering me and making this appointment, taking a risk on somebody who basically just is a very strong advocate and has very passionate views about education. When I first met him and I was introduced to him, I just said, I'm just a little colored girl from Warren County, Mississippi, the daughter of a Air Force sergeant. But in those two sentences, it says a lot, not only about my background, but for the reasons and the shoulders that I stood on to sit in this room and to sit on this panel. If anyone had ever told me I would be doing this work before now, I'd say, oh, you got jokes. But I'm so grateful for the opportunity for the smart people I had a chance to work with. I'm so grateful for the mentoring and the opportunity to work with Dr. Michael Kirst and to sit and talk with him about the possibilities of serving with him on the board. I'm so grateful to get to know Karen Staff Walters better and to deepen our relationship and our working time together. I'm so glad I had a chance to work more with Linda Darling-Hammond. We worked together a lot on projects at the California Teachers Association. So I'm so glad we had a chance to do this. And I'm very grateful for the two superintendents I had the chance to work with, both Tony Thurman as well as Tom Torlickson. That's a relationship that I hope will continue to deepen and move forward. But again, I have to return to the appreciation I have not only for Governor Brown, but also for Governor Newsom, who agreed for that reappointment to that third term, because this has been a wonderful opportunity to do the work we've done and to make the accomplishments we've made. I have admired this governor for a very, very long time, and the opportunity to be counted as one of, in his circle of advisors and policy folks, I am so grateful to be counted in that number and to just simply be remembered for the work that we've done. So thank you so very much, and I'm so deeply honored and humbled by the opportunity that was given to me and for the work that I was allowed to do. So just thank you, thank you, thank you.
Member Sun?
Yeah, so I'm a little overwhelmed with all the folks that have come in and with all of the comments. Thank you so much. I hearken on a lot of the comments that President Mike Hurst said about the collegiality. That is what I will always remember. I know that, one can be kind of cynical about policy boards and how much they can accomplish and do. I think in the time that I have served with all of the wonderful board members, past and current, we've had some wonderful discussions, and the critical thinking part that was mentioned, I think by Superintendent Thurman, that is what we have brought in. And I remember specifically a long discussion. I don't even remember the topic, but at the end of which President Hurst sat back in his chair and he says, "I'm really proud of us," because we had such a deep conversation, and it brought up all of our perspectives. We sometimes did not agree, right, Patricia? However, I think we all have a very, very deep respect for each other and appreciation for the different perspectives that we have brought, and it makes our policy, it makes our work in California for our students much richer and better. So thank you all, and thank you. I'm so glad that Karen persuaded me to serve on the board. It has been an absolute honor. So, and thank you again all. And the last thing is I do want to also recognize the State Department of Education staff, past and present, who have supported the work of the State Board of Education. I've also met some wonderful, smart people through the department and their work that has enhanced and brought to our policies to fruition.
Thank you. And Member Strauss.
So I have to say 11 years is an amazing opportunity and a chapter, such a significant chapter in my educational leadership career. And I just have to thank first Governor Brown for the 3 appointments, for the opportunity to serve, and Michael Kirst, who I didn't know before I joined the board, and we got to be great partners and collaborators. I've gotten so much to appreciate his thought and his perspectives on things. And then Governor Newsom's 4th appointment and working with Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond. It's been an amazing opportunity to inform policy to practice. And I would say when Mike was leaving the board, he said, look, we changed just about everything, like standards and frameworks and curriculum materials and assessment and accountability and systems of support, like everything. And when Mike said to me, so what else do we have to do? And I said, now we have to implement all that work. And that's what Linda has done and continues to do. And along with Governor Brown and Governor Newsom's budgets, they've continued to support the building of capacity of teachers and leaders. And I just so appreciate the honor to be the voice of theory to practice and to gain a whole group of friends and colleagues. So Mike said that I brought in the Southern California perspective, but now, like, we have friends all over the state, and truly we can consider ourselves, and I know Cynthia, we haven't met in person, but I'm driving out to Riverside really. But we are going to have a reunion in person, because after 11 years, I think we all feel like we can't end just on Zoom. And when it's safe, we want to really hug and raise a glass and really toast the work. But I feel so fortunate to have made, to work with colleagues in the state board staff, CD staff, all of our partner organizations and advocacy groups who sat with us to inform the science standards and the science framework and ELA, ELD, and all of our frameworks and rollouts and capacity building. It takes a village. And this community has worked together, and under Mike and Jerry Brown's leadership, they really did bring all the groups together around a common purpose of rethinking our funding and our capacity and our vision going forward. And I feel so honored. And I know this is only one chapter, and I know we'll have some time at the end of the meeting, but I think to have brought all the forces together to make a difference over the last 11 years is a huge, significant time. And I know under Linda Darling-Hammond's leadership and the board members going forward, this work will continue. I'm excited as I look at funding that will now continue to support all the work we have held so close to us. But for our kids, for our grandkids going forward, I feel like we are laying such an important foundation. And I count you all as friends and colleagues, and know that our paths will continue to cross because we know it's another chapter's coming. And I just want to thank you again for the opportunity and for the friendship and for all the wonderful, thoughtful work in the hearings and all the preparation and the influence we'll have for the next generation of students in California. So thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for mentioning the grandchildren that you and I share our concerns for. So with that, we're going to acknowledge these wonderful board members, thank our guests for joining us. We really appreciate you taking time this morning, and we'll move on with the agenda. Thank you. I'm going to now turn it over to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond for his report. Tony.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. Thank you again, board members, and to all the guests who came to acknowledge our outgoing board members. And we look forward to, again, your service. And of course, we're grateful to our current board. And we're looking forward to what is a new year. As this is the first time many of us are seeing each other, let me also wish you a happy new year. It's a time for new beginnings, even though we continue to deal with the challenges that the coronavirus pandemic have provided us. While it's been a difficult start to a new year for many of our schools in California are in fact open. They recognize the importance of providing in-person instruction to our students and offsetting some of the social, emotional, and academic difficulties that many of our students experienced during a time when we had no choice but to be in remote learning. Our schools continue to do what I call working to overcome nearly impossible obstacles, but they're doing it in spite of challenges like against the backdrop of Omicron, against of resources like COVID tests and PPE, and of course, against the backdrop of staff shortages. Again, we have to commend teachers and classified staff and administrators and others continue to step up, substitutes and paras and everyone doing everything that they can. We have to support and commend our students and our families for their resilience and for their persistence in the face of these very difficult obstacles that we all face. We are literally fighting for survival. As many, we've lost loved ones and many continue to be challenged, but we recognize the importance of providing important education for our students. Thank you to the governor and the Department of Public Health and others for what's now 13 million COVID tests sent to schools since the beginning of December. I want to also acknowledge so many people working to try and navigate all of the challenges that exist at every single turn. Our county health officers, our county health departments, our first responders, people working in hospitals. We've seen that the spike in cases is so dramatic. We have to acknowledge all the folks who are doing this incredible work. I want to acknowledge the California Department of Education staff, state board staff who are, doing yeoman's work to answer questions about J13A waivers and school closures and, how to get resources to schools in spite of challenges that exist that cannot be controlled. And so I want to acknowledge all of the educational partners in administration, our educator groups, all of them working together to find a way to help us get through these difficult moments. I want to acknowledge the governor's budget address that we saw earlier this week. that triples education spending beyond what we've seen in the last decade. In many cases, makes some of the highest investments in education that we've ever seen in California history, and not the least of which is an important cost of living adjustment to help schools as they continue to address high costs to deliver education, to help them address what are we going to do about compensation for educators. Every single workforce in this nation is experiencing a shortage right now. No one can find folks, and that includes in our education sector. What the governor has proposed with the COLA provides great opportunities. And I want to acknowledge the work of Dr. Darling Hammond and the governor in this year's budget to bring forward examples of ways to support educators and educator training, and of course to support students in important things like reading and reading coaches, and the acknowledgement that there is that we must invest in these skills so that we can help our students from the challenges that they've experienced during the pandemic and build skills that will carry them forward in every type of learning that they will ever encounter again in their life. As we talk about the governor's budget proposal, I want to hearken to last year's budget, which we're excited to implement in a way that we think is going to help us transform what happens in California schools. And again, acknowledging that staff at the Department of Education for important programs that we are working to help implement as we speak. Community schools, which is on the agenda for discussion later today with our framework. Universal TK, I have to say so much about what's happening in our early learning and care division, and for educators across the state who are envisioning an opportunity for all young people, every 4-year-old to get, universal TK, for us to say that we're going to create more opportunities, that this is a pre-K through 12 environment, and that we're going to support our students going forward. Universal meals, that every student who wants a meal will get 2 meals, regardless of background or paperwork. Never let these things get in the way of supporting our students. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our schools have provided upwards of 800 million meals to hungry kids. School is truly the center, and I want to acknowledge all that you all do for our students. When we make sure kids have a meal, when we make sure they have access to services and healthcare, we're removing barriers that sometimes complicate their learning experience. And we want to make sure that we give that to every single one of our students. Of course, this last year's budget also includes anti-racism grants. We must talk about the impacts of race. We must talk about how we close the achievement gap. We must talk about the historical impact that racial bias has played and created negative experiences for many of our students and our families. But we can overcome that, including with the professional development and the training opportunities that this budget provides for helping us to address the issues of race and to recruit and retain new staff who will work in our. As we turn to what's a new legislative year, you will hear me talking about some of the priorities I've named for us to focus on, including a new legislative proposal that will help us get to 10,000 mental health clinicians. We've got lots of work to do to help our students in their learning recovery. But if we can't address the trauma that they have experienced, that we all have experienced, the trauma associated with pandemic, I can't think of a more important issue for us to do as it relates to addressing that trauma by building out the workforce of available counselors to be there to support our students. You'll hear me talking about a proposal that will allow us to maybe retain 15,000 teachers, keep them in our classrooms by supporting them in their induction programs. And you'll hear me talking about programs that I think can really help us lead the way as our students continue to learn to recover in their learning. Dual language programs, an opportunity to recognize that learning a second language supports brain development, that it creates global thinkers of the world. You'll hear me talking about our Reading by Third Grade initiative, where we're putting out some recommendations in just a matter of days and weeks about ways to help support that important milestone. And I want to acknowledge that more than 1.5 million students have already downloaded books through the free book offer that we've made available to them with our partner through the Mayan program. And also want to acknowledge that before we're done, we're going to be putting 1 million books in the hands of students to help aid and support them and those who do not have access to books. You'll hear us talk about the importance of supporting biliteracy, environmental learning, and for us to be intentional about how we support students who've been suspended and pushed out, and students who've experienced the impacts of race in our schools and in our communities. We have big challenges ahead. Not the least of which is keeping everyone safe in our schools. How do we keep our communities safe? How do we keep our businesses open? How do we support those who are working to keep us safe in our hospitals and in our healthcare systems? We have to address the trauma that our students are experiencing. We have to find ways to help our students recover in their learning and academically. And of course, we have to set a foundation that will help our students thrive. We can do all these things together, and I'm grateful for the resources that we have by our legislature and our State Board of Education. We look forward to working with you on these priorities and initiatives in 2022 and going forward on behalf of our 6 million students. Madam President, this concludes my report.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for all that you've been doing. I know it's been around the clock for everyone at the department, state board staff, as well as, all of our educators in our schools. So I'll just build on those remarks in mine to start with a shout out of love and support to all of our students and families and educators who are forging ahead valiantly and diligently in the face of the challenges of the latest COVID-19 variant. We see you and we hear you. These are incredibly difficult days. The exhaustion is real. Our workforce and our communities are strained. But I want our education community to know that we're pulling out all the stops to supply you with the resources necessary to keep our schools as safe as possible, keep students in school to the greatest extent possible, and slow the spread of COVID. Since the start of the pandemic, California has invested $11 billion in the fight against COVID-19 and has saved tens of thousands of lives through the programs of testing and vaccination and support. Throughout most of the fall, we were the safest state in the nation, and we continue to be one of the states that is most able to handle the vicissitudes of the pandemic because of the commitments and the investments that we're making. On Friday, Governor Newsom announced a $2.7 billion COVID emergency response package that bolsters testing, accelerates vaccinations and booster efforts. It supports frontline workers. It battles misinformation. We've administered more than 66 million vaccinations and boosters. The plan announced Friday will actually increase that number through in-home vaccination and testing programs to meet Californians where they are and support their health. We will be providing free transportation to vaccination appointments throughout the state to help get more Californians vaccinated and boosted. I know you're aware that for those who have been vaccinated fully, even if they contract Omicron, the likelihood of severe illness is very, very low. And most of the challenges we have are getting people to be in that much safer space. We've also ramped up testing capacity and provided no-cost testing at 4,400 school sites. And as Superintendent Thurmond noted, the state has delivered approximately 13 million take-home tests to schools since early December. The Cal Office of Emergency Services is working with county offices of education to deliver adult N95 masks to schools, both to manage the surge, and the county offices are dealing not only with their own schools, but with helping the schools within their counties. And yesterday, the governor did sign an executive order that will be in place through March 31st to provide staffing flexibility for schools, to support continued safe in-person instruction for students by cutting through the red tape to allow qualified substitute teachers to help maintain safe learning environments, to have their assignments extended, to provide additional flexibility to support retired teachers who have returned to the classroom and eliminate barriers that may prevent additional retired teachers from returning. The governor's long-term strategy to address staffing shortages, as you know, included the $2.9 billion in last year's budget to recruit more teachers and classified staff by underwriting preparation, supporting teacher residencies, and grow your own programs, which many districts have said have been critically important to them in the pandemic year, and many more are building for the future. Additional compensation, especially for National Board Certified teachers who can mentor and serve in high-need schools, and providing professional development and training. And so while our focus is on addressing COVID, we also need to look ahead to COVID recovery and beyond that to support schools after this pandemic ends. And it may continue in various forms, but once we have helped everyone to be as safe as they can be through vaccination and boosters, we should be able to return to a kind of living that we're all yearning for, I know. The budget released on Monday built on last year's remarkable investments to further develop a bold vision for re-envisioning public schools as local centers of whole child education. The California Blueprint outlines how we can move forward on a whole child, whole school, whole community vision that strengthens California for all. We're going to be working on that through the community schools initiatives and other things we talk about today and into the future. Just to give you a few highlights, the state's investment of $119 billion in TK through 12 education, including the highest level of Prop 98 funding in state history, more than double what it was 10 years ago, includes the large increase in the local control funding formula that State Superintendent mentioned earlier, $3.3 billion, and protections against declining enrollment, as the number of school-aged children in California has been decreasing for a number of years and is projected to continue to decline in some communities. There's another $3.4 billion for expanded learning opportunities before and after school, summer school instruction, and integrating arts and music programming. Isn't that nice to hear that come back? Schools will be supported with universal meals support for 2 meals a day to any student who wants them, and also resources to build out the kitchen infrastructure to enable fresh meals and support healthy eating and expand the farm to school program. We have major investments in early childhood care and education that expand access to pre-kindergarten education. We've got our first steps this year towards universal TK by expanding age eligibility for another portion of the 4-year-olds, aiming for all of them by 2025. We've got additional staff members to reduce pupil-teacher ratios in those TK classes, to provide additional funds for access to inclusive preschool for 3- and 4-year-olds, with a focus on providing high-quality supports for students with disabilities, dual language learners, increased funding for state preschool, and expanded access to childcare up and down the state. Some of the teachers for this expanded early childhood program can be launched in their careers through the new funding for college and career pathways. $1.5 billion plus another $500 million for dual credit opportunities to support the development of high school pathway programs focused on education for the first time, as well as technology, healthcare, and climate-related fields. We can launch new educators from teaching career pathways that will extend with their initial early childhood permits, if they're going that route, into community college and begin to build the workforce immediately. We have investments in early literacy, including grants to high-need schools to train and hire literacy coaches and reading specialists to guide productive classroom instruction and offer one-on-one and small group intervention for struggling students. We know a lot about the virtues of high-intensity tutoring and how to accomplish it, and we need to make that possible in the places that have the greatest need. Funding for books in the home through First 5 California, and multilingual school and classroom libraries to support reading instruction. As the state superintendent mentioned, his literacy task force will be adding to the whole of the framework for literacy by 3rd grade in California. Expanded investments in special education paired with program improvements, training for educators related to early identification for learning disabilities, and then something that we will get to later, not in this meeting, but in a future meeting, a lot of investment in climate protection and remediation, including $1 billion plus to support school transportation programs focused on greening school bus fleets so that districts can both save money and help save the environment. And meanwhile, of course, we are working hard to implement the major investments from the last budget for community schools, for mental health services, for educator workforce development, for learning recovery. We all know these are the right investments at the right time. They are not only investments in our TK through 12 system, or I should say pre-K through 12 system, but they are investments that will improve the long-term health of communities across our state and bring into close view the California for All that we've all been working toward. I know that you're well aware that much of the implementation of these ambitious plans is squarely on our plate. So without further ado, I will move us into our agenda so that we can get down to that business. And I'm going to do that by giving you a break before we launch into the community schools discussion. So it is 10:18 now. We will reconvene at 10:30. So you get a 12-minute break now, and we will see you again soon. Just turn off your camera and mic, but don't leave the room. All right, welcome back. Board members, we need to reestablish a quorum, so Brooks is going to call the roll.
Member Sun.
Present.
Member Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
Member Banaka.
Here.
Everyone's present.
Terrific. We are now going to turn to item 2, which is on our community schools planning. And the item will be presented by Steve Zimmer of the department, with Deanna Niebuhr, Pete Callis, and Lisa Borrego available for questions. And Superintendent Thurman will kick off the presentation for the team. Superintendent, please begin.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. It's our pleasure to present to you California Community Schools Partnership Program Framework. We've been talking about community schools for quite some time. I know that each of you knows what it is, and I want to thank you for all the ideas you provided and that you'll continue to provide. Just a reminder that there's a nationwide conversation taking place about community schools, and California is leading the way in this conversation. $3 billion a $3 billion investment of resources to support California schools. There will be planning grants, implementation grants, there'll be technical assistance, and there'll be resources to support our schools as we continue to try and recover from what is probably the most difficult experience that we're going to ever encounter in our lifetime, dealing with the pandemic. There will be the opportunity for health resources, mental health resources, social service supports, all kinds of wraparound supports, largely coordinated by a community schools coordinator who will help to direct how those resources get connected to families. But community schools is more than just on supports. It gives us a way to transform California schools, to help our schools move away from punishment and to look for restorative practices to support our students, to help us close learning gaps that have impacted students of color and low-income students, and to create bright futures for our students and families going before. The framework that is before you has had the contribution of many, many partners. There have been dozens of meetings. There have been town halls. There have been briefings. There have been conversations. There have been consultations. Everyone has an interest in community schools. Everyone sees it as an opportunity to help us to recover from this difficult moment and to make a difference for all of our schools, whether they be urban, suburban, rural, frontier, you name it. Community schools offer something for everyone. The community school proves that the school is the center for what we do in many of our communities. And it gives us a way to enhance both teaching and learning and to support the whole child needs of many of our students. And so we hope that you will appreciate the words in the framework. We look forward to the feedback that you will give us for how to strengthen and enhance it. But we also hope that we will have your approval to move it forward. It gives us a way to create a set of shared understanding of what community schools are. There are definitions, there are examples, there are pillars and commitments that schools are expected to share in common. But we know that at the end of every single day, every community school will look different according to the community that it is built upon to serve. And so we ask for your feedback today. We ask for your guidance in how we build this framework further, and then how we move it forward. But more importantly, how we get on to making it more than just a document that someone will read, but getting to the delivery of the important work that will support 6 million students across the state. I'm pleased to present to you a number of members of our team, as you've heard from President Darling Hammond, who will help you and answer any questions that you have. I also want to report on our follow through on the guidance that you have provided us at the previous board meeting to give thought to how community schools integrates with the systems of support. How does it impact with what we ask schools to do around LCAP? How do we give it thought so that it is connected to all of the frameworks? We've decided that it has to be implemented in a way that it connects to all of the important programs to support our 6 million students. So we thank you for the feedback. We look forward to the feedback that you'll provide today. And without further ado, allow me to turn the microphone over to Steve Zimmer, who will take you through the remarks in the presentation. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your feedback.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And I am speaking to you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I'm speaking to you from our State Diagnostic Center adjacent to Cal State University. I apologize for some of the lighting and technical issues. We couldn't get it quite right this morning, but it is a great honor to speak with you today to bring this item for recommendation. I will be presenting a few brief slides. I am joined by Pete Callis, who is our Director of High School and Transitions Division, High School Career Transitions Division in the department, Deanna Niebuhr, who is our Community Schools Coordinator, and Lisa Borrego, who is our Family Engagement Coordinator. And again, it's a great honor to be able to present this work today. Our recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the proposed California Community Schools Partnership Program Framework and the amendment to the administrative plan. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk to you mostly today about the framework. And when we presented in November, we told you that we would begin an engagement process that we'll talk about a little bit in a later slide. But we have been able to meet with over 500 interest holders all throughout the state. Students, families, community members, educators, school staff who shared their stories with us, shared their dreams and aspirations for community schools, shared their experiences in the current system and why community schools are so important to them. And we tried to bring them with us today. We tried to bring them with us to every word in the framework. And there's one other thing that I'd like us to do as we begin to look at the framework today. I'd like us to think about our own schooling experience, our own schools. What did those schools feel like? What was our relationships there? How were we embraced and welcomed? How were our assets elevated? Or what were the ways in which we wished that they were? And I want us to take it even a step further. I want us to think not only about our own schools, our own experience in schools, but who brought us to school? Our families, our parents or guardians, sometimes our grandparents. How were they welcomed to that school? How were they viewed as a partner? What opportunity did they have to be a decision maker? What opportunity do we wish that they would have had? And so I ask that we hold them with us today as we look at that framework and think about the families of today and the moment that we're in and how we might be able to transform those relationships. And through transforming those relationships, how might we be able to transform the experience of school, the experience of learning, and most importantly, through an equity lens, our outcomes. So in this framework, we will present 4 pillars of community schools, the key conditions for learning, the cornerstone commitments that we are hoping everyone who engages in this journey will make, the proven practices and the key roles. Next slide, please. Move to the next slide. Thanks. So the 4 pillars for community schools are recognized throughout the state and nationally. They involve integrated student supports, family and community engagement, collaborative leadership and practices for educators and administrators, and extended or expanded learning time and opportunities. These are pillars that are recognized through quality community school programs here in the state and throughout the nation. Next slide, please. We also want to focus, and we focus in the framework, on key conditions for learning. After all, this is about learning. And so we lean heavily on the science of learning development when we outline that what we expect in our community schools are supportive learning environments that foster strong relationships, a sense of belonging and purpose, instructional strategies that motivate, that increase competence, social and emotional learning that foster skills and habits and mindsets that enable academic progress, but also a sense of agency. Systems of support that enable healthy development, that are responsive to student needs, that understand and address learning barriers. Next slide, please. And here's where we focused a lot of our attention. What are the cornerstone commitments that we hope that all California community schools will make, that we expect they will make? Well, we expect that they will commit to being an assets-driven and strength-based school that values and draws on the collective wisdom of students and families in the community. We expect they will have racially just and restorative school climates that nurture and support all students in the totality of school interactions. We expect that instruction will be powerful, it will be culturally proficient, and that it will be relevant. It will be centered in the wisdom and the history and the culture of the community, and that it will be rooted in practice that is inspiring, it's inquiry-oriented, it's project-based, and informed by the ideals of co-learning. And finally, we expect that there will be authentic, shared decision-making and participatory practices in all aspects of school governance, and that these practices will genuinely engage students, families, staff, and community members in real decision-making about school climate, about instruction, about the delivery of services. Next slide, please. What are some proven practices? We outlined this in our framework. Community asset mapping and gap analysis. I want to point out here how different this is than needs assessment. We want to focus on assets. We want our community schools to elevate assets. So we engaged school and community interest holders in a coherent process of identifying and curating those assets. And what are those wisdoms throughout the community? And then once we identify the assets, only then do we look at the gaps, rather than starting with the assumption that there are only needs and gaps in the community. It's a best practice to have a community school coordinator. There are many staffing models for this, but we have seen in California and throughout the nation, successful community schools have a discrete position that is responsible for the community school processes, programs, the partnerships, and the implementation strategies at school sites. We've also seen that successful programs, successful community schools, have both site-based and LEA-based advisory councils that meaningfully engage the community, the whole of the community, staff, families, and students in determining the focus and the direction of the community schools effort. And we see that successful programs are integrated and aligned with other relevant and important programs, as we talk about many times. Existing efforts around restorative practice and racially just schools, our multi-tiered systems of support, our statewide systems of support, our new initiatives around delivery of mental health services, expanding learning time, universal TK, and the statewide literacy initiative, just to mention a few. Next slide, please. We outline key roles in the framework for our LEAs, for our county offices of education as service coordinators, whether or not they apply to be technical assistance centers, convening our local government agencies and making sure those supports can be integrated at the school site. Technical assistance centers, and we'll talk a little bit about that RFA process. These will be the key, there will be a statewide lead TA center, and we'll talk about that in a later slide. But our regional TA centers will deliver content in a way that is coherent. They will offer coaching and professional development and models of practice, but they will also be attuned to and adjusting this coaching to their understanding of the vast diversity, both geographically and diversity in every way, the rich diversity that is California, to ensure that the TA that is offered regionally is appropriate to the many different types of LEAs that will be grantees as part of this process. And finally, our department, the California Department of Education, we're setting up and evaluating a coherent implementation plan, but also effective assessments and as we move forward in this effort. Next slide, please. So we're going to move on to the framework, to one significant amendment to the administrative plan that you approved in November. And that is to have a lead technical assistance center, RFA. And this lead technical assistance center will be responsible for building content and overarching methodology for the technical assistance across the state. Will be responsible for building an implementation rubric to articulate the benchmarks for community schools implementation, facilitate a community of practice. I think this is particularly important. A community of practice amongst the regional technical assistance centers, and coordinate and maximize expertise amongst these regional technical assistance centers. This is a transformational process. There will be areas of our state, there will be communities, LEAs, and particular schools that are able to establish expertise that can then be shared and exported so that it could be part of accelerating the transformation process through community schools. The RFA for the technical assistance, the regional technical assistance centers will follow this RFA for a lead technical assistance center. Next slide, please. A couple of updates for you. We told you that the planning grant RFA and the implementation grant, the initial implementation grant RFA, the first round for each of these would be in the winter. We're in the winter right now. It will be during the month of February that these will be completed. Next slide, please. We were asked to also do some breakdowns in terms of when we get to implementation grant, just ranges for funding. So in alignment with other previous grant programs, we've developed this kind of breakdown of small schools, small to medium schools, medium to large schools, and large schools. Going to the next slide, please. I talked about a little bit about our regional forums. Again, we've been able to complete these during the month of November and December. 6 virtual forums throughout the state, encompassing many regions from rural and tribal communities to our urban centers. And again, we were able to hear from over 500 interest holders directly, and we were able through great collaboration and process to break out into small groups and really hear from each participant directly about their vision and priority for community community schools in their own neighborhood or region. We are in the process of scheduling office hours, and I want to be very open to say we had scheduled during the month of January site visits for I hope for everybody here would be understandable reasons. We have postponed those. We do not want schools to be distracted by anything, even positive things, other than keeping their students and staff and families safe right now, and continuing to be open to continue the learning process. So those two parts of our engagement strategy will really be, through the month of February. Next slide, please. So here are some additional updates, and we want to be very open with you that this is a ongoing process. When we left you in November, we said we would report back here in January, but that everything would not be done, and everything is not done. So here are some things that we are still working on that are still in process. We are still gathering information. We are still listening and co-learning prior to the release of the RFAs. The RFA process is still in development. Specific decisions around grant allocations and the specific timeline is still under discussion. Of course, we are very, very conscious of the pressures on LEAs in this moment. Accountability plan and strategy, those conversations are ongoing. We are, as I mentioned in November, we are in the process, the superintendent is in the process of determining a state community schools advisory board, the membership for that board, and the scope and cadence of their meetings. We are formalizing, we are committed to, but we are still formalizing what our youth engagement component will be. And we are still, as mentioned in previous slides, formalizing our TA content infrastructure and the functioning of that TA delivery. Next slide, please. We mentioned alignment, and I want to share with you that these discussions have begun within CDE, and we plan to continue these discussions and continue to have them become even more robust as we move forward. This is not an exhaustive list, but we wanted you to know our thinking, that we know that this transformational effort around community schools will only have transformational outcomes, will only have the equity outcomes that the superintendent has charged us with, has articulated his vision for community schools as not only a school transformation initiative, but as a school as a equity initiative that transforms outcomes for students who for far too long have had outcomes that have lagged behind it. So these areas of alignments will help to support that. We are exploring alignment with our state system of support, statewide system of support, our multi-tiered systems of support, our universal TK initiative, our expanding learning initiatives, our special education programs, our college and career readiness programs, our multilingual support programs, school climate transformation efforts to expand student mental health, and our educator professional development programs, including the efforts that the superintendent outlined in his introduction around our initiatives around expanding educators of color, educators with shared experience, but also expanding our school mental health providers. These are all areas in which we hope to align and build coherence between this California Community Schools Partnership Program and the other essential transformational programs in our state. Last slide, please. So again, our recommendation is that the state board approve the proposed California Community Schools Partnership Program framework and this amendment to the administrative plan. I thank the superintendent for his vision, for his leadership. I thank our board president and the state board staff for their amazing partnership with us. I thank everybody who has participated in our forums, and especially our team at CDE. I may have been presenting today, but they have done just round-the-clock remarkable work to pull this presentation together. It's pretty amazing that we've never met each other in person. It's an honor to work with them. And they have held our students, our families very close to everything that we've done as we've done our level best to meet the assignments that you have given us last in November, and to really honor the aspiration and dreams that we believe can come true through the implementation of this program. Thank you, Madam President, and we're happy to respond to questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Madam President Darling-Hammond, we're turning it back to you, but wanted to also acknowledge you for being such a champion for community schools in our state nationwide. It's been helpful and grateful to have the almost weekly meetings with you and our other board liaison for community schools, Dr. Escobedo. Thank you for your incredible insights in those conversations. We want to thank our partnership with the Stewart Foundation. They've expressed deep interest in supporting this work, and they've supported a number of the staff who are helping us to do this work. And of course, Steve Zimmer, who you just heard from, who's living this day and night, and Deanna Niebuhr, together, who've helped to provide for you, Lisa Borrego, Pete Callis, State Board staff, Saro and Brooks Allen, and of course, our Chief Deputy Superintendent, Mary Nicely, all of whom are all available to answer any questions that you might have. Turning it back to you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. And thanks to all of the staff who have been working night and day on this in the department. There's a lot of work going on over the break, I know, and we really appreciate it. We're going to put the public comment slide up so that we can see if people can get in the queue. And members of the public who want to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I'll ask Member Escobedo if he has any initial comments before I make my comments as liaisons to this item, and then we'll see if there are clarifying questions before we go to public comment and save our discussion for after the public comment. Member Escobedo.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to, again, thank the staff for just the amazing work in drafting this framework. And I want to stress that a good student support system cannot compensate for a weak instructional program. And what this framework has is that has created that symbiotic relationship between a good support system and a solid instructional program. And I just am very impressed with the amount of dedication, the research embedded in this framework, that I know we will be able to create excellent decisions on not only which organizations will be receiving this grant, but we will be a research site that many other states will learn from. And I do believe we are on the verge of transforming education through this process.
I totally agree. And just want to also both reinforce the point that you made about the integration between the core of schooling and the support services that wrap around, and the integration of those around a relationship-centered, student-centered, thoughtful approach to education generally. And also just commend the State Department staff for all of the attention that they've paid to the feedback that they've gotten in all of those many, many sessions. I know how seriously that has informed the thinking and the writing of the framework. And I also am just thrilled about the decision that the department is taking to really try to infuse and integrate the many programs that get piled up as policy is made into a coherent, integrated approach. That's hard work to do, We know it will not be all that easy, perhaps, but it is really, really important work, and we appreciate you taking that on. With that, are there clarifying questions at this point from any of the board members that we need to answer just about the presentation and framework? And I am not seeing any at the moment. So we're going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back for our discussion. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. I will open up the public comment line now for item number 2. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Asher Kai. I'm a youth organizer with Californians for Justice.
Go ahead,
Good morning,
caller.
President Darlene Hammond and State Board. Good morning, President Darlene Hammond and State Board of Education members. My name is Asher Kai. I'm a youth organizer with Californians for Justice, a statewide youth organization. And I've come to learn that students are being left out of the decision-making process yet again. One of the community schools pillars is called family and community engagement. So we propose adding students to that pillar. And if we can't change the pillar, then we have to define family engagement as including students. When I was a student myself at Edison High School several years ago, CFJ ran a campaign called the Student Voice Campaign. And during that entire process, students were seemingly left out of the decision-making process around LCFF, which essentially contradicted the main objective of students feeling as though they had a voice to make a difference and be the difference in their schools and communities. The truth is, students need to be able to utilize their voices.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
In transformative way.
Next caller, you have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Andre Spearman, parent leader with Faith in Action East Bay, Pico, California, and the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. We strongly support the framework's emphasis on shared governance and decision-making power. The commitment to ensuring that school and district multi-stakeholder bodies demonstrate support from all stakeholders at each step of the process must be a condition of receiving grant funding. These bodies deal with essential, ensuring that students and families of color are equal and respected co-leaders to co-create the transformational vision for community schools. This means that students and families have to be involved in co-creating their multi-stakeholder decision-making bodies, along with educators and community partners. These teams must be empowered and supported to lead together to reimagine and improve schools and districts. Nothing less will result in the desired transformation vision that is at the heart of the community school partnership. I thank you and congratulate you on the work being done thus far.
Thank you. Next caller, you have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Next caller, you have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Marita Bermudez. I am community organizer with Oco Pico Education for Liberation and anchor member of the California Partnership for Future Learning. We appreciate the strong equity focus on the proposed framework and recommend that before adopting the board strengthen the language of the 4 pillars of community schools by adding shared power to the collaborative leadership and practice pillar. Shared power and authentic partnership between students, family, educators, and community partners at every level. School, district, and state is essential for true racial equity and inclusion. Shared governance has also been proven to deepen the level of involvement from students, families, educators, as well as foster greater ownership of schools transformation. Additionally, Black, Indigenous people of color, and other directly impacted low-income students and families, including students with disabilities, must not only be consulted for information and perspective, but their input must actually impact decision on how dollars are invested. Thank you for considering adding shared power to the collaborative leadership and practices pillar of the framework.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Terry Sapahan. I am a Creek Tribal member and executive director of the True North Organizing Network. We're a multi-faith, multi-race social justice organization organizing with tribes, Native Americans, Latinx, Black and white people throughout Humboldt, Del Norte, and tribal lands. We appreciate the community engagement done by CDE to date, including hosting the 6 regional forums that our organization supported. I appreciate particularly the superintendent's comments this morning when he said that schools are the center of our communities. We believe that as well. We look forward to having ongoing opportunity for impacted community members to provide meaningful input on program implementation. And first of all, we are pleased to see the clear focus of equity on the framework. And secondly, impacted community should be able to comment on the upcoming RFAs and its process to ensure that the community schools program remains grounded in the expertise of people who live and work in their communities. Waklau, 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 yotwa, yotwa, yotwa. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. Eric Morrison-Smith, Policy Associate with Policy Link in the Alliance of Boys and Men of Color. We appreciate the strong equity focus on the proposed framework and recommend the board make the following amendments to further strengthen before adoption. Punitive disciplinary practices and the criminalization of students are inconsistent with the cornerstone commitment to a racially just and restorative school climate. We recommend explicitly prohibiting the use of community school funds for police and school resource officers, school hardening measures, or any practices that criminalize students, and instead allocate these resources for much-needed student services. The Alliance of Boys and Men of Color works to expand access to opportunity, health, and well-being, and transform systems that are failing boys and men of color, their families, and communities. Creating safe schools for all students where they are not criminalized and instead are provided support is a foundational component of racially just schools. Thank you for considering our framework amendment, which is rooted in direct engagement of impacted students, families, and educators who the community schools program is intended to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Erin Apty on behalf of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. We urge you to approve the proposed amendment to the administrative plan to add a statewide lead technical assistance center and recommend adding the lead TA center to the framework's key roles. Having a lead TA center design content, develop delivery models, and facilitate a community of practice will ensure that regional TA providers use best practice models for meaningful and transformative student and family engagement. And while we support the general approach of connecting implementation grant awards to school size, we believe that a minimum threshold amount is needed to do community schools transformation work well, regardless of school enrollment. For example, whether you're an elementary school with 400 students or a comprehensive high school with 1,500, many of the basic costs of doing asset and needs mapping and planning that authentically engages students, families, educators, and community partners would be the same, as would the salary for community school coordinator. We appreciate that CDE is continuing to solicit input and urge them to have conversations with folks engaged in this work before finalizing the implementation grant amount tiers in the RFA. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Michael Juba, and I am representing the California Teachers Association. CTA has outlined many recommendations in our letter, but would like to highlight some now. We support the approach outlined in the revised plan to identify a lead TA center, and we believe that requiring letters of interest from interested parties would be a beneficial addition to the plan. We believe that there is a lack of information regarding how much LEAs with existing community schools can access and for how long. This seems unfair to the LEAs that are ahead of the curve in implementing transformational community schools, such as LAUSD, Oakland Unified, San Diego Unified, and others. And lastly, CTA recommends a stronger language regarding the democratic decision-making process at the site and the LA level for community schools, as well as bargaining unit sign-off on the grant applications to help ensure collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Dr. Hayan Kimner with the California Community Schools Learning Exchange. Good morning. We appreciate CDE's inclusive process and the continued development of the CCSPP framework and for delineating the key system-level roles and responsibilities that are part of successful implementation. At the state level, to ensure sustainable and transformative system behaviors, we encourage you to very explicitly incentivize opportunities for coordination with and within the system of support. Technical assistance should not be another competing initiative among many for funding or a siloed programmatic effort. Instead, it must demonstrate and model coherence and alignment across existing and new improvement efforts, including the Community Engagement Initiative, California MTSS, 21st Century School Leadership Academy, AB 2083 System of Care, Universal TK, and ELOP, among others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Ending in 0564. Your time starts now. Please begin. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. My name is Leticia Garcia on behalf of the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank staff for their work on the equity-focused proposed framework with the goal on getting these critical funds out to the field as soon as possible, and for prioritizing the first round of implementation grants to be available to existing community school programs to begin meeting the student needs. We also appreciate and support a streamlined application process that recognizes that the field is overwhelmed with the day-to-day challenges of staying open for kids. We look forward to continuing to be part of this conversation. And lastly, to the board members retiring, thank you for your invaluable service over the years. And to the 2022 board leadership, congratulations on your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now. I'd like to start by appreciating all the work that has gone into the development of this framework. We support the focus on first selecting a statewide lead for the technical center, and with that, the statewide lead then having an active role in shaping the other technical centers, including and we appreciate the acknowledgement for technical assistance providers and the need to focus on inclusion of expanded learning, mental and physical health, MTSS, et cetera, across the state to connect and integrate this work. It will take a concerted effort at the state, district, and school level to ensure that planning and implementation for community schools actively engages community partners and is effectively integrated with the LCAP process, the SIPSA, the Comprehensive School Improvement Plans, and 12 other major district plans added over the last year. It is especially important that LCAP use of LCFF supplemental and concentration grant funds are well aligned with the planning of community schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Lucero Chavez on behalf of the Parent Institute for Quality Education and a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. We would like to thank the board for developing the community schools framework and maintaining that equity lens throughout. We're also very thankful for including the input of more than 500 families in the process. PIQE is an organization that serves more than 18,000 families annually across California, many of whom come from disadvantaged backgrounds. So we truly believe in the effectiveness of community schools to coordinate resources and opportunities. We also wanted to echo the LCFF Coalition's letter and urge the state board to include early education in the framework to support language-affirming practices for English learners, including hiring multilingual staff and support, and to align community schools with funding streams like the LCFF and LCAP. Thank you so much for your work, and we look forward to continue being part of this great conversation.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Dr. Kendra Fair with the California Community Schools Learning Exchange. In collaboration with Policy Analysis for California Education at Stanford and the Consensus and Collaboration Program at Sacramento State, CSLX is facilitating a transparent and inclusive process to engage school, community, family, and youth stakeholders in identifying the cultures, systems, and practices that are foundational to effective community school implementation. Our process aligns with and complements the department's community schools framework by continuing to lift up the wisdom of community school practitioners across the state. We applaud the department's framework and process in centering strengths-based practices, racially just school climates, culturally proficient instruction, and participatory practices. The framework offers a North Star, and in our work to deepen community school systems and practices, CSLX and our collaborators aim to help elaborate the how. Thank you so much for this important work.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Brianna Bruns on behalf of the California County Superintendents Educational Services Association, representing the 58 county superintendents of schools. We believe county offices of education can and should play an essential role in successfully implementing CCSTP as technical assistance centers within a coherent system of supporting school districts. As proposed in this item, the roles and responsibilities of the statewide lead technical assistance center and regional technical assistance centers reflect a framework for systems change that county offices are deeply familiar with. We look forward to the upcoming RFAs, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 3582, you are live. You may start your public comment now. Okay, next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and board members. This is Liz Guillen for Public Advocates. We support the 4 cornerstone commitments in the framework that were outlined by Deputy Superintendent Zimmer this morning. These commitments, though, need to be realized, and we urge you to make the cornerstone commitments conditions of receiving grant funding by embedding them in the RFAs for LEA in schools and lead and regional technical assistance providers. We also recommend providing field guidance as part of the forthcoming implementation rubric to help grantees understand how components of the framework, including the cornerstone commitments, should be reflected at each stage of the planning and implementation process. Lastly, we recommend that the TA lead prioritize capacity building to support grantees in executing these commitments. I'll close by thanking all the outgoing board members for their demonstrated commitment to equity and racial justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Dr. Anya Hurwitz, and I'm the Executive Director of SEAL, Sobrato Early Academic Language. We have been working for well over a decade to center the assets and needs of our state's youngest multilingual learners. The work to align and integrate early learning and K-12 systems and approaches is critical to move us towards educational equity. Therefore, I urge the State Board of Education and CDE to thread the early learning focus more fully across this framework. This investment is an opportunity to do the complicated and necessary work to redesign our systems in ever more thoughtful and intentional ways. By threading the focus of early learning throughout the framework, we will be setting a clear vision for the role of early learning within our educational ecosystems in California. Furthermore, this P12 alignment must elevate and build upon the cultural and linguistic assets of our communities and children. This framework is a prime space to move this forward in powerful ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, members of the board. Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I'd like to thank the CDE and State Board staff for incorporating the feedback that came in November, and we are particularly appreciative of the recognition of what we call the super smalls in the enrollment categories, and the streamlined process with everything going on for LEAs. We greatly appreciate the awareness of what they're facing, and for our small districts, the staff shortage is hitting particularly hard. So we look forward to the technical assistance. I think that will be very helpful in getting these community schools out there to serve our families. So we thank you for that. I'd like to congratulate the leadership of the board for their election, and I will save my comments for our leaving members for later on, but want to thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Shelley Kurth on behalf of the Small School District Association. It is vitally important that the department explicitly address and support the present realities of small and rural districts and charters. In effect, traditional competitive grant processes historically write off small LEAs, especially given the current mandated planning and reporting associated with items like AB 130, UTK, ELOP, LCAP, ESSER 3, on top of our COVID responses. SSDA members request that you consider all of the ways that plans and processes can be simplified and consolidated for small and rural districts and charters. We recognize that these are really important and transformative opportunities, and we really need your support and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Marta Hernandez with Californians Together and speak in strong support of the Community Schools Framework with a recommendation that it be augmented to align with the California English Learner Roadmap policy, a recommendation necessary for community schools to be the powerful model they can be by inclusively speaking to the needs of and embracing English learner and immigrant students and families and uplifting issues of language and biliteracy. You have been provided with a recently developed crosswalk by Californians Together between the 4 pillars of the traditional community schools model, the EL roadmap, and the racial equity transformational framework. Taking aspects of all 3 together, they provide a strong framework for community schools that can powerfully and inclusively serve linguistically and culturally diverse communities. We strongly urge the State Board of Education to incorporate this crosswalk language into the framework, and I also extend a big thanks to the outgoing board members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Enrique Roacho, and I'm here representing the San Diego Unified School District. We thank the board and the department for the work to develop the grant program for community schools. San Diego Unified deeply believes in the mission of community schools, and we are working on a plan to transform several of our schools into community schools. And we are doing this in partnership with community members and labor representatives. We appreciate the grant amount recommendations, and we just urge the board to maximize funding for school sites, as our analysis shows that the average cost can range anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
Thank you very much to all the public commenters. I know we are listening closely and taking it all in, both for this moment and for all of the work that's going to unfold over the coming months. I want to now open up for board discussion, and let me see who's ready to kick that off. Member Rucker, why am I not surprised that your hand went up first? And then we will go to and followed by Member McQuillan and Glover Woods, so that people know the cue. Go ahead.
I actually think my colleagues waited to see if I was going to bring.
Probably
so
true.
First of all, I do need to commend and thank the superintendent as well as the team that he put together to do this work. I'm going to say, frankly, in November, when I saw not the write-up, I was immersed in the detail and the attention that was paid in the write-up, but I was also concerned about the elements that were not there. It's kind of, at the start of an issue, of a major undertaking like this, you are concerned not only about how you're going to do the work, but also understanding and then articulating to everyone else what the scope of the work is going to be. And while it's tempting for me to want to see everything done and everything in place at the outset, What I appreciate most from what I heard from Steve Zimmer and his team was the learning curve that they are on, as well as the fact that the documents they are creating are intended to live in this process and grow in scope, dimension, and aspect over the course of this implementation. So the only things that I'm going to comment on, or at least leave some advice for you to consider, are these. As I heard Superintendent Thurman say, there is a context within which this is going to be implemented, and that is paying attention to the initiatives and the planning that is already in place and continuing and ongoing at the school site. So paying attention to how to lay this over as part of the template with the LCAP planning and other school improvement initiatives are very important, and it's very important to have heard that stated today. My recommendation is the conversation with the other divisions in your department have to be ongoing and continuous, and they need to start. Working in a vacuum and thinking among yourselves is great because you'll agree with everything you think about, but the perspective of hearing from other folks who have done this work already and are deeply immersed in supporting and working with the schools will give some context to some of the elements you are considering and the guidance that you are offering. The second piece that I would like you to think about is coherence. Over the scope of time, there's going to naturally be this mission drift. There's naturally going to be some things that will be tempting to take on, or some issues or actions that you are asked to contemplate and to figure out in some way how to bring under the umbrella of the community school. My advice and recommendation is to stay pure, not only with the legislative intent, but to look at and always define the scope of your work by the four pillars that you have articulated in this plan. They are all encompassing, but at the same time, they are very distinctive and very purposeful and very pointed in the reasons why those pillars serve as the foundational elements for this program. And then finally, the last piece of advice I want to offer you is to continue learning. You don't know all the answers, and I appreciate your humility in saying that today. But the fact is, you're never going to know all the answers. And this is the question about what is in the best needs of the students and how is this community school fostering the outcomes and the goals that we have laid out here. Those need to be the questions you continue to live with and not simply strive for the day when you can stand in front of the board and say, we have the definitive answer, we know everything. Because if you ever arrive at the moment where you believe you know everything about this program and you have figured it all out, you will ultimately fail this program. So I want to thank you for what you've done. Thank you for your expressions of your commitments to collaboration and collegiality. But most important, I want to thank you for the exploration that you are undertaking with doing this work and your willingness to humble yourself, to live with the questions and to say, I don't know, but this is something worth talking about and exploring.
Thank you. And I know that is the framework that everyone is bringing to this process. I have Member McQuillan, Glover Woods, Strausper, and Son in that order. So Member McQuillan.
Thank you. And well said, Member Rucker. It's hard to follow that up. You said it all, but I just want to say my appreciation for this presentation and this overall effort. You know, it does seem like it's right on time with what our schools are dealing with right now in the pandemic and attempting to come out of it. It seems to be well in order to help our students and our families, our staff deal with the mental health issues. I'm also thankful for this entire initiative, that it be based from the community with culture in mind, and the technical assistance centers, and I'm thankful for that, and that we and hopeful that we take into consideration the diversity of our state, the different sizes of our LEAs and districts throughout the state, keeping that in mind. And the stress that our staff and our schools are under right now, I'm so thankful that we're kind of expanding out the opportunities for applying over the next couple of years because of that stress. So many of our schools are dealing with the shortages of staff and positive tests right now, and there's a lot coming at our schools right now and very stressed out. So we need to definitely consider that. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. First, would like just to underscore the gratitude and the thanks for all of the staff that have worked so diligently on getting this framework developed, as well as my fellow board members and our state superintendent. This was definitely not an easy task to undertake, a very important one, but one that was not easy. So thank you for all the work that has gone into developing the framework, and future thanks for all the work that's going to go into taking it to the next step. I do applaud the addition of the lead technical assistance center. That was a critical piece to ensure that we have continuity as this model is implemented throughout our state. And also thanks to really listening to so many educational partners throughout our state and incorporating their feedback in what has happened. Just a couple of thoughts as we move forward. And these may be thoughts that have already been discussed, so please understand. I know that there's quite a bit that happens in conversations and meetings that we may not always get to hear all of during our meetings. One of the first pieces I just want to encourage is to really try to nail down base amounts for the implementation grants. Because there's a matching requirement, I do feel that anyone who is going to want to implement at the LEA level would need to have some dollar figure to be able to work off of. And it may also impact whether they decide to apply for a planning grant to move forward. So as quickly as we can at least determine some type of a base amount for the implementation grants, be them tiered by some of the suggestions that have come out in the item by size of school or otherwise, that will be really critical for the field to have. Another point of encouragement and thought is around the technical assistance aspect of things. I just can't emphasize enough how helpful graphics and visuals are as we move forward in the process. So if there is a way to develop and publicize a graphic related to the timeline for the RFA process for both the planning and implementation grant, I think that could be helpful to the field and to our communities. Also, some type of graphic that can give a visual on the interconnectedness we've been talking about this morning, kind of the interconnectedness of the pillars and the commitments to our existing processes for the LCAP, to the system of support entities, having something that is able to visually represent that as well as in a written format will be very, very helpful. Lastly, I just encourage everyone to continue working with our educational partners that have provided feedback for the framework. Also keeping in mind some of the feedback we've gotten on incorporating language around the students as educational partners, language in early education, and incorporating that language as appropriate to our pillars and commitments, and even language in the RFA document. So again, applause for all of the hard work. I think this is going to be another one of those California way implementations. Quite excited about that as we continue to lead work in education. Thank you so much for allowing me to comment.
Terrific. I'm going to encourage CDE staff to keep track of points that they may want to respond to. And we will come back after we've heard from everyone. And I know that they're keeping track of all the suggestions as well. And I have in the queue Member Strauss, Member Burr, Member Sun, Member Bonanca, and Member Rodriguez, and Member Patillo-Bronson. Member Strauss.
Thank you. So I know, first of all, this is a huge investment, $3 billion, a huge transformational opportunity. I know it's supported by Governor Newsom, President Darling Hammond, and State Superintendent Thurman, and I know everybody's been working really, really hard to get this developed. I just would say the opportunity is huge. The timing right now for the field is challenging. And I think we heard that from our comments, both from board members and from the public, that the field right now is trying to hold on and just keep schools open with the huge pandemic surge and what's happening. So I want to be thoughtful about going slow to go fast. This is a lot of money over time that could make a significant difference. What we heard also from our board members and from the public is the need to build a coherent, aligned program so that this is not another categorical layer that sits on top. And what I heard Deputy Superintendent Zimmer said is, we hope to align and build coherence. I think we all hope that. It doesn't feel there yet. It doesn't feel ready. It feels hopeful and it feels thoughtful. But my worry is that we need to take the time as it evolves, as Member Rucker says, as we learn to develop this, so that when we get to our dream of full implementation of community schools surrounding and wrapping around kids, students, and community and families, it is well thought out, well organized, and layered and connected appropriately. So again, I support what Member Gilbert Woods talked about the Technical Assistance Center as the first to try to think this through. But I think we need to be very, very thoughtful. I think the words are there. It right now doesn't feel clear to me how it's going to actually work right now. I think the intent is there. I see the pillars, I see the stakeholder engagement, I hear the models of existing schools, but this is transformational. And I think we learned in our last decade, this is going to take time to be thoughtful. And I want to use $3 billion thoughtfully to make the impact that was intended for this program. So again, we need to connect to the system of support, to our LCAP, and not make this another separate categorical. We need to have alignment and coherence. And I'm trusting the team. I know you're meeting weekly, day and night, over the weekends to try to get this rolled out. And I just would encourage us to go slow so we can get what we need and our hope for transformation really is achieved. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sure there are things that the staff will want to share about some of the planning that were, not in the succinct presentation. So we will come back around for that. I don't know, Steve, if you feel like there's anything you want to clarify at this moment, or shall we wait until we hear all the?
No, only to express appreciation and to reiterate what you said, President Darling.
Okay, great. And we have 5 years to implement this, actually 7, because for those many districts that will look for planning grants, which can last for as much as 2 years, they'll have another 5 years after that to apply for and receive an implementation grant and execute it. So thankfully, we do have a framework with some places ready to roll and others that are going to take their time, and a process that needs to figure out how to support both. We have next in the queue Member Burr, Member Sun, Member Bananca, Member Rodriguez, and Member Patillo-Bronson.
Thank you, President Darlingham, and I greatly appreciate the ability to go after Eileen Strauss and Cynthia Glover Woods, because they hit on a lot of the topics that I wanted to bring to your attention. And I appreciated the modeling that Member Rucker provided, which is to give you some advice, since we won't be here going forward. So let me just frame what I want to say, because you've heard a lot of the tightening up of the requirements here with the LCAP, especially the dashboard and those kinds of things. But I want to do a couple of specific things, and just first start out by saying I really appreciated what Superintendent Thurman led with of community schools, put the school at the center of services provided to students and to their families. But I think it's also important, and this is where I struggle a little bit with where we are, the school is nested in a system. It's part of a district, it's part of a county, it's part of a state system. And our history, being the historian here, with school-centered reforms has not been, it's been kind of jagged. Up and down. And I'm sure that Mr. Zimmer especially will appreciate this, having gone through many of these in Los Angeles County. So I just think it's important to sort of think about that again, that schools don't exist in isolation. They exist in this much bigger universe, if you will. So I just, and to that end, right, the system that the district is being held accountable for by the state and ultimately by the federal government is our local control accountability plan, all of the dashboard indicators, et cetera. So I really encourage us not to be very cautious about deviating from that, except in those instances where it might be critical and necessary for the school, but still keeping in mind the additional burden that might be putting on the LEA. And there's just a couple of things. I know we're talking about the framework, and I will add my voice to the chorus of people who congratulate the staff, both the department staff and the board staff, on the progress we've made from our first conversation. But there are a couple of things in the actual item that really kind of caught my attention. One of them has to do with the accountability piece. I'm not on the wrong piece of paper here, but I'm going to model what Mike Kirsch said about me. I do read every word and every page. It's actually in the item itself where there's an accountability piece, and it talks about school outcomes. And my concern, again, is that we don't want to set up a system where we're setting up different outcomes for community schools or additional outcomes, which are burdensome potentially on community schools, that don't exist and don't provide comparable information across the system. So I would just encourage you to look carefully at that and think about that and how that works. There's also, I guess there's a comment in the framework which also caught my attention, and for all of my colleagues here who worked so diligently on the Instructional Quality Commission, that says that community schools will design their own curricula. And that made me go, whoa. Because again, our system has been built for many years on consistent standards, on consistent frameworks, on consistent curriculum guidance. So if it's necessary, again, for the community school to be successful, I think we need to think carefully about that. And again, how does that fit into the bigger system as it relates to what our expectations are for all schools and districts in California? And I would just say, this is my advice to board members, if I were still going to be here, I would really want to have a tight connection between the board approval, even potentially of the RFA, or at a minimum, board memos that are describing it, because as everyone said, and I commend folks who are working their best to learn this is a very new endeavor. And nobody has all the answers yet, as Member Rucker articulately said. But I think the board has an important role to keep on top of this as you go along. So I just want to be clear about where's the board touch points? Is it on the RFA? Is it only on the grant awards? And just be thoughtful about that as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sun.
Hey, so I'm going to continue picking at many of the points that have been brought up, but maybe just add a little bit more layering to it. One is also want to thank the staff for fleshing out the framework and the design of the community schools. I think that was really, really well done, and appreciate the work that went into it. I want to pick up on the point of coherence. Having Governor Brown and Mike Kirst here earlier today reminds us of the work that was started and the promise to continue that work, and therefore everything for coherence sake to be grounded in the LCFF LCAP process that we develop, where there is the community input, parents, students, teachers, the results analysis, strategic planning, continuous improvement. All those pieces need to be the grounding from which any initiative, including this community schools initiative, should begin. And just a little bit kind of a lessons learned from the charter world. A couple of things is, as you embark on this wonderful vision of creating these schools, to attend to the organizational, legal, and regulatory barriers that you may very well run into in designing kind of brand new schools. And it could be anywhere from a archaic ed code that is no longer relevant, or regulation that had unintended consequences for barriers or blockage to creating something different and innovative. So, and because of this, I really encourage some kind of a research documentation process as we embark on this initiative, and not just in tracking what worked, but what did not work. I think that's part of that continuous improvement process, and in whether this technical assistance center or what it might be, but that there be a research and a real kind of analysis portion of this initiative. And the last two piece that has also been brought up is around the goals and the outcomes. And we know from having reviewed lots of charters and charters coming up for renewal and all that, 5 years is a charter. And so we seem to like to set that 5-year mark, but we also know that without clarity of outcomes and what the expectations are when that 5th year comes up, well, we're not quite sure what to do and where to go. So I think, attending that, and again, kind of lessons learned from looking at what we've done with charter schools could help with making this initiative successful.
Okay, thank you. Member Menanka.
Thank you. First of all, I of course want to thank the CD staff and Superintendent Thurman for all of the work put into this framework. In particular, I really appreciate the continued effort to involve the input of educational partners in the development of this framework, especially in terms of student input. As I've said before, I think that making sure that there is significant emphasis placed on student engagement is crucial, because students at the end of the day are going to be most affected by these decisions. And so it only makes sense that their voices should be heard accordingly. And so I trust that we will continue to meaningfully engage students in every step of the decision-making process. My only suggestion for the framework lies in the second pillar of the 4 pillars of community schools. I would like to see student engagement explicitly mentioned in this pillar. I think that unless we're really explicit about student voice and actually listening to that student voice, I worry that students can easily be brushed over, especially in conversations and meetings that are mostly led and populated by adults. I know that I've experienced this many times at the personal level, and I'm sure many other student leaders share that same experience. And so I just think being more explicit will just help emphasize the importance that students will play in shaping their own education. And I think we can all agree on the importance of this. But all in all, I'm really excited to see this investment play out. I know that it really directly addresses so many of the concerns that I've heard from students about the achievement gap. And so I'm really excited to see it all play out.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. And I also want to acknowledge Superintendent Thurman, CDE, for all of the work that has been done since our last meeting. I would have liked to have seen a little more information, more detailed information about the RFA at this point, only because we do have one more meeting before, right when we start looking at approving this according to what we spoke about in October. And I just feel with everything that's happening at school sites right now, we are under a lot of pressure, and everybody, one day we're counting on somebody, the next day they're out quarantining, right? Because maybe they tested positive. And so we just have there's a lot of unknown right now. So as quickly as this could be done, I would appreciate it, because it'll be less pressure for our sites and for it to be successful. And also, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said, because the comments were wonderful. And I just want to acknowledge the people who called in and wrote, our partners, our educational partners, because there were some very valid points regarding making sure that there are clauses or caveats in place that community schools won't have a punitive component, and for policing or things of that nature for our students, right? We want to make sure that it's a place where our students are built up and where the resources are there to support them. Also, as a teacher with a very active bargaining unit, I like the idea of having there be an MOU and have input where applicable, right? That would be a where applicable, because not all school sites have bargaining units, but I think that that's very important for the buy-in, and especially for the teacher voice if there isn't a union within the school site. And I also want to acknowledge the work that, our caller, Martha Hernandez, mentioned, right, which was the crosswalk that they created for the language, right, especially with our focus on biliteracy, and perhaps taking another look at that as we're going through this process. And I just want to acknowledge, Sue, I chuckled a little bit when you were talking about the curriculum, because that is something that stood out for me, but in a different way because of my experience at East Palo Alto High School, where we created curriculum using, college prep standards for students based on the community that they were in, right? So their freshman year, they were studying psychology, sociology, political philosophy, but they were using the lens within their community. So they were examining their community. And that's what stood out for me when I saw that, because I thought, this is so much of what I like to do with my students, have them learn the content and be able to examine their community and where they are and how it affects them. So anyway, with that, thank you.
Thank you. And Member Patillo-Bronson.
I'll join the chorus of thank yous to the superintendent for all of the clear thought and work that has gone into this and progress, as well as to Steve Zimmer for the presentation. I think I'll just align myself with a number of the comments I think that were made earlier. I'll start with the student engagement piece that Board Member Banaka lifted up. I'm thinking about this piece of lifting up student engagement also in the context of some of our prior conversations around civic engagement and civic learning. And there's few better opportunities for students to actually engage in shaping what their lives look like than affecting what their schools look like. And I think this is a real opportunity to lift up student voice, to invite student voice, and to center it in a different sort of way. In addition, I'll also align myself with the comments earlier from Board Vice Chair Glover Woods. It has a fun ring to it, around the importance of biliteracy, integrating the EL roadmap, and lastly, and this will be no surprise to anyone here, early education being integrated. I think community schools around the country have done really exciting work in terms of getting ahead of achievement gaps by building in community-based partnerships for the full of 0 to 5, not necessarily always the school district offering it directly, but really making sure that early education pipeline is a part of the community schools offering. I think Steve mentioned or offered this idea that this is ultimately an equity initiative that is aiming to transform outcomes. And I think all of that would bolster that process. Whether that goes into the RFA guidance document, I think is something in the TBD category, but it needs, I think, to be part of what school districts are encouraged to think through as they start to tailor the programming. Thanks.
So I think we've heard from everyone who had their hand raised. I'm just double checking. I want to just add a small comment as I pass the ball back to Steve Zimmer and Superintendent Thurmond for any clarifications that you'd like to make before we take up the motion. One of them is, I think, probably many of us assume that families include students, but there's been a lot of recognition that we want to be sure that the student voice is understood to be included in that context. The other just small comment is I'm thinking about the many ways in which the term curriculum is used. At sort of one level, there are sort of curriculum goals and curriculum frameworks, which we do adopt at the state. And then at the level of the school and classroom teacher, there are curriculum decisions being made all the time of the sort that Member Rodriguez was talking about. It's used at many levels. I understood it in your framework to be really the decisions that are made appropriately within of our curriculum frameworks, et cetera, at the school and classroom level to bring the curriculum to the child and the child to the curriculum, so to speak, as John Dewey put it. So you may want to clarify if that is, if we've understood things in the way that you intended them, and I'll turn it back to you for any further clarifications and comments before we take up a motion.
Thank you so much to all of the board members. Deeply appreciate the comments, and I'll start. President Darling-Hammond, you're absolutely right. It has to do with those with that that those decisions, those instructional decisions, the relevance at the school at the school site and the school community within the context of the framework. I reference Board Member Rodriguez's comments about how really with listening and shared decision making, we through that listening and co-learning, we're able to create classrooms within the context of the state curricular frameworks that really honor and uplift the experience of our students and their families and their community, but also help to include our students in the process of building that learning environment and ensuring that relevance. So thank you for that clarification. And again, as I said at the beginning, we really do see ourselves as co-learners in this process. And this is like advanced placement co-learning for me with all of you. And I really know our whole team, Pete, Deanna, Lisa, and myself, and all the rest of our team really appreciate all the comments and the feedback and the wisdom that you've shared. I just want to highlight and clarify a couple of things and then turn it back to the superintendent. One is that we really do appreciate the coherence and alignment points and conversations that points and feedback that has been given, and want to continue, I think, to address Board Member Strauss's comment and honesty. Yes, we need to bring this from hope into action and make sure that these conversations that I referenced solidify in the ways that it was very clear that the board members expect, and that is our priority building into this, because we don't want this to be something that's layered on top or siloed. We see this as fully aligned and integrated, and we'll take the necessary steps to continue to elevate it and make it from hope to real. And I also just want to highlight, and I think the board president did a great job of this. We do need to continue to emphasize student voice and to call out student voice specifically. We did see that, both as encompassed in family, and there are many points in the framework where students are in that communal list. But I really appreciate Board Member Manaka and Board Member Patilla Bronson elevating that, and that has been where our heart has been. That just needs to be, again, elevated and actualized. And I'll just stop there and say that all of these comments and all of this input is greatly appreciated. We will communicate back on certain specific points, and I know that these key elements that you brought up will help to guide us moving forward. And with that, I want to hand it back to the superintendent again, with our great thanks for the learning and the wisdom that you shared today.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Thank you, Madam President and members of the board, for what I call gifts. You've given us gifts of thought, or as it was placed today, advice. And we thank you for that, Board Member Rucker and Burr and Sun and others who have given advice for how this might move forward. I think, as President Darling Hammond has suggested, community schools is not completely new. It is something that California has a very rich and robust tradition and history in implementing. It is true, we are looking at how it is implemented in schools in some new ways, in ways that it can have more transformative effects. It is not in any way intended to replace what exists, and we are very appreciative of the call for looking for continuity, for cohesion. There have been many conversations that have taken place in earnest amongst the various divisions and branches at the Department of Education about how does community schools connect to the important work that's been established by the systems of support and LCAP. And we will continue to have those conversations with school leaders about how do we help to make those connections. I also want to acknowledge that we have heard the feedback that many of you have heard. You pointed it out, Board Member Burr and others, that schools feel like everything is just falling down on them in terms of opportunities and requirements. And it is difficult to balance. And we've given a great deal of thought to how community schools can be a resource, and how do we implement it in a way where it doesn't feel like one more thing that they have to do, because it's more than that. It is a powerful resource. As someone who's had a chance to work for community schools and help start schools, full service community schools districts, like our board president, we know that it is actually a critically desired resource that our school districts want. And so we have been in conversations with school leaders about how it gets implemented to not feel like it's just a laundry list of things that they now have to carry out. And if we have it available, there is a graphic that I'd like to share with the board that shows how we've been thinking about community schools in relation to many of the other programs that are coming to our schools, like Universal TK and Universal Meals. And if we have the graphic, I'd like to show it, but just know that that is how we're thinking about community schools. As, yes, we see it as a centerpiece to helping students to heal and to recover and to thrive, but we also see it as connected to many of the important programs that have been laid out. And we will continue to have those conversations about how we support the implementation of community schools. And I also just want to say thank you, Board Member Bananca and Patil Bronson, for lifting up the importance of student voice. We will continue to ensure that there is meaningful student voice and participation at every level. We have some meetings that are scheduled where there will be high-level student level participation. We know that the RFA will speak to many of the concerns that we heard from some of the callers. And we agree that community schools should never be used to support any hardening kind of resources or use of law enforcement. There'll be clarity in many ways in the RFA about things that really are not intended to be part of community schools, and clarity about what community schools in fact is. And you are helping us on that very first step with today's framework conversation. So with that, we want to say thank you for the feedback. As Board Member Rucker says, it's always a chance to learn new information, but we're going to be working to build off of California's very robust tradition that already exists in community schools, and how to use this opportunity for this very challenging moment that our California schools are in as we speak. So thank you, Madam Board President and members of the board. We respectfully ask for your aye vote on this framework and moving it forward.
Thank you. I did not see that very wonderful graphics show up, but if we aren't in a position to show that this morning, we'll make sure it goes out perhaps in one of the next board memos that goes out as we're continuing to inform the board about all the details that are going to unfold over the coming months. We do need to put up the resolution if we can again, if someone is personing the video, and then we need a motion. Can I get a motion to approve the framework and the amendment to the previous administrative plan? There we go.
I would like to make a motion to approve the recommendation that the State Board of Education approve the proposed CCSPP framework and the amendment to the administrative plan.
And can I get a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Brooks, will you call the roll for the vote?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Banaka.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
All right, terrific. This is a wonderful start. Thank you so much. We have earned ourselves lunch, and we can take actually until about 12:45. So we'll see you back in however many minutes that is. See you at 12:45. Thank you. And remember, don't leave the meeting. Just turn off your camera and your microphone. All right, board members, welcome back. We need to reestablish a quorum, so Brooks is going to call the roll.
Member Strauss.
Present.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
Member Banaka.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. We're going to move ahead with item 3. Item 3 is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California. Approval of the proposed contract amendment extension within the University of California, Santa Cruz for the California Educator Reporting System. Approval of revisions to the student score reports for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, and an update on program activities. And we are encouraged to approve those amendments. And the item will be presented by Cheryl Cotton and Mao Vang of the CDE. Cheryl and Mao, please begin.
Thank you and good morning. Getting our slide up.
Yep, thank you. I will be putting the slide up.
Mel, do you need assistance? Excellent. Thank you. Superintendent Thurman, President Darling Hammond, and board members, I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of Instruction, Measurement, and Administration Branch. The item before you today is an action and an information item. Next slide. Today's presentation will cover the following topics. We will provide an overview of CDE's recommendation for approval, as well as background information on the 2 requested action items for today. Then we will give you some CASP and LPAC updates. And finally, we will return to the CDE's recommendation for SBE action. Now I will hand the presentation over to Mal Vang, Director of the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division. Mal?
Thank you, Cheryl. I will begin. Superintendent Thurman, President Darlin Hammond, and esteemed board members, thank you, Cheryl, for, as you have mentioned, I'm Mal Vang, the Director for the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. I just want to let you all know that we also have Marianne Arcella, who is the Executive Director of K-12 Assessments at ETS, our contractor for our assessments, and Tony Alpert, who is the Executive Director from the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium, here to assist with questions should they arise. So I will move on to our next slide. I'm not sure it's not moving. Which is a recommendation for approval. So the California Department, here is our recommendation for approval. The California Department of Education, or CDE, is recommending that the California State Board of Education, or SBE, approve the following: an amendment extending the contract number CN 170202, which would be Amendment 3, that includes the current California Department of Education and the University of California, Santa Cruz, or UCSC interagency agreement, as well as the customization, configuration, and implementation of the California Educator Reporting System, or which we also call SERS, as found in attachments 2, 2A, and 2B. And in addition, the California also recommend that the SBE authorize the CDE and SBE staff to make any technical edits to the amendment as needed prior to its execution. The second action is the revisions to the 2021-22 student score reports, or SSRs, for the California Assessment of Student Performance in Progress, or CASP, and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC, as found in the samples in attachment 3. Moving on, I will provide some background information on the CDE's recommendations for approval. Beginning with the background on California's, or CDE's, and also the University of, sorry, excuse me, I'm just gonna see if I can move this over a little bit. Background on the CDE and the UC Santa Cruz contract amendment. The California membership in the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium does include or includes the use of the consortium's educator reporting system that house results from the Smarter Balance interim assessments and summative assessments for English language arts and literacy, and mathematics. So in November 2018, the SBE approved an amendment to that interagency agreement with the UC, or the University of California, Santa Cruz, to include the customization, configuration, and implementation of the educator reporting system for all CASP results, as well as the summative LPAC results. So at that time, it was done in that way. So the reporting system is now, as we call it, the California Educator Reporting System. And this current contract, which includes it, along with the interagency agreement, is set to expire on June 30, 2022. So this contract has really strengthened California's online assessment system by providing this one single source for local educational agency staff to access individual and aggregate student results from not only the Smarter Balance interim assessments, as I mentioned, for English and math, and also the summative assessments for English and math, but also our California science tests, the California alternate assessments for English, math, and science, and the California Spanish assessment, as well as the summative LPAC. So approval of the scope of work within this amendment will allow for the extension of the California Department of Education and University of California, Santa Cruz interagency agreement, as well as the ongoing customization, configuration, and implementation of the California Educator Reporting System through June 30, 2027. My computer is a little sticky, so excuse the delay. Somehow it's not. So please note that there is a credit from the University of Santa Cruz contract in the amount of $3.9 million that is being applied to this amendment. The consortium membership credit was due largely to the summative testing being suspended in the 2019-20 school year due to the impact of the COVID pandemic, and the SBE approval of the adjusted version of the test in the 2021 to be used. So the proposed amendment will increase the overall contract with the University of California, Santa Cruz by $51,733,335 from fiscal years 2022 through 2022-23 through June 30, 2027. So the total amount would be the $102,032,555 as found in the details in attachment 2B. So any funding or the funding for the 2022-23 school year and beyond, or fiscal years and beyond, will be contingent on an annual appropriation being made available from the legislature. Next, I will transition to the second action provided and provide background on the revisions to the student score reports, or SSRs, for each state assessment. And on an annual basis, they are reviewed by the State Board of Education and approved by the State Board of Education. So the proposed revisions, although minor, they are necessary to reflect the most recent updates that to test administration, as well as to ensure that the key information regarding student performance is communicated clearly to parents and guardians. I'll start with the CASP student score report revisions. So in order to reflect those recent changes and communicate clearly to parents, we found that some things may be confusing given the changes. So we're proposing the following revisions to the 2020, from the 2021 CASP SSRs. So we're recommending that the school and state averages be removed from each of the CASP SSRs. These averages were really historically have been based on a rolling average from the previous 3 years. So the suspension of testing in the 2019-20 school year and with the low testing volumes in the 2020-21 school year, that really impacted the calculation of these 3-year rolling averages to the extent that it would not provide parents and guardians information or informative reference to compare 2021-22 student performance. 2020-21 student performance. So due to the use of the adjusted blueprint, again, for the Smarter Balanced assessments, another thing is that the student claim levels or claim reporting categories or results will not be available on the student score report. So the language here there's language indicating that this has been updated to remove reference to that year, the 2019-20 school year. So, and then in addition, 1 year of score history has been added to the California Spanish Assessment Report. An additional technical edit has also been made to the location of what we would call an asterisk or a footnote to add more clarity, to improve the clarity on that footnote. So these are the revisions to the CASP reports. And then for the LPAC, the California English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, the revisions are technical in nature. And these are proposed for the 2021-22 school summative LPAC, in which we are in right now. So because the alternate LPAC is now operational, there was a footnote indicating on the summative LPAC SSRs that a local alternate assessment was administered. As such, that asterisk and the footnote will be removed from the student score report specifications. Another technical edit is proposed to update. There is a double asterisk indicating the use of an unlisted resource. Because the asterisk and the footnote regarding the administration of the local assessment above would not be applicable, the double asterisk should only be 1. So we're making that change as well. So next, the CDE proposes the addition of a couple text sections. We're proposing the addition of adding a little blurb about the incomplete tests, no score available, and eligible but not tested in the score history section, really to provide clarity and specificity for parents and guardians regarding why a score is not indicated in their child's LPAC history. So previously, this section indicated only no score available, which did not provide parents and guardians with sufficient information. So finally, other than the school year, there are no proposed changes to the initial LPAC student score report or the alternate LPAC student score report for 2021-22. The initial LPAC student score report received approval from the State Board of Education in January 2020. And the alternate LPAC student score report received approval in November of 2020. So samples of the student score reports for each California assessment with all the proposed revisions where applicable are included in attachment 3. This includes the sample Lexile quantile measures reports as well. Other than the year, they were first released in the spring of 2021, and other than the year, we're not proposing any changes at this time. And now I would like to share some program updates with you regarding the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, as well as the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, starting with the CASP or statewide testing windows. So as we sit here, the window opened yesterday, For the majority of the CASP assessments, it opens on January 1st. This is the statewide testing window, and it goes through July 15th, 2022 for the majority of the test components that are under CASP, with the Smarter Balanced summative assessments for English and math, the California Science Test, the California Alternate Assessments for English and math, and I have a little note on the science test, and then the California Spanish Assessment. And for the California Alternate Assessment for science, its testing window really opened on September 2021 through the last day of instruction for a particular local educational agency, or July 15, 2022, whichever comes first. So local educational agencies have the majority of the school year to administer the California Alternate Assessment for science. Okay, so another key program update I'd like to share with you is that we are in the process of working on a Smarter Balanced demonstration, a concept study, and this is a partnership really with Smarter Balanced as well as the New Teacher Center. And we are conducting a demonstration of concept study to examine how the performance task can be incorporated into classroom instruction to support students and learning. So some of the key components of the study include embedded professional learning for teachers and administrators, administration of the Smarter Balanced interim assessment performance tasks, or key ones, which include classroom support activities. And then we will gather data and information and analyze insights from teachers and students to better understand their experiences using these performance tasks as part of the study. So a team of CDE's assessment development and administration staff contributed to the development of the materials along with the Smarter Balanced and the New Teacher Center. And the professional learning sessions are really for the participation of the participating local educational agencies. And that will start this month. And just to recap, there was a little bit of an update since our item went out. We will now only have 2 California local educational agencies participating in this study. And those are Val Verde Unified School District and Upper Lake Unified School District, as well as the state of Hawaii. And they have a school district participating. Remember, we are part of a larger consortium. So initially, the state of Washington was expected to participate as well, but at this time, they cannot do so. So we will bring forward any updated activities to you later this spring. And then some updates about to highlight for you about the California Science Test. As I mentioned earlier, the window for the science test also opened yesterday. A key update that wanted to share with you is really the revised blueprint is being implemented this year. The CAS revised blueprint, the SBE approved it in January 2020, but due to the COVID pandemic we had brought to you that previous forms were being continued to use because it wasn't the best to switch test forms in the middle of a pandemic. So with the revised blueprint, students are now receiving fewer test questions overall, and they are receiving a minimum of 3 performance tasks covering the 3 science domains, which are earth and space sciences, life sciences, and physical sciences. So we also have training and practice tests along with scoring guides and annotated examples are also available on the CASP website to support students and teachers. continuing with science, the science instructional resources development and placing them in the tools for teachers. The update on that is that we continue to work with California science educators to develop these instructional resources. And in total, currently we have the 55 science resources that we have been sharing with local educational agencies. And they're really focused on kindergarten through grade 5. So the list of the science resources was added to this item in attachment 4 for your reference. In fall of 2021, the CDE worked with a small group of California science educators to develop 7 new resources. And the focus of that is really for middle and high school resources. And they will also be added to the Tools for Teachers website. So moving on, I'm gonna share the LPAC statewide testing windows. Just some LPAC updates for you. First is the initial LPAC that really opened on July. It was specifically July 6th, but really that week of the 1st through June 30, 2022. It's available. As students enroll and they have a home language survey that they have a language other than English, they are to be administered the initial LPAC within the first 30 calendar days. And it's used for that initial identification process. Then we do have the alternate LPAC, our first operational field test. Remember, we could not do this last year, and we postponed it to this year. So the window is open from November 1, 2021 through February 15, 2022. And then our summative LPAC, the window will open on February 1st, and it will open until May 31st for that administration. In terms of the summative LPAC update, in preparation really for the opening of the window, because that's where the majority of our ELs will be taking the test. We have the training certification in our training site called the Moodle training site. And we have made some adjustments, and it really opened last fall on October 8th with a whole new look and feel. And it's really based on feedback from the local educational agencies or educators from the field. There are a number of key features here, but in terms of making things a little bit easier to use for the field. But all of these updates have been made to assist examiners in passing the speaking calibration quizzes in order to accurately score students' speaking responses on the summative English language proficiency assessments for California. And then the alternate LPAC, wanted to highlight a couple of things about the alternate LPAC for you. So we opened the window up, and it is anticipated that we will collect sufficient data for the standard setting process, which is really a key part of test development. It is set for February 24th through 22nd through 24th for grades kindergarten through grade 2, for kindergarten through grade 2. And then February 28th through March 2nd will be for the upper grades, grades 3 through 12. We will have a standard setting plan to you in April, probably in the form of a SBE memorandum or information memorandum. And then in May, we will come back to you and bring the proposed threshold scores for your review and consideration. And with that, I'm towards the end of my presentation. Just want to remind people that they could follow us at CDE assessments. and they could get some of the latest updates following us on the Twitter. And then before I go and turn this over back to you, Board President, I wanted to mention the revisions to the item. We did have some typos in attachment 4 that we updated. And the first version that we did upload was not accessible for some of the contract documents. So we did do revisions to that as well, just to recall and capture that for the public and our board members here. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to you.
Thank you. We want to put up the public comment slide, if you could do that.
I apologize. I will.
That's okay. Yeah. So we'll open the phone line for public comment queue, and members of the public who wish to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Perfect timing. Thank you. And you might want to put it in full slide mode. There we go. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Member Sun if she has any initial comments before I make my comments. And then we'll see if there are clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Member Sun. I guess she may not be back yet. She had something that came up.
Yes, she has not been able to rejoin you.
Okay, I'm going to then go ahead and make my comments, and we'll see if there's any clarifying questions before we go to public comment. First of all, I just want to thank you for all the work that has been going on to, make all of these pieces line up, in relation to what we've had to do during the pandemic and so on. I do want to call out for board members' attention the demonstration of concept that you talked about, because it is really part of a broader set of concerns that have come about both in California and across the country about how to think about the role of state testing. We did shorten the Smarter Balanced portion of the Smarter Balanced test, the CASP, and also the CAST to make it more plausible to do end-of-year testing. There's been, of course, a lot of concern about how to manage testing during these times. And in the course of that, there have been conversations both here and across the country about how can we develop assessments that are giving information along the way, not just waiting for a very long set of tests at the end of the year, which is what our current compilation of assessments end up, when you add them all together, end up providing. And so this idea of taking the performance tasks, which are the longest portions of the Smarter Balance tests, and letting them be used in the classroom, embedded in an instructional context setting that teachers learn to do, making that possible so that the end of the year assessment is shorter, but also so that there's more engagement with the measurement of the standards throughout the year. So the teachers know more about what the tasks are that students are being asked to undertake, and so that they get information along the way about how students are doing, is something that, a number of states have been very interested in doing. And there are a number of states that also have IADA grants, Innovation Authority Demonstration Act grants from the Federal Department of Education to build curriculum connected assessments that are often called through course assessments that happen during the year, but are part of the ultimate scoring for the state assessment system. So this is, just want to put that in context. This is part of a conversation that's going on both in California. I do want to clarify that we have not annexed Hawaii. It is, it is still its own state, but it is also engaged in this work along with the districts in California that are doing this. I know there's great interest in Washington State, and we've heard from other states as well that they will be trying to take up this evaluation of possibilities in the coming year when we're not in the middle of all the challenges that we're in the middle of right now. I'm very grateful that there are 2 districts that are so committed to this that they are willing to hang in there, and they do have quite a large number of classrooms and teachers involved. So we'll want to hear back about the results of that effort to see what is possible, to get the pros and cons and evaluation of that. And when we did work through our contract with Educational Testing Service, I know there was also conversation about the possibilities of some of the performance tasks from the science assessment also potentially being used during the school year. So this is something we'll be coming back to. I just wanted to flag it for folks so that we know that this is the beginning of an ongoing conversation, and appreciate all the work that you and others have done in that regard. Are there any clarifying questions from the board before we turn to public comment? And let me just make sure that I'm not missing anyone. I'm not seeing any clarifying questions, so I think we can go to public comment. Do we have public commenters?
Yes, we do. There are currently 9 people signed up for public comment. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Good afternoon, caller.
Hi, this is Christina.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, this is Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. We appreciate the work of the board and the department to provide a stacked version of CAS in Spanish for biliteracy programs and biliterate students. This board item presents some important and valuable new resources to enhance the assessment and new supports for students being assessed and for teachers to prepare their students. We would like the board to advise the department to begin the process for developing these resources in Spanish, and if needed, seek funding to support the work. We're requesting that the department submit the budget request for assessments, that these be embedded in the request from the department. Without these equal supports, it puts the students taking the CAS in Spanish at a disadvantage to those taking the assessment in English. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Ruth Barajas, good afternoon rather. Ruth Barajas from Californians Together. In the spring of 2021, a valuable professional learning opportunity was offered for coordinators and teachers on the use of the Lexile framework for reading and the Lexile and Quantil hub tools. We urged the department to conduct this session for bilingual teachers administering the California Spanish assessment and provide the tools and resources in Spanish to support the use of Spanish literature rated Lexile levels. And so what we, along with this, along with our letter, we've attached a sample list of a resource list for your reference. We also noticed that for all different assessments, in the first question on the student report form is the definition for parents, like what is the LPAC? That question helps parents understand the content and purpose of the assessments. However, on the initial LPAC, that question is not included. And we brought this to the attention of CDE staff, and we understand that this could be a technical change after the approval of the item. So we ask that you please support this technical change and approval of this item before.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Report form.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, with the last 4 digits, 3582, you are live, and you may start your public comment now.
Oh, hello. My name is Diana Thompson, and I'm an elementary public school teacher and a member of CASE. Science must be on the dashboard right along beside ELA and math this year. In my experience, science is not taught in the elementary classroom. The priority is ELA and math since they are on the dashboard. It is critical for science education to be valued and taught in grades TK through 16 so we can prepare our students for jobs of the future, medical, technology, and engineering. Assessment is critical, but if the assessment data is not visible to all, then it will not be valued nor recognized. Educators, parents, and students need the data on the dashboard so they can ensure equity for all students. Science must be on the dashboard so there's accountability and a system of support and better planning and better results for our kids. Thank you for allowing my comments and all that you do to support science education for our students.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond and Board. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I want to underscore a concern from the comments by the LCFF Equity Coalition. We are concerned with the loss of some of the information in the CASP assessment reports. We think it will be more difficult for students and parents to put a student's scores in context without some of the comparison information. We think that that information is really useful, and we expect that in the upcoming testing, it will be even more relevant because there will be some decline. We also want to reinforce what my colleagues in California together just testified to by adding the Lexile and Quantile score to the report, and also by making clear on the student report forms the purposes or the.
Thank you, Cully. Your time is up.
CAP.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco calling in on behalf of Children Now. Specifically relative to the student score report. These student reports, students and parents and guardians are seeking context to better understand how their students are doing. Unfortunately, the proposed reports take a step in the wrong direction. Specifically, the planned reports would eliminate two key reference points for the students' scores, school average and state average. In addition, there is a missed opportunity to report at the same time on a student's Lexile and Quantile scores, adding additional context as well as access to resources relative to these combined reference points. We recommend that the board restore the school and state averages as well as incorporate Lexile and Quantile scores to these reports. Further, in September, the board took action to shorten the language arts and math assessments for the spring 2022 administration. To date, there have been mixed messages that we have received about whether this is a one-time change or a permanent shift. Because the shortened tests are less precise.
Thank you, Cully. Your time is up.
Verifying the length of the test.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits of the phone number 5085. You are live. You may start your public comment now. Okay, next caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Hope Oliver, a scientist turned secondary educator and working with Kate. I teach in earth, space, life, and physical sciences since the 1990s days of integrated science instruction that now reach their fullest expression in the NGSS. And my first-hand experiences as an early adopter of NGSS compel me to advocate for action by the board for a science placeholder on the dashboard so every district will plan now to consistently direct resources towards staff training and classroom tools supporting improved performance for all students across California. Secondary, test guidance with performance tests, integrating earth, space, life, and physical science so CAST measures development of the habits of mind to ask questions and apply skills in ways connecting the three, just as practiced by me and all who work in STEM fields. Thank you so much for considering my comments.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Doug McRae, retired educational measurement specialist from Monterey. I'd like to alert you that the attachment number 2 did not arrive in the public access to the public until this morning. I would suggest that any action that you take regarding the financial aspects and of the relationship with the Smarter Balance Consortium, that you put off this item until the next board meeting. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond and members of the Board of Education. This is Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together. We want to call your attention to the opportunity presented in Attachment 1 that is focused on outreach and professional development. There's an opportunity here to provide needed support for teachers in analyzing student responses and inform implications for teaching and learning. We suggest that part of this professional learning include if the responses is from an EL student and at what proficiency level. The discourse in the response should be looked at not only for content knowledge, but also for English language proficiency. Therefore, we urge the inclusion of this professional learning to include an analysis of the discourse of second language learners, in addition to the content knowledge when hand scoring constructed responses items. We also urge the department to conduct this session for bilingual teachers and also to provide tools and resources to support the use of Spanish literature rated by Lexile level.
Thank you. Caller, your time is up.
The letter that was submitted, we have an
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Lexile level. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, members and members of the public. My name is Mrs. Arias, and I wish to bring to your attention any injustices that are happening and occurring in this special education department. I have firsthand experience on how SELPAs and school districts are denying special education services to special needs children. Law firms are making profit in taking students into due process, and many times when they decide to litigate rather than provide services or assessments. I wish to request that you suggest that SELPAs be audited so you can learn how much of our taxpayer dollars are being spent on litigation. Please follow us at the YouTube movement.
Thank you, caller. Sorry to interrupt. I think you would like to speak towards item number 4. We are currently taking public comment for item number 3. If you don't mind calling back later on in the afternoon.
Certainly, I will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm Peter Ahern, President of the California Association of Science Educators. I want to congratulate President Darlene Hammond on her reelection. I also want to thank the outgoing board members for their service, and especially Eileen Strauss for being a friend to science education. I thank CDE for adding science to the Tools for Teachers resources and for exploring embedded performance tasks. Since CAST results will be on the dashboard in 2023, it's important that districts know that this as they develop their LCAP plans. Otherwise, they won't plan for NGSS and science instruction in advance. We have strong evidence that most California teachers do not have NGSS-aligned curriculum and haven't had adequate professional development, even though the NGSS were approved in 2013. The implementation of NGSS has exposed deep inequities in which many students do not have access to the science skills that set the foundation for STEM careers. We advocate for a science placeholder on the dashboard to let districts know that science results are coming. A letter detailing this suggestion was sent to the board by a coalition of California science education leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
Terrific, thank you. And Member Sun has returned, and so before we get going into full board discussion, I want to give you an opportunity to offer your thoughts about this item.
Yes, thank you so much. And I do apologize for coming a bit late into this item. And so first of all, I did catch your comments, President Lenny Darling-Hammond, around the movement to look at assessments in a different way and how we assess student learning in a more holistic way and differently than how we have done so in the past. So I'm very excited to hear about that and hope to track that work moving forward. The other piece on this assessment item, as you see, the assessment division continues to do a lot of work during this time. And there have been a number of leadership changes and great people who have come and gone. And I just appreciate Mao and her team and the continued work that they have done in this area, and recognizing Carrick Ashley and Michelle McIntosh and Rachel Maves for what they have done in their contributions in the past, and Mao for your work moving this team forward. And when after the board has a chance to have a discussion, I will be ready to move forward CDE's recommendations.
Thank you very much. There are a couple of points of clarification that emerged in the course of the caller comments, and I wonder if we could just ask Mao or Cheryl to address the plans for getting science on the dashboard and getting the test in Spanish. Those were two questions that came up.
In terms of science on the dashboard, I mean, that would have to be, we should probably have Cindy Cazanas on the meeting.
That's a good point. I'm addressing the question to the wrong division. I think we were waiting till we had at least 2 years of data to consider that. And we are not yet at that point where we have 2 years of data. We may be soon. Do you want to address the question about whether there are plans to put the tests into Spanish?
The science test, or which one?
I think the caller was referring to the science.
Well, we have, in the science, we do have the stack translations for student of the science in the item. It's one of the resource or designated supports. If a student should need stack translations, they could have that as a designated support. It doesn't change the construct of the test or anything like that. So they could access it through that. So if you have an English learner who may not, may have that designated support, they can have it even today.
Thank you. Last clarification, I think. There was a question about why we're not reporting district and state average with scores this year. And my understanding was that because we did not have a representative sample of students in sufficient numbers taking any given test, the Smarter Balance test in this case, that it would be inappropriate to put averages for the state or the district in the report card. Is that the correct understanding?
Yes, you understand it correctly. We'll have 2 very lonely years. You know, the 2019-20, there was nothing there. And then even the low participation in the 2021, as we just released the results. Was it only last Friday, Linda?
It was only, it feels like years ago, but it was.
Yes. 2018-19 would be kind of lonely by themselves. And they're really rolling years of 3 previous years. So it doesn't even include the current, the most recent year. So we thought that would not be very informative for the families. They could also look at the public web reporting that has, you know, for as many years as they're available, if they should want to look at compared to their own school, their own district, county, or state, and even grade levels. So the reference point they should be looking at in comparison would be the public web reports.
All right, thank you. I think those are the clarification points that came to me as we were listening. Let me open up the floor to discussion from the board. And went. Member Strauss, then Member Escobedo, then Member Rucker.
So Mal, thank you and the team for all the work as this process continues to evolve. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First, I recognize that last year, I think we had a 24% student, if I read last week correctly, that took it. So I recognize that it isn't a fully reflective of really what assessment happened last year. So this year, I know we're looking closely. I appreciate the effort by the leadership to continue to look at innovative opportunities to not just do a one-time test, but throughout the year. And I appreciate President Darling Hammond's comments about our performance tests and use of them during the year. I want to reflect quickly on science, since I'm the outgoing second liaison to science, and I know all the liaison responsibilities will be reassigned once the new board members come on. But let me just say, as our science colleagues said, we adopted in 2013 the standards. As we all know, the state process takes a while. So first you adopt the standards. We started with an expert panel. We had standards. It took us 1.5 years to do the framework, and then another 1.5 years or so to get aligned materials. And just as districts were piloting and looking for materials that would best meet their students' needs based on our state process, COVID hit. And so many districts never did do the final adoption and are just barely thinking about it now with all the other things that districts are thinking about. And so I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that science, we all are committed to it. We know these standards are 20 years from the last set of standards. We need them. We know a lot more about science now. And I don't want us to lose sight of how important supporting teachers and leaders and understanding the shifts in next generation science are. So what the board made a commitment under President Kirst that when we had valid and reliable data for 2 years, we would put it on the dashboard, but that it would be valid and reliable, which is really important to remember because we don't want to misrepresent what we're learning as we do these assessments. But I do want to remind everybody that we need to support districts as they gain back their transition, which now we're hoping will be this fall, to remembering that we need to support teachers who don't even necessarily have aligned materials to next generation science. And they are administering these assessments, but our students haven't had the ongoing experience that they deserve and need to have going forward. So I just want to raise the awareness that the materials, then the training of teachers, and the implementation over time before we just test them to see what kids know. And that our commitment is when we have valid and reliable data. I know there's some proposals in the letters, and I trust that the CDE team with state board staff will look at that, but I want to remember that we did make that commitment going forward when we were ready. And again, I want to thank everybody. I know it's been really, really tough, and I know we haven't paid attention because we haven't been able to, but as we gain more bandwidth in the next months and in the fall, I would like everyone to remember that that's still really an important element of our system. Thank you.
Yeah. And I remember us making that commitment, and we will return to it in the coming year as we approach those conditions. Member Escobedo.
Yes, while there was only 24% participation rate in CAS, there was over 40%, I believe, in the Spanish assessment. And my wondering is, right now the Lexel framework is only provided in English, and wonder what the plans are to provide the same framework, those important tools in Spanish.
Mel, are you able to? Yes, thank you.
In terms of planning for the work, of course, we're always open and willing to work with our interest holders and our local educational agency staff when there are needs. As you know, just as someone just mentioned about the adopting the science standards years ago, and we're not even having materials in students' hands yet. We try to develop things as and embed it into the system as much as possible. So if that is a need, that we can make some adjustments to a scope or do a study, conduct a study, and be able to learn from that and see how we can embed it. that's something that we're open to explore.
Member Escobedo, did you have any other questions or was...
No, that will be it. And I want to add that it is a great need, especially when you look at the number of dual immersion programs increasing significantly throughout the years.
Yeah, and we have intentions to increase them further. So Member Rucker and then Member Patillo-Brownson.
Thank you very much. I want to, first of all, thank all the participants and interest holders and community partners who chimed in the public comment, because there are so many things that are going on, especially as we go through this transition and we see these important shifts taking place. I want to acknowledge in particular the comments we heard from Californians Together. In the write-up and in the attachments, the department has acknowledged the need to do some developmental work in responding to the need for enhancing the assessment tools as examples and looking at what we provide translation for and where the tools are being developed and for what purpose, but also in creating new professional learning opportunities as they negotiate new contracts to implement and, as Dr. Strauss pointed out, expand our bandwidth and our understandings in the conversations we have about assessments. Mal, I'm going to ask you a question about the 3-year timeline for the new ETS contract. And it's okay if you can't give the answer today, but in future presentations, I think it would be helpful for us to see where we are on the timeline of implementing that 3-year agreement, because that's a long arc of work and funding for the assessment process and for the changes that are contemplated in this contract. I think would be good to have some kind of timeline in front of us so we can see where we are on the implementation mandates that were written into that contract. And I know that's not something you can give us today, but in the future, I would appreciate if that's something you could consider as part of your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Member Patillo-Brownson.
And that was actually the primary gist of one of the questions I wanted to ask around the 3-year time frame and when is the opportune moment to actually raise up some of those issues around Lexile professional development opportunities. One additional point of clarification, I just wanted to make sure that I heard correctly. We're not including the statewide average or the district-wide averages because of not having the 3 years running, but today we are voting to remove that from this particular, not to remove that moving forward on an ongoing basis. I think one of the public comment speakers raised the question of whether this is a now situation based on data or if this is how we're setting the stage for the future.
Right. Mal, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, this is a now situation because we don't want to, we looked at the reports and we just want to remove things that could be confusing to parents because they're just not available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I see no other hands raised. So with that, is there a motion?
Yes. So first of all, I have to correct myself. I think I said Michelle McIntosh and I meant Michelle Center. I appreciate Michelle McIntosh, but in a different area. So, and then so yes, I would like to go ahead and move the 2 recommendations if there's no one who objects to me moving both at the same time. All right, I had to go ahead and move both recommendations. The first one, the amendment extending the contract that includes the current CDE UCSC interagency agreement, as well as the customization, configuration, implementation, et cetera. And then the second one, the minor but necessary revisions to the 2021-22 SSRs for the CASP and the LPAC. And I know that this item does come up every year. So the board has annually been approving these student reports. So it will definitely come up again next year.
Perfect. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Brooks, could you call the roll for a vote?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Aye.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Banaka.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cheryl and Mal. We appreciate you. And we're going to move on to item.
Can I just say a word before I leave? I wanted to, I know that you have the celebration earlier, you probably have more, but I wanted to thank Vice President Strauss, our member Sung, member Burr, and member Rucker for all of their service and the opportunity to work with you all throughout the years. I will really miss all of you and your thoughtfulness in all of our conversations. And congratulations, Linda, on your continuing role. I look forward to continue to work with you.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone appreciates the good wishes. And with that, we'll move to item 4. Item 4 is the State Annual Performance Report for Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004, covering program year 2020-2021. The CDE recommends that we review and approve the executive summary of the FY 2020 Annual Performance Report for Part B of IDEA, covering program year 2020-2021. The item will be presented by Heather Calamise of CDE, and Heather will be joined by Jamie Parsons, Rhonda Marriott, and Lauren Duran from the Orange County Department of Education, and Randy Duvall from the Butte County Office of Education, who will be presenting on the California Scale Up MTSS statewide initiative as part of the State Systemic Improvement Plan. So Heather, I think I see you. Please begin.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. And before we begin today's presentation, I would like to also thank the board members, Super, Patricia Rucker, Ting Sun, and Eileen Strauss for your leadership and partnership regarding how to best improve outcomes for our students with IEPs across the state of California. Your, again, guidance and leadership has been critical for our division. So again, thank you. And we look forward to our paths crossing in the future as well. During today's presentation, you will have a chance to hear how California has performed on a few key indicators of our annual performance report. And we'll also have an update from our partners in Orange and Butte County, California, the California MTSS. And as a reminder, once this item is approved, the annual performance report will be submitted to OSEP next month and will conclude our formal reporting cycle to OSEP for this year. Next slide. In terms of a philosophy and approach to special education, I'm often reminded of a quote or an excerpt from a book by Dr. Tom Hare. And this year, more than any other year, I've often thought about what is our purpose in special education? What are we ultimately trying to accomplish? And so Dr. Hare's message is one that doesn't spend time pathologizing disability, but one that acknowledges the barriers, yet ultimately seeks ways for students to realize their potential as a human being. And so our approach within the special education division is to ensure that our students receive those right supports, high quality instruction in a placement that is challenging yet supportive. Next slide. Grounding ourselves in a few numbers that you may or may not have seen before, we have seen the total population of students with disabilities has a steady growth rate over time over the past 10 years. I think what's interesting about sort of seeing the trajectory of enrollment for our students across the state is the fact that while we have a population of students with disabilities that is growing, meaning more students are being identified for receiving special education supports and services, we do see a decline in overall enrollment of students in California in general. So just an interesting tidbit in fact, and certainly something that we will be keeping our eye on, and also determining better ways to, again, support, identify our students that are being identified for special education. Next slide. You've seen this slide before, I think a couple or maybe 3 times now. And this slide, again, as you see, is highlighting students with IEPs and the LCFF. And you see within each of the pie charts, are the representation of our students in each of those categories. So again, 13% of our students are also identified as being socially economically disadvantaged. 27% being identified as a foster youth with an IEP. And then finally, there are roughly 17% of our students are duly identified as both receiving special education supports and also being identified as an English learner as well. Next slide. This one as well you have seen before. And again, this is noting that in all of the categories in terms of LCFF, the percentage of students with IEPs that are in one or more of those categories as well. So again, a pretty good chunk of our students are also being identified in the LCFF as well. And again, just to briefly run through, the annual performance report is prepared, again, using the instructions that have been provided by OSEP at the U.S. Department of Education. This is an item that must be approved by the State Board of Education. And again, the targets that we discussed in November run from 2020 to 2025, and those were approved at the previous State Board meeting in November as well. I'm now going to pass it over to Shiloh Duncan-Bessaril, who will run through some of our highlights and some of our key performance compliance indicators, and then we'll take it from there.
Good afternoon, board members. It's so lovely to virtually see you again. I control the slides, so I have to make sure they move in the right direction. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about the compliance indicators at first, and then some of the performance indicators and the data surrounding it. Keep in mind that the majority of the data we're going to be talking about today comes from 2020-21 school year. There are a couple of indicators that are also 2019-20. I will point them out as we go through them. I'm going to start with the compliance indicators. In our previous discussions of the state performance plan, we didn't cover the compliance indicators in too much depth, in part because the targets for those indicators are set by the U.S. Department of Education. We do have a number, about 6 compliance indicators. I will not be going through each one of them today, but I will be going through a number, a couple of them to highlight. They are all presented inside of the actual item itself. The first one I wanted to go over is the disproportionality, which is an indicator with a set of indicators that we look at that is tied to something called significant disproportionality. Disproportionality is identified within the Individual Disabilities Education Act, and it is a required element that states must evaluate to determine if LEAs have disproportionality. And if it is consistent over a number of years, it is considered significant disproportionality. What we presented in the board item today is just the 1-year disproportionality rate. And that requires districts to be identified for a number of elements, and then also to be to look at their policies, practices, and procedures. If a district is disproportionate over 3 years, they will become significantly disproportionate. What that looks like is that you have LEAs who are identified. For the first year, they should be doing a root cause analysis to determine what's happening with their disproportionality rates. The second year, they should be changing their practices. But if nothing changes in those 2 years, they would become significantly disproportionate, meaning there is a fiscal penalty associated with that, where we hold 15% of their Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds, and we set it aside so that they can develop a coordinated early intervening services plan. So I did want to kind of go over that. Those items are presented in, we were not at the 0 or 100%, which is the requirement for any of those indicators, but they are part of the item. You'll be able to look at them. One indicator that I did want to go over today is the indicator 12, and that is the early childhood transition. So these are children who are in our infant and toddler program, which is often referred to as Part C. And then they are transitioning into the preschool program, and that's often referred to as the Part B program. And so this indicator is the Part C to Part B transition. The requirement in law is that those students make that transition by the time they're 3 years old. Unfortunately, due to a lot of reasons, we did have a dip in this data from the previous year. So in 2019, so this is the 1920 data, you'll find that we had 86% of students who made that transition by their 3rd birthday. And unfortunately, in 2020-21, only 72% made that transition. Heather, do you want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing in that data and sort of what we sort of have learned about what we know from that sort of that change from year to year?
Sure, and thank you, Shiloh. In terms of this particular indicator, obviously you can see that we did not meet that indicator. And so, one thing I think to note and mention in context to indicator 12 and those transition is that while those transitions were delayed, the 3-year-olds in the Part C program were continued to receive those Part C services, in part thank you to the extension of the provisional services in the 2021 Budget Act. So it wasn't as if students who were sort of caught transitioning between C and B were not receiving services. They were in fact receiving an extension of those Part C services as we recognized some of the challenges and strains on the system as well. I think we're also pleased that the current proposed 22-23 Budget Act support CDE's efforts to strengthen the transition process of young children with disabilities from that Part C program provided by the regional centers to the federal Part B programs provided by the LEAs. And in addition, the budget provides funding to ensure that parents are fully empowered and engaged to participate in the process as well.
And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the performance indicators. I won't go into depth too much into these indicators. You have heard about them over several board meetings, and I know it's getting late in the afternoon, so we don't want to go over things that you've heard before, but I will talk about briefly, but I mostly will focus on the actual data that we're seeing from this year. As you know, the pathway of success measured by the annual performance report we see as our preschool LRE, our school age LRE, leading into fewer rates of discipline, higher levels of statewide assessments, graduation, and better outcomes for our students with disabilities. And that sort of leads to our theory of action. I know you all saw this in the previous year, but our pillars around the work that we do in special education is around, oh, my slides are not advancing. How about now? There we go. There's always one technical difficulty. Let me go back and show you sort of our pathway of success that we had already talked about. So as you can see, success starts with getting students in the right placements, getting them the supports they need to reduce discipline, increase access to education, and increase the outcomes we want to see. This is further evidenced inside of our theory of action that if we get students in the right placements with the right supports, exposed to the high quality instruction that exists in a general education classroom, we will see a reduction in behavior problems and increased access to learning that's exhibited through our statewide assessments, and then ultimately graduation and post-school outcomes that we want to see. So let's talk about what we see now for our students with disabilities in California. There are a number of performance indicators. We will not be going through every single one of them, probably to your great relief. We have selected some of them so that you can see, but they are all represented in the item. So if you would like to review them, they are there as well. One thing to note, it is noted here that there are a various number of performance indicators for indicator 3. I believe there's about 100 of them. That's one of the reasons we will not be specifically going over indicator 3 today, but they are all in the item. Let's start with where our path begins, which is indicator 6. This is the number of students who are served, who receive the majority of their special education and related services inside a regular childhood program. One thing to note that's very important is this is the first year we're going to see data that does not include 5-year-olds in kindergarten. In previous years, this included 5-year-olds in kindergarten, and in some ways inflated this number. So as you can see, from the 2019 to the 2020 number, there is quite a bit of drop in both indicators 6A and 6B, and that is in part because of what we are seeing. There's also a new indicator, indicator 6C, which is the students who are served in the home setting. Indicator 5 has not changed, with the exception that now 5-year-old kindergartners are part of this indicator. There, as you can see, we did not make the, we did see a small incremental decrease in these indicators. What we would want to see is we'd want to see indicators that move downward. So, or 5A. So 5A, we're going to go up, and in 5B and C, we're going to go downward, meaning we want to see more kids in a general education placement and fewer kids in a separate placement or in a more restrictive environment. So as you can see, 5A and 5B and C, we did see in 5B it go down. That's not the direction we want to go. And in 5B and 5C, it did go down, but less than what we've seen in previous years. Indicator 4A, I did remember to tell you that there are some in these indicators that come from 2019-20. This is one of them. So this is 2019-20 data. And what we see here is the 2019 data, we see about 2.5%. In 2020, we saw 0.5% of students who are suspended greater than 10 days in the school year. Do keep in mind, 2019-20 was a truncated data year, meaning most students were sent home and there was not adequate data tracked during that period of time to identify students who were suspended or expelled. The joke always made is I couldn't suspend my students when they were home with me. So that is one of the reasons we're not seeing that data. We do expect some changes to exist over the next couple of years. Graduation, indicator 1, graduation is also a 2019-20 data set. So one of the things you'll see is you see a very large increase of students who are graduating. I do want to note that there was a change in this calculation. In previous years, we included students who were part of the 4-year adjusted cohort rate, which I believe you all are very familiar with. The U.S. Department of Education changed this indicator, and now it is a singular 1-year rate. So it does take into account students who took 5 or 6 years to graduate, but it only looks at the 1 year. That's one of the reasons you see a pretty significant change in that set of data. Indicator 14 is sort of a 3-parter. It looks at students who were enrolled within a higher education within 1 year of leaving school, students who were in higher education and in competitive and or competitively employed within 1 year of leaving high school. And then 14C is students who had any post-secondary education enrollment or employment 1 year after high school. It's kind of a rolling indicator. So all the ones who are in 14A are also in 14B. All the ones who are in 14A and B are also in C. It's a rolling indicator. One thing to keep in mind is that this is a survey. So we sort of ask LEAs to survey students who left the previous year. So these would have been students who left in 2019-20 and then surveyed in 2021 to see if they had been enrolled in higher education, they were competitively employed, if they were had any employment or education. Now, there's a lot of different ways that LEAs go about this. Some of them will actually send a paper survey. Some will use an online survey process. Some will call the students on the phone. They've used social media to identify students. So there's a lot of ways the LEAs will go through this, but it is about the number of students who responded as opposed to the number of students who left. So that's something to keep in mind. So in 2020, we did see, so the target is 54% in 2020. We are below that, and we are also below what we saw in 2019-20, meaning that there were fewer students who were enrolled in a higher education enrollment than in the previous year. In addition to that, we also saw a drop in students who were competitively employed and or who were enrolled in a post-secondary education. And I know we can sort of have a lot of discussion about that, but there is a drop that we are seeing here. And then 14C, competitively employed, enrolled in any type of post-secondary education or both. We did see, again, a decrease in this number from the previous year. We did meet our 14C result, but we did not meet our 14A and B result. And Heather, do you want to talk a little bit more about our systemic improvement plan? This is our indicator 17. In the past, this indicator has been a separate indicator that was presented in March. That is no longer the time frame that we need to submit it to the U.S. Department of Education. They would like it all submitted by February 1. So we're presenting it here as well.
Right, next slide, please. And so indicator 17, which is our ESSEP, as we call it. And again, I think the ESSEP again was developed in phases and is designed to support our statewide accountability system of support. And again, the goal of our state systemic improvement plan is to achieve alignment and coherence across our sort of state and federal systems to really address those needs of our students with disabilities. And so the outcome data for the ESSEP is also assessment data. And so it would be similarly impacted as indicator 3 for this year. So again, we're seeing a little bit of the impact here from the ESSEP because it is largely comprised of assessment data. And again, the process data was delayed since the evidence-based practices that are part of the state systemic improvement plan could not be fully implemented by our technical assistance providers because we were not able to physically visit some of the LEAs in the school sites as well. Next slide. This one you've seen before, just in terms of our overall monitoring and support for our students. And so, our goal here really is to, as LEAs are identified in their annual determinations as universal supports, targeted or intensive supports, the level of support from the California Department of Education increases from the special education department and our TA providers. So here you see the shakeout of numbers in terms of our LEAs across the state. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, you see the LEAs that have been identified for differentiated assistance for student with disabilities outcomes as well. Next slide. In terms of how we, our goal and approach and a pathway to continue improvement upon our indicators in terms of our performance in both compliance and results, we continue to build the statewide system of support in an effort to support our LEAs with addressing some of the challenges in terms of addressing the outcomes for our students with disabilities. Our highlights of that system really include the special education local plan area, our SELPA system improvement leads, and our SELPA content leads over the past year. I think what COVID-19 really did highlight is really how vital a lifeline our system of support improvement leads and our content leads have been during this time and continue to be to supporting our LEAs. The number of workshops and webinars and outreach and touch points continue to grow as we continue to address some of the challenges that are surfacing, and our TA providers and partners have been right there with us and right there with LEAs to provide, I think, critical and needed supports as well. Next slide.
and to just run down and provide you an overview of who those content leads are. They vary in terms of topic and subject and in geographic location across the state. And while I won't describe what each of them do, you see here, our content leads and sort of what their focus is on. And so again, we work very closely with them, again, to be responsive to the needs of our LEAs, especially during this time, and really adapt our programming and our intent and our supports, oftentimes based on the needs of the field at any given moment in time. Next slide. And once again, so just in terms of next steps for the state and our system of support, really wanting us to align everything that we do to really get to the classroom, right? And so we know that there are multiple systems between a state education agency and the classroom, and so it really requires a coordinated effort of our system of support partners, our technical assistance partners, legislative investments as well, to ensure that our efforts are reaching the classroom level, which is our intention, in order to again make those gains as we all desire as well. And at this point in time, I would like to transition over to our multi-tiered system of support partners, California MTSS, and they will walk us through an overview of the critical work that they're doing, again, to improve outcomes for all students and students with disabilities as well, and have seen, I think, some really good success in terms of various LEAs who are adopting an MTSS system and an MTSS approach and philosophy on how they support students across the state. So I will hand it over to our partners in Orange and Butte County, and you will hear from them at this point in time.
Good afternoon, State Board and CDE partners. We are pleased to be invited to be here today to provide an overview and an update on the work that we are doing with California MTSS. Next slide, please. Go ahead and move to next slide. As part of the California State System of Support and the California MTSS lead, we do have representatives here today from the Orange County Department of Education and the Butte County Office of Education. I'd like to introduce myself and my colleagues. I'm Jamie Parsons, and I'm the Director of Learning Support Services at the Orange County Department of Ed. With me today, I have Rhonda Marriott Spencer and Lauren Duran, who is our grant evaluator. And we have our colleague from Butte County, Rindy Duvall, who is the Director of Rural California MTSS. Next slide. Can you hear me? Okay. Today, we would like to share with you our California MTSS overview, defining exactly what is California MTSS. We'd also like to share our journey, which started in 2016, talk about phases 1 and 2 briefly. We'd like to share our outcomes so far from phases 1 and 2, and then talk about our next step with phase 3, which starts in March. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Rhonda Marriott, and if you could move to next slide.
Thank you, Jamie. Happy to be here with everybody today. So yes, I will briefly share an overview of California MTSS. So if we can move to the next slide, please. And we would like to share the definition of California MTSS, which is a general education initiative. And as I read the definition, I encourage you to determine words or phrases that resonate with you. California's multi-tiered system of support is a comprehensive framework that aligns academic, behavioral, social emotional learning, and mental health in a fully integrated system of support for the benefit of all students. California MTSS offers the potential to create needed systemic change through intentional design and redesign of services and supports to quickly identify and match to the needs of all students. This comprehensive framework is designed to provide effective supports for districts and schools to meet the needs of each and every student in the most inclusive and equitable learning environment. So as you advance to the next slide, you will see a visual, and I'll briefly unpack the framework that supports the implementation of a multi-tiered system of support. The California MTSS framework aligns academic, behavioral, social, emotional learning, and mental health supports in a fully integrated system of support for the benefit of all students. The 5 evidence-based domains and features of the California MTSS framework serve as a supportive structure to develop the whole child in the most inclusive and equitable learning environment, thus closing the equity gaps for all students. The 5 domains of the framework include the whole child domain, which includes the features inclusive academic, inclusive behavior, inclusive transformative social emotional instruction, and mental health supports. In order for the needs of the whole child to be met, the essential supporting domains must also be in place, and these include the administrative leadership to ensure there is strong and engaged site leadership and strong educator support, the integrated supports domain to enhance a fully integrated organizational structure and strong and positive school climate, the family and community engagement domain, which leads to trusting family and community partners, and the inclusive policy structures and practices domain that contributes to strong district and school relationships and LEA or district policy framework. We emphasize through the California MTSS framework the importance of the inclusion of all stakeholders involved at all levels of support within each domain. And if we go to the next slide, we have a visual of the whole child domain. Each domain of the framework includes descriptions and links to evidence-based resources to support a school site and a school district with the implementation of a multi-tiered system of support. So this image is of the whole child domain, and the additional 4 essential domains are also designed in this format. Our schools and districts really find this valuable to get a full understanding and also to have access to those evidence-based practices. And if you advance, thank you, on the next slide, a multi-tiered system of support is dependent on a continuum of support. California MTSS emphasizes the necessity that universal structures must be provided to all students, regardless of eligibility for other services and supports, while recognizing, of course, that some students need supplemental support at times, and a few students may occasionally require more intensified supports to be successful. The continuum of support is grounded in universal design for learning, differentiated instruction, culturally relevant and responsive teaching, integrated and implemented at all levels of support. Through California MTSS, there is an emphasis on the fact that the students are not in the tiers. On the contrary, the supports necessary to meet the needs of students are in the tiers. So the next slide will share a visual of our journey with California MTSS. Thank you. So in phase 1, looking over at the left, the California MTSS journey began in 2016 through the partnership between the California Department of Education, State Board of Education, Orange County, and Butte County Offices of Education. The capacity of all 58 county offices and over 600 districts was enhanced through the California MTSS foundational training. In 2019 and 20, additional funding was received to support a pilot focused on leveraging California MTSS to improve school conditions and climate. In 2020, to continue to support our pilot schools, we pivoted to create an online training course for California MTSS pathway certification. In 2021, the state allocated additional funding to support phase 3, a larger grant program to allow school teams, consortium partners, and county offices to build capacity using the certification course and a coaching model to implement effective school-based multi-tiered system of support. The next slide is a different visual, but also provides information and represents our journey through California MTSS. We have emphasized the importance of whole system engagement, building capacity at the county and local education agency level to better support school site efforts, which ultimately impacts our students, families, and communities, who are, of course, the purpose of our work. And finally, for my portion on the next slide, we would like to highlight the reach and impact of our California MTSS efforts. So on row 1, phase 1 offered funding, professional learning, and support throughout the state of California. In phase 2, those 49 school sites engaged in the California MTSS efforts via the support of an assigned coach working directly with the school site principal and the leadership team. And now we're ready to embark on phase 3 of California MTSS, and that begins this year. Jamie will elaborate on that coming up shortly in this section. And again, they will engage in California MTSS and receive support of an assigned coach. So my colleague, Rindy Duvall from Butte County office will now share information on successes and outcomes, as well as our rural schools.
Thank you, Rhonda. Good afternoon. The California Rural Ed Network, as the rural arm of California MTSS, was launched in response to requests from educators across California during the first cohort of districts engaging in California MTSS implementation. Our colleagues in rural areas urged the Butte County Office of Education to solidify our commitment to California MTSS in rural California by becoming the amplifier of their voices. Since then, our highest achievement in the network has been to create environments that connect rural educators to each other across the state. Through virtual formats, we've discussed and strategized continuous improvement practices in serving the whole child in the unique ways in which rural educators excel. Having the opportunity to share the successes of implementing the California MTSS framework, our rural colleagues are becoming more and more empowered and successful, even as the historical challenges of living and working in rural California continue. Butte County Office of Education's partnership in California MTSS and the system of support has helped the California Rural Ed Network to gain recognition as a hub for folks to engage in essential conversations about racial and social equity, tailored resources and support for California MTSS, and the ongoing advocacy for our rural educators, students, and their families. I'm so grateful to be able to introduce the California Rural Ed Network to all of you this afternoon. And I'd like to share some successes of California MTSS implementation as well. Thank you. And we'll go to the next slide also. So our expected outcomes for California MTSS include those reductions in rates of suspension and expulsion, incidents of bullying and harassment, discipline referrals, referrals to special education, chronic absenteeism, dropout rates, while we're also at the same time trying to improve in graduation rates, academic achievement, specifically in English language arts and math, in addition to all academic achievement, but specifically highlighting those, as well as the positive school climate and those perceptions of school climate. Thanks so much. Go ahead. We'll show you some highlights. We'd like to highlight from phase 1 of the implementation of California MTSS framework. By the final year of phase 1, schools and LEAs were implementing or sustaining implementation as signified by green and orange, those areas in those horizontal bars, on more practices of the California MTSS framework as compared to their baseline. So you'll notice the blue and yellow where their base is our baseline data, and we were into implementing and sustaining implementation. Thank you. Next slide. Great. Some phase 1 student outcome highlights. So cohorts 1 and 2 during phase 1 had a decrease in suspensions by 1 percentage point. Let's go ahead. Next slide, thanks. And in phase 1 also, our cohorts 1 and 2 decreased the number of students referred for special education by 93%. Next slide. Also, all 3 cohorts in phase 1 showed increases in positive school engagement and supports. See that graph there? And now with phase 2, wrapping up phase 2, implementation of California MTSS framework, our schools in phase 2A are making progress toward implementing or sustaining implementation, again with those green and orange bars, on more practices of the California MTSS framework, but remain at the installing level on most items. And we will continue to monitor their progress as well through year 5, which is in 2023, and hope to see those trends continue. I believe that you were to receive a handout, or you may receive a handout in the future with more of this detailed data. We have it on print as well. I think because of time, we decided to just verbally show you some of the highlights. And so that's it for my section. And I think I'll turn it back to Jamie for phase 3.
Yes, thank you, Rindy. Appreciate that. So our next steps, we'd like to share with you what we have planned for phase 3, which will run from 2022 to 2026. You can move to the next slide. You can see our California MTSS journey graphic again. If you move all the way to the right in the purple, as of 2022, we are now in phase 3 of our statewide work, which is now wide-scale school-based implementation of California MTSS. In phase 1, if you recall, we focused on the LEA implementation and making sure supports were in place at the district level. In phases 2 and 3, we've moved to school-based implementation. This time in phase 3, we have special emphasis on the social and emotional well-being of our students. Next slide. With phase 3, we had funding and training opportunities for 3 different types of awardees. We had opportunities for individual schools to apply, and we focused on an opportunity for both small school and large school, focusing on student enrollment, and different funding levels applied to those applications. We also had an opportunity for consortia of between 2 to 6 partners, and that could include schools as partners or LEAs as partners, and county offices could also partner as well. The third opportunity is for county offices. We want to really focus on our county office colleagues. This grant opportunity provides them with an option to increase their capacity and increase the training of staff to become certified California MTSS coaches. Next slide, please. So our grant goals with phase 3 is to build capacity through virtual professional learning using the California MTSS pathway certification course and coaching. And if we can go back to the next slide. If you can move forward 2 slides. There we go. The grant goals: building school staff capacity through virtual professional learning using the California MTSS pathway certification course and pairing that with a coaching model, which is very important. We did allow for schools and consortia to self-select the cohort that match their readiness to engage in this work. So they have the opportunity to start with us right away in March of 2022, September next year to start the school year, or the following March. And again, we would like to offer the opportunity to our county office colleagues to increase the number of staff in their offices who can become those certified coaches for schools in their area and regions. Next slide. Next slide, please. You can go back one. Go back one. We'd like to talk about the coaching model. Thank you. There we are. So the important component of our phase 2 and phase 3 is that coaching model. And each administrator will be assigned a certified California MTSS coach. And that coach may be from their local county office or from their LEA, or it could be from our state team. And administrators and coaches will meet regularly to plan implementation of California MTSS based on their school's specific needs. And then, of course, technical assistance will be provided as needed. They can just pick up the phone and call. And you can see some of our outcomes there. We hope to increase capacity for all staff based on the role they play in their school. And of course, build overall understanding and working knowledge of California MTSS, improve fidelity of implementation, as you saw on some of those slides that Rindy showed you. We use various measures to ensure that schools are using fidelity in the implementation of this work and improve overall outcomes for our students related to academics, behavior, social and emotional learning, and mental health. Next slide. Both the coaching and our professional learning through our course incorporate evidence-based practices such as those high leverage practices in special education, trauma-informed instructional practices, universal design for learning, the whole child, whole school, whole community model, as well as culturally, linguistically relevant and responsive teaching practices. And technical assistance is provided on an ongoing basis by the coach as it applies to the schools. Next slide, please. Rhonda mentioned this earlier. We use this course, this California MTSS Pathway Certification course for schools in phase 2 with our schools as we pivoted in 2020. This course is a competency-based course and includes badging opportunities in 3 areas: introduction to California MTSS or getting started, foundational elements of MTSS, and role-specific pathways. The course includes 8 modules. It is an interactive course. It takes approximately 50 to 60 hours to complete the course for individual staff members. It can be done synchronously or asynchronously as a team. The responses that individual participants provide are scored and sent back to the participant. And successful completion of the course results in both certification as a California MTSS educator and in your role-specific pathway. Next slide, please. And here are some examples of our role-specific pathways the course was built to support. We have pathways for teachers, administrators, school counselors, school psychologists, school-based mental health clinicians, paraeducators, coaches, and those are specifically for our county office colleagues, and higher education for our university partners who are beginning to embed California MTSS into pre-service education courses. Next slide, please. Our next steps are to meet with our awardees next month in February. We'll meet with our county offices on February the 2nd, our schools and consortia mid-month on the 17th, and coaching and course enrollment will begin by March 1st for those schools who selected cohort A. Next slide. And then finally, I would like to highlight that we will be hosting our 5th annual California MTSS Professional Learning Institute in July 12th through the 14th. Our theme this year is Hear Me, Together We Rise. And we intend to have a hybrid model. We will be in person in Anaheim, but also streaming and provided recorded content. In the past, we have been proud to have between 3,000 to 4,000 educators in attendance at this conference from all across the state and from other states in the United States. So we really are excited to host this again this year. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Heather. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our content today.
Great. Thank you so much, Jamie, Rhonda, Lauren, and Rindy for an overview and stepping us through the MTSS framework, your plans, your scaling, and your performance over the past year or so. I think what's interesting to note, and just sort of thinking and looking and hearing your presentation as well, is really an MTSS system really touches upon some of the indicators that you have seen in this previous presentation just a little bit ago as well. And so again, a strong MTSS system implemented with fidelity can really, really have a significant impact on student outcomes and student performance as well. And so we look forward to the partnership ahead and continued work together, again, to address the needs of all of our students in California. So again, many thanks to all of you. And at this point in time, there is a request for action, and we would request that this item, the APR, including the ESSEP covering the program years 2021-2022, be considered for approval by the State Board of Education for a February submission to OSEP as well. And that concludes our, yep, sorry.
Thank you very much. Very appreciate the very thorough review. The public comment slide is up. And so we will encourage people who want to comment to queue up now. We'll open the phone line. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Vice President Strauss if she has any initial comments, and then we will see if there are any clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Vice President, Member Strauss.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond, and Thank you, Heather and Shiloh and the whole team for presenting. I recognize this is a requirement that's actually led by the federal government that we all have to align and do the analysis for. I understand this goes through 21. I don't think it goes through 22 yet, right? That's the first
This is for federal fiscal year 2021. So, yes. School year 2021.
Yeah, so let me just say, I appreciated you highlighting several areas. I know as the liaison to the Advisory Commission on Special Ed, the department uses this process to actually kind of focus their work going forward and try to use it as a growth opportunity. I appreciate that the data the last couple of years is not showing the same that we were seeing before, but it is a guidance. And I would say the whole idea of disproportionality that you talked about early in the presentation is one that I know districts have paid a lot of attention to and have used it. So I appreciate that you dealt with the compliance and also the performance indicators, because these are things as we go forward we need to pay attention to as to how are we improving opportunities for our students with special needs. I do want to say that I appreciate the MTSS presentation. MTSS is something we talk about in all of our work in literacy and mathematics for everybody, not just students with disabilities. I know we have a giant department, I think 1,500 employees, and I know Heather's managing MTSS and that work with special ed. But as I reflect on this morning's conversation about the community schools, I think this is everybody should be in the same room talking about this, because as you talk about social emotional learning and mental health supports and supports in the least restrictive environment, that's absolutely what we want to be talking about in the community school. So this, I think, a good example of what we need to think about, and would ask the board and CDE and state board staff to continue to benefit connecting these projects rather than keeping them in separate buckets. I know it's challenging. The other thing that I know the Governor Newsom with President Darling Hammond's guidance has put a lot of money in the last couple of years, this year and last year, into professional learning for staff. So I appreciated the coaching model that the MTSS talked about. We know all teachers need that support, and I appreciated the coaching for the administrators that was highlighted in the MTSS model. And I think the professional development to help everybody understand this system as we connect all of our work and build coherence will be important. So I just want to thank some of the highlights that Heather Calamese and her team presented, and recognize that this is about a required report for the federal government on students with disabilities, but it totally impacts our practice in our schools for all of our students. And Heather, when we go back to you, you may want to make a few more comments about how you're using this to guide the work. And then I would hope that the CDE and state board team could continue to remember that this all needs to be in the same room talking about, because it's really important opportunities to improve our practice for all kids. Thank you very much. I'll recommend approval when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any clarifying questions? I'm not seeing any hands raised. And seeing none, let's go to public comment. Well, we have the phone line open for public comment. If there are any members of the public, I hope so.
We do have callers, President Darlingham. We just have an issue with one of the mics here. Just one moment.
Okay, great.
While we're waiting on that, I did want to give the opportunity to say thank you to all Member Sun, Member Rucker, Member Strauss, and Member Burr, who've been so supportive of the work that we've done in special education. I've been around the department for about 10 years, and you all have always been so kind to us when we've come to the board and supportive of our work, and willing to sit in on very long presentations around data and listen intently and provide amazing feedback. I remember when I was just like a little baby coming to the board, like so scared, but you all were always so kind. And so I just really, really appreciate it. And it'll be sad not to see your faces even virtually going forward, but you have still an amazing board, but it will be sad not to see you on every meeting. But thank you so much for all of your dedication and support to all students with disabilities in California.
Okay, President Darling-Hammond, I believe we're ready to take public comment now.
Okay.
All right.
It looks like we have 6 people signed up for public comment. I will open the phone lines up now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
We have two members here speaking. I'll let the first one go first. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Daniel Arias, an 11-year-old student. I want to let you know that school districts are suing children to deny services rather than providing education. I want to request that you mandate an audit for SELPAs to learn how much money is spent on litigation. Please support the YouTube movement, more education, less litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there a second person?
Yes, this is Mrs. Arias representing the YouTube movement. I wish to bring to the light and to your attention the many injustices that are occurring in special education. Parents in my local area are being sued to deny them assessments and a proper education. I'm an active community member, and I see firsthand how districts are following due process against the special education children. Our family was sued to deny a simple assessment that we require for one of our children. So I asked if there is any way you can request audits to be completed against SELPAs to learn how money is being spent on education and litigation. And this will bring light on how districts are using the funds that are supposed to go to education. So please find more information about this on our local website, the YouTube movement, more education, less litigation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Turner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the SELPA Administrators of California. Our association is appreciative of the continued focus on improved outcomes for students with disabilities. We continue to work closely with CDE and other agency partners on this priority, and we are encouraged to see the amount of detail in this report and today's presentation on the role of SELPAs, including the SELPAs serving as system improvement leads and content leads for students with disabilities in the statewide system of support. Our association is also excited for the soon-to-be-released Annual Assurances Support Plan, enacted in 2018 by AB 1808. By July 1 of 2023 and annually thereafter, this new plan will become Section C of all local plans and will provide details about how the governing board of the SELPA has determined that the SELPA will, 1, support LEAs in achieving goals, actions, and services within their LCAPs, 2, connect member LEAs in need of technical assistance to the statewide system of support, and 3, support LEAs in meeting all required assurances under the IDEA. This additional section of our local plans will be another big step in providing a more coherent accountability system, increasing transportation for the decisions being made in each SELPA through local control, and furthering our collective goal for improving outcomes for people with disabilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Martinez, and I am a member of the Alta Loma School District and the West End SELPA. I wanted to share my concerns with the lack of accountability in special education. In my district, despite many objections, due process cases are not presented for approval to the school board as the Brown Act requires. The decisions are made outside of the public view, and even I, as a board member, am not included in how the decisions are made. Lawyers are paid millions of dollars in the West End SELPA to litigate against students. I ask the state board to please look into these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, State Board of Education. I wanted to share concerns regarding special education. It has been the experience of many families that special education students and families are not treated fairly. It is important that the LEAs are provided with guidance and assistance so that all students with IEPs are in classes with gen ed students and not segregated in a separate special day class. I would like to ask that your board request that the California Department of Education conduct an audit to find out if local school boards are approving litigation as required by the Brown Act. A lot of money is being spent on litigation, and many times the school boards are not even made aware that their special education students are being sued with our educational dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm a parent that has dealt with the special education system for almost 15 years. I wanted to comment on performance indicator number 13, for which the target has not been made or met regarding secondary transition, and share my story of how broken the special education system is in the West End SELPA. I am in the Upland Unified School District, and since 2016, Upland Unified and we SELPA have refused to provide my child with any secondary services whatsoever. Instead, the district has decided to tie up these services in court, and their attorneys of the law firm of Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost have made hundreds of thousands of dollars by litigating. This is a great injustice, and in the West End SELPA, the vast majority of students affected are minority students. Please ask for an audit of how SELPAs in California are using education dollars to litigate to deny service to children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, Brianna Brenz on behalf of the California County Superintendents Educational Services Association, representing the 58 county superintendents of schools. We applaud the state's continued efforts and focus on increasing access, inclusion, and positive outcomes for students with disabilities in California. Collectively, county offices of education can support and cultivate more inclusive environments where every student feels a deep sense of belonging within their school community and is provided all of the support and services they need to achieve. We recognize that today's item is a status report that will be submitted to the U.S. Department of Education, and we see this as a reminder to remain steadfast in our pursuit of equity and improved outcomes for all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have one more public comment that was submitted this afternoon in writing. This person, unfortunately, was unable to call in this afternoon and would like us to read their public comment. So I will do that now. Quote, mediations are not working in California. This is in part due to parents being told they cannot bring advocates to mediation only, which is not the law. OAH administrative law judges are prohibiting advocates from attending or not allowing advocates to speak. This is a gross violation of children's rights. Judge Kamaroff would not allow my advocate to speak and made me have an attorney at mediation, costing me thousands of dollars, which did not result in a resolution. OAH is biased against parents and is interfering with the resolution process, end quote. And that concludes public comment for item number 4.
And just to clarify, the last comment was provided by staff as a reasonable accommodation requested by the caller. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the callers. Thank you to all the presenters. Lots to chew on here. I want to open this up for any board discussion that we may need before we make a motion. Is there any? I see Member Burr.
Get myself off mute. Thank you. First, I just want to express my appreciation to all of the presenters. Excuse me. I've had the opportunity to hear a lot about MTSS through my work at the Collaborative, because the Collaborative helps to organize the SELPA content leads and the other work around MTSS. So I appreciate you being there. And as always, Heather and Shiloh's presentations are incredibly helpful and illuminating about how our children are doing. I wanted to kind of tag on to what Eileen Strauss said about MTSS being part of the regular education system. We say that, we've been saying that for many years, and yet the presentation, this is going to sound derogatory, I don't mean it to be, but it sort of gets pigeonholed with special education presentation on how a specific category of students are doing. So I would just reinforce that I hope that it gets bigger exposure and maybe a different venue or in addition to Heather's presentation in future opportunities. The other thing that just occurred to me was having heard the conversation this morning about community schools and then hearing the presentation about MTSS right on top of it, they seem so similar. So maybe somebody could help me understand both what the differences might be and the similarities, and how the community schools are going to build on MTSS, or it's the other way around. But anyway, it just struck me how consistent they were. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to comment that I think they are intended to build on each other, and it relates to a question I'd like to ask, which is, we saw the numbers of schools that were being supported in this, phase 1 and phase 2 and so on. It's a relatively small number of schools and districts, and I wonder what your estimate is of. I mean, I know it's much more expansive in the state than those numbers might suggest. So I just wondered if you have an estimate around that.
I can unmute and answer. For phase 1, those numbers may be buried because we had an impact on over 600 districts, which represents multiple schools. So those numbers may sound lower than they really are. And in terms of the work we're doing now with the school-based work, we have about 88, I'm trying to recall the number of consortia, but it represents over 200 schools in the consortia and about 100 schools in the single schools. So we will continue to grow that number, and we expect to continue this work down the road. So this was an optional and voluntary application for a grant. So schools who were ready to engage in this work did apply. And of course, we continue to spread the word.
Gotcha. Thank you. And I think to Member Burr's point, there is a lot of similarity. We saw that actually even in the framework for community schools, that it's meeting kids where they are and helping them get what they need. And so we want them to be hand in glove. Are there other questions or comments? I see Member Rucker. And then I'm going to encourage us to get to a motion because we are running a little behind our anticipated schedule to get you to dinner.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the staff for this report. I do look forward to it each year. And in fact, I started looking forward to it after hearing Fred Balcom make the report for the first time, because I was interested in what the numbers behind the significant disproportionality report actually mean. And for me, that particular segment of the report, because it does represent the overrepresentation of the referral of students of color, particularly African-American boys, for special education programs. And so for me, what lives behind those numbers is not just simply the numbers that were reported, but I wanted to take this moment to commend the staff for the work group on significant disproportionality that Shiloh had created, not only to study what the numbers mean, but to understand how the reporting was going to change based on the shift in the federal mandate. And what I'm very excited about is this work group now has shifted its focus to really start thinking about problem solving and how to provide the professional development and program supports to districts to help them understand what reducing the numbers would look like and what are the appropriate practices in their programs and across the scope of their student support practices that can ameliorate this problem. Significant disproportionality is not an intractable problem. It's not insurmountable. It requires a reframing of the understanding of what the purposes of a referral to the IEP or the student study process is actually for, but also understanding what is missing in providing support and understanding what it means to provide real instructional support that has meaning and context for students of color, particularly for teachers who work with African-American boys. So I really do want to commend the department and Shiloh and Heather for undertaking this work, because these are some very tough and hard conversations to have with districts, but they are very important because they bleed out into and have a rippling effect on the rest of the programs and, in fact, the educational experience for these students. So I wanted to make sure I called that out.
Great. Are there any other questions or comments at this point? Looks like Jamie wants to maybe make a response to something.
Yes, I did. I wanted to comment that I did want to comment that to your point about the community schools, The state California MTSS team has already begun the work of doing a crosswalk between the principals of community schools and the principals of California MTSS, and we're beginning to look at how we can support that effort across the state.
And of course, one of the things community schools funding will do is give people the resources to implement some of the MTSS practices that do overlap.
Yes, it is nice partnership between the two.
Member Strauss, did you just put your hand up?
I did, to make a motion if you're ready.
Terrific, thank you, yes.
Okay, so I move approval of the executive summary of the federal fiscal year 2020 annual performance report for Part B of the IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, covering the program year 2021 as prepared by the Special Education Division.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. We have a second and a third and maybe even a fourth. Is there any further discussion? Brooks, can you please call the roll for the vote?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Manaka.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Terrific, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. First, I'd like to be sure that the public comment slide goes back up so that we can get people queued up for public comment on the waiver items that we're going to handle when we return from the break. It is 3:04. We'll give you an extra minute and go till 3:15.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
I wanted to just make one brief comment before we transition off to the break. Just in response to some of the public comments today, I did want to let everyone know that the Special Education Department does have a complaints department. We have monitoring staff. So if there are parents that are wishing to contact the CDE directly and discuss anything that may be of concern to you, you may access our contact information on the CDE website. And we do have a team that stands ready to assist parents across the state as well. So just wanted to add that in there as well.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, Heather. And with that, we will take a break, but please put the public comment slide up, whoever's in charge of that, so that we can have people queuing up for the waiver comments. Terrific. See you at 3:15. Okay. Welcome back. Board members, we need to reestablish a quorum, so Brooks is going to call the roll.
Member Sun.
Here.
Member Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Escobedo. President Darlene Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
Member Manaka.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Terrific. I'd like to take up our waiver consent calendar, which includes waiver items W1 through W10. Member Escobedo would be recusing himself, and maybe that's why he's not back here at this moment. And so we'll welcome him back for the next consideration of the regular waivers. We did open the public comment line before the break. I hope that slide is still up there. Can we replace that slide in case anybody needs it as they're calling in? And we'll see if there are any public comments on this waiver. Terrific. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record and the district name to which you're speaking. Please remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you're following the live feed, and speakers are limited to 1 minute each. Is there any public comment?
Yes, there are 2 people signed up for public comment. I will open the phone line now.
Great.
Good afternoon. Please say your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Oh, it looks like they just hung up.
Okay.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. The phone number ending in 0514, you are live, and please go ahead and say your public comment. Okay, it looks like they are not there.
All right.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Go ahead. Caller, are you there? You are live. You can go ahead and give your comment. Caller? Good afternoon. Please say your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Liz Guillen, Public Advocate for the LCFF Equity Coalition. I'm speaking to item 5. This board's approval of the comprehensive school improvement plans in item 5.
This isn't item 5?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought these were the waivers.
No, we're taking up.
Yes, they are the waiver items.
They are the waivers. We're taking up consent waiver items right now. W01
I'm
to
sorry.
10.
Ooh.
That's okay. Thank you. And it looks like that concludes public comment.
Well, that was the most interesting public comment we've had for a while. Hearing no further public comment, I will ask for a motion on waivers W1 through W10. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve waivers W1 to W10.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you.
Second.
So with that, we'll hold a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Sun.
Yes.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo. President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Bananca.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And I'll just note that Member Escobedo was not here and is recused from this vote. And now we're going to go to, and now he's back. That's perfect. Perfect timing. Thank you. Good to see you. We're going to take up regular consent items 5 through 10. And we'll now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 5 through 10. And the public comment card is still up there. Please call that number. Use that access code if you have a comment. Is there a public comment?
We may have one public comment. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes. Oh, am I muted?
Nope.
Are you calling in for regular consent items? Caller? You are live. Do you have a public comment? Okay, it looks like that concludes public comment.
I'm wondering, we had heard from someone who was going to call back, but we'll move ahead if we don't have anyone on the line. Member Strauss?
Yeah, I just want to make one comment on item 7, which is emergency regulation on the physical fitness test. Just to make it clear based on some of the letters we got, this is an emergency regulation for 120 days. That's all. So it affects the testing starting February 1st. And the superintendent will be working with interest and input to bring this back by November for an update to the board. So I just want to make it clear that's temporary, short term for this testing window.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Seeing that there are no public comments, I'll ask for a motion on consent items 5 through 10.
President Darling-Hammond?
Yes.
I apologize. Because of the lag, it appears that we now have some callers in the queue, so we'd like to reopen public comment. I think there's a little bit of lag in the video stream.
Okay. All right, let's hear our public comment.
Okay, we have 4 people in the queue. I'm not sure if they want to speak towards the consent items, but we will see. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now, calling in regards to consent item number 5, the CSI plans. The board is being asked to approve almost all of the state's CSI plans without the plans being effectively reviewed. Federal law requires the state education agency to approve CSI plans. These plans are for the continuous improvement of the lowest performing 5% of schools in the state across multiple measures. It is not a responsibility that the board should take lightly. Unfortunately, the current process does exactly that. School sites develop their plans with their school districts. The district writes a short summary of these plans for all of the schools in the district in their LCAP. The COEs approve the LCAPs, which is interpreted as approving the CSI plans. Thus, the board is being asked to rubber stamp the CSI plans. It is not sufficient oversight of the CSI plans as required by federal law. We recommend the board to delay action of approve of these plans to require the districts to submit the plans to the state to be reviewed formally. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Juba, and I am a classroom teacher representing CTA. CTA would like to express our continued concerns with item 10, the funding determination process for non-classroom-based charters. This process is broken and does not provide the level of transparency that we believe is needed for the commissioners of the ACCS nor the members of the state board to provide appropriate public oversight on these funding determinations. The moratorium on the new NCBs has been extended until 2025, and we believe that this is the time for the CDE and the SBE to begin to renew and update the regulations that govern this process. And there are specific questions raised in our letter regarding the lack of transparency on the data within the FDF. This is a systematic issue within the NCB process. And CTA looks forward to working with the CDE, SBE, and ACCS to fix this broken process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Good afternoon. This is.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Magali Kincaid, and I'm a parent with several students that attend the San Juan Unified School District, and I'm calling in regards to the item for the district in regards to their waiver. And I'm, as a parent who has lived in the Arden Arcade area, I am not looking forward to their waiver request. Not having a representative in the most disadvantaged area of the district and the worst performing schools, it's not fair that we don't have a representative planned for until 2024 when all of the other new trustee areas with the vacancies will be getting theirs this year. So I'm calling to pose that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Chris Gentry, and I'm a physical education professor at California State University, San Bernardino, calling about item number 7. The reason for me calling is to express my concern about changing the PFT by removing body composition component of the test. Although I know this is not permanent, the purpose of the body composition portion of the test is to provide students and physical education teachers with the current measurement of this component of fitness to assist students with health improvements. This information is extremely valuable to assist students in making appropriate choices and supports a proactive approach by providing students with important information about their health. As a former elementary physical education teacher, I recall the impact fitness information provided through physical education had for my students. It is important that students learn about body composition from a young age to make wise choices. So please consider removing changes to the body composition section of the PFT. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. I'm calling regarding item 6. We support the change being requested in this item and understand the need for more flexibility. We do ask that in talking to CDE staff, there could be a process for field input before the final approval of implementation. We request that as part of the motion to approve this item, that the board requests a process to develop field input before implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Hillary Walters, and I'm calling for Pacific Valley School. We are on item 9. We are facing a lapsation, and we would like to have our students speak up on their feelings about what it means to them. Here's our first student.
My name is Avani. I'm calling for item 9. I'm a 9th grade student at Pacific Valley School, and my mom was here when she was my age. One reason why Pacific Valley School needs to have the lapsation waiver is because online school is not an option for kids who live in Big Sur. Tony Thurmond tried to give children fast internet during COVID with the California Teleconnect Fund. However, Big Sur's current infrastructure will not support the best service, nor is it cost-effective for companies to install. Being online also can make you feel isolated and cut off from your community and loved ones. The isolation of Big Sur and the communities like this make it necessary for children to interact with their peers in a healthy and constructive environment, such as a classroom. Being in a classroom environment helps me focus and helps me get into a productive state of mind. Please consider how important the school is to the kids of the Big Sur community and the positive impact it has on our present and our future successes.
Thank you. Are there any other callers?
Next. Hi, my name is Alexander Hine.
Go ahead.
Okay. Are they there? Yes, they are.
Hi. My name is Hannah. My name is Hannah, and I'm calling for item 9. And I'm a 9th grade high school student at Pacific Valley. Pacific Valley School needs to have a permanent lapsation waiver because the kids in the U.S. should have the right to a free public education without hardship. According to the 14th Amendment, they should have equal education no matter their race, ethnic background, religion, or gender, or if they're rich or poor. It's more difficult for children to succeed in life without a proper education. The amendment states, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny it to any person within its jurisdiction. The equal protection of laws. My goal is to go to college and earn a business someday, and without our school, you will be taking my right of life, liberty, and property. In his decision for Brown versus Board of Education, Chief Justice Earl Warren stated that the education is very foundation of good citizenship. Big Sur kids are doing their part to be good citizens. Will you do yours?
Thank you. Are there any other students who would like to speak?
There are 2 more students.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexander Reyes. I'm from item 9, and I am a freshman at PV. I have lived through floods, mudslides, and wildfires. It's true. Our school is expensive to run. It's about $1 million a year. However, even though it's expensive, we need the school to remain open. You cannot put a price on a young person's education. It is a necessary right. Your own California ED code 6601012, Part A, states that you must provide access to educate and an opportunity for educational success for all qualified Californians, especially for those who are not represented in both graduating rates from high schools and their attendance at California College. That's me. I'll be the first Jed Mexican American in my family, and I want an education.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Samantha, and I'm calling for item 9.
I was born and raised in Big Sur. My mother graduated from PV. There has been a school in Big Sur for as long as there have been people. Pacific Valley School has been a school since 1953. Before that, Big Sur students were taught in the Redwood Schoolhouse. Living here is challenging. Between all the fires, landslides, and road closures, even getting groceries is an all-day task. Nevertheless, we are resilient. The people of Big Sur are the only ones that fully understand the unique hardships that we face on a daily basis. The idea of letting our school go into lapsation or to bring in an outside force to dictate our education is disregarding these unique challenges that we face. For these reasons, Pacific Valley School must be granted a lapsation waiver. If the school went into lapsation, we would have to drive more than 110 miles a day. That is over 4 hours every day and 20 hours a week. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, the average school day in California is a little over 6 hours, or 30 hours a week. 66% of the time dedicated to school would be spent traveling.
Thank you. Are there any more students, or does that conclude your call?
That concludes our call, but as you can tell, we have excellent students, and we really need this school open.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling, Hammond, and board members. Diana Zhu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACT would like to comment on item 6. We support the continued use of remote administration for the CAST and LPAC and appreciate the flexibility, especially during these unprecedented times. Currently, the proposed amendments to the regulations are written broadly, and we suggest the language be clarified to ensure that the option for remote test sessions are at the LEA's discretion depending on student needs. Further instruction is also needed to avoid confusion on how to pursue remote administration of assessments. For these reasons, ACT would suggest the regulations explicitly reference the test administration manual for guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing California Teachers Association. I'm calling regarding item 7. CTA strongly supports efforts to eliminate gender bias and ableism from state testing and our schools in general. And we support CDE's proposal to modify the California Physical Fitness Test by eliminating the body composition sub-test and the related body composition healthy fitness zone. Additionally, CTA strongly supports eliminating practices which negatively impact students' personal body perception and endorses practices that support students' emotional and mental well-being. Physical fitness is an important aspect of students' growth and development and should lead to lifelong learning habits, not feelings of shame, isolation, or inadequacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Denise Hoppel. I'm a physical educator and an MBCT teacher in LAUSD. I'm calling regarding item 7. The PFT scoring information, the Healthy Fitness Zone, is used immediately in the classroom. As science-based, individual information, teachers provide meaning for each student about their current health-related fitness status and assist in the formation of their personal goals and their actions, both at school and at home. This provides each student with the individual support that they need, equity. Further, I recommend that the state board and the CDE work directly with state physical education leaders to further examine and address the gaps in implementation practices of this significant policy change. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Scott Rafferty. I called earlier to address Waiver 8. I represent minority voters from Arden Arcade who petitioned San Juan to comply with the CVRA by creating 7 trustee areas. This waiver denies them representation, appointed or elected, for almost 5 years after that petition, which was filed in February 2020. The CVRA requires that minority areas have priority in scheduling remedial elections. The district failed to appoint to the new seats, and the county superintendent failed to call a special election when they did not. This waiver excuses all those duties, so minority neighborhoods unrepresented for decades will not elect until November 2024. The matter is in court, and this board should not change law in the middle of litigation to circumvent the remedial jurisdiction of that court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Given that there is no further public comment, I will ask for a motion on consent items 5 through 10. Do I have a motion?
I will move approval of consent items 5 through 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll now hold a roll call vote. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Bananka.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. We are going to move on to item 11, which is the 2022 United States Senate Youth Program, which recognizes California's selected student delegates and alternates. And the CDE recommends that that I and the SSPI, the State Superintendent, recognize the selected 2022 U.S. Senate Youth Program delegates and alternates. What a joyful task. And this item will be presented by Dina Fong of the CDE. Dina?
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, State Superintendent Thurman, honorable board members, and Chief Deputy Nicely. I'm Dina Fong, the United States Senate Youth Coordinator for the California Department of Education. It's my pleasure to be here today to introduce and recognize our 2022 U.S. Senate Youth students. The U.S. Senate Youth Program is sponsored by the U.S. Senate and funded and administered by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. Now in its 60th year, the program provides an opportunity to selected students to gain an in-depth view of the Senate and the federal government, as well as provide a foundation for those considering a future in public service on the local, state, or national level. High school juniors and seniors are nominated by their principal to apply for this highly competitive merit-based program. To qualify, students must currently be serving in an elected or appointed leadership position in student government or a civic or educational organization representing constituency and serving others for the entire school year. Our students have gone through a rigorous application process and were selected based upon their leadership qualities, academic achievement, school and community involvement, and commitment to public service. The last phase of the program is to formally present our 2022 Senate Youth Delegates and alternates. These students are among the best of the best in their school, community, and the state. There's no doubt they will succeed in whatever they do and will serve their communities with passion. Our two delegates will represent California during a virtual conference from March 5th through 10th, where they will participate in a comprehensive public service, leadership, and education experience, including speakers from the three branches of government and the national media. The delegates will each receive a $10,000 college scholarship for undergraduate studies with encouragement to study coursework in political science or history. Now I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce each student and give them each time to say a few words. Our first delegate is Jolene Bakalova, a junior at Citrus Valley High School in Redlands. She has been described as enthusiastic, diligent, and creative, as well as a remarkable person who enhances the world around. She currently serves as chair of the California High School Democrats, where she is the highest ranking high school student and the youngest statewide leader in the California Democratic Party, leading 900 plus activists and 55 plus chapters across the state. She has interned for Assembly Majority Leader Eloise Gomez-Reyes and UN Women Campaigns, a rising leader with the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance, and also president of her school's award-winning vocal department, where the choir has performed at Carnegie Hall and attained prestigious honors. She was one of 24 high school students selected worldwide to participate in Columbia University's Social Science Summer Program, where she conducted cross-cultural research on adolescents' views of government surveillance in China and the US. During the pandemic, in order to meet the needs of the community and the desires of students who wanted to volunteer, she founded a region-wide organization called Inland Teens Respond to connect students with volunteer opportunities that could be accomplished with both digitally and in person, since many typical service opportunities for teens had been shut down. Jolene desires to improve lives for disadvantaged families in different areas of the world with an emphasis on girls' education. She would like to major in global affairs and public international law, learn a security language like Arabic, and someday work for the Foreign Service in the State Department. Congratulations, Jolene.
Thank you, Ms. Dina. It goes without being said that I am so honored and grateful to have been selected as a delegate. I'd like to thank the California Department of Education Selection Committee, the Hearst Foundation, and of course the U.S. Senate for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Growing up as the daughter of immigrants, I've always felt that those with the privilege of opportunities and resources have an inherent responsibility to improve the world. So I've been working adjacent to government policy to impact meaningful change since I was 13 years old. And from the beginning of my journey to now, I've been so lucky and blessed to have amazing mentors and supporters along the way, like my family and friends, my piano teacher, my school teachers like Mrs. McKenzie and Miss Moon, the administration at my high school, and so many others. I could not have gotten here without them. In the future, I'll definitely be working in public service, but I hope with the experience of this program that I can work in U.S. foreign policy and, like Ms. Dina mentioned, impacting girls' education around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolene. Next, we have our second delegate, Sneha Revener, a senior at Evergreen Valley High School in San Jose. She has been described as capable and passionate, possessing a wisdom and maturity far beyond her years, and someone who will make substantial and lasting contributions to our society as a civic leader and public thinker. She serves as a student member of the Santa Clara County Office of Education Youth Advisory Group Core Advocacy Team, where she represents her peers in mental health-related policy discussions through town halls, brainstorming legislation, research, and consulting with stakeholders. She is the founder and president of Encode Justice, a youth-led organization mobilizing 300 plus students in 25 countries for human rights in the age of artificial intelligence, and a criminal justice lead of the High School Democrats of America's National Issue Advocacy Committee. As editor-in-chief of Students Against Voter Suppression's Youth Digest, Sneha focuses on political journalism, writing and editing articles, and tracking bills. She is one of only 2 high school students with the Systemic Justice Project at Harvard Law School's Justice Initiative, a partnership between Harvard and Howard University to elevate social justice in legal education. Her awards include the Princeton Prize in Race Relations and an American Voices Medal nomination from Scholastic. Sneha plans to pursue political science in college, followed by law school, with the desire to create a branch of civil rights litigation dedicated to redressing algorithm-driven discrimination and eventually running for office, focusing on a platform that empowers the working class and advances racial, social, and economic justice. Congratulations, Sneha.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Sneha Ravenor, and I'm a senior at Evergreen Valley High School in San Jose. I'm honored to have been selected as one of California's delegates to the 2022 U.S. Senate Youth Program, and I just want to thank all of you here at the State Board of Education for making this program a possibility. This opportunity will accelerate my journey in public service. One day, I hope to attend law school and work at the intersection of technology and equity. I might litigate 21st century civil rights violations that result from automated discrimination. My work could usher in a new era, that of the algorithmic justice lawyer, fighting tooth and nail to uphold the public interest. I'd also love to someday run for public office. Through the Senate Youth Program, I'll have the opportunity to work to converse with our nation's highest leaders, to enrich my understanding of political affairs, and to bring my goals closer to reality. I can't wait to see what this program brings, and once again, thank you all for your commitment to youth civic engagement. I'm so honored to be honored here today.
Thank you. If Jolene or Sneha should be unable to participate in Washington Week, then one of our alternates will take their place. Our first alternate is Zachary Patterson, a senior at University City High School in San Diego. He has been described as a dedicated elected official who shows the passion and intention of a leader ready to fight for the success of his community. Zachary serves as the very first student member of the San Diego Unified School Board, a position he helped advocate for as the student voice and has held for 2 years. He represents over 100,000 students in California's second largest school district. One of the key policies he's worked on was creating critical board policy protecting the mental health of students, as well as a policy requiring mental health education be part of a core curriculum for all students. Zachary may look familiar to you because he was a recent finalist for the California State Student Board member position. He is the founder and president of the California Student Board Member Association, which brings together and provides training to elected student school board members who collectively represent 1.9 million students statewide. In addition, he is the first student member on the San Diego Unified Council of PTAs and a student member on the Chief Justice Power of Democracy Steering Committee. A passionate advocate who desires to make change, Zachary plans to major in political science with a focus on education policy and research. He desires to become an education policy leader and study underlying disparities in an effort to improve educational outcomes and close the opportunity gap. Congratulations, Zachary.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to have been a finalist for the U.S. Senate Youth Program and to be considered for this. As I look to the future, I hope to work in a similar field to all of you, similar to what you are all discussing with the goals of community schools in one of our previous items. I'd like to more deeply discuss the outcomes to close the achievement gap, as we know one size does not fit all. As I move into college, I hope to study political science and education and gain a stronger understanding of the state of education nationwide. Working in government challenges you to think analytically, and in my own experience as a member of a school board, this work is incredibly meaningful. One day I would love to be able to serve as a member of the state legislature and pursue a passion of mine of expanding school boards to include full voting rights for student board members, just like we have on the State Board of Education. It's a tall order, but if you will it, it's no dream. I'm super honored to be in this meeting today and to be able to be recognized for my work in education, and I'd like to thank everybody who helped put this program together.
Thank you, Zachary. Our second alternate is Jaden Stewart, a senior at North Hollywood High School in North Hollywood. He has been described as a passionate and assertive communicator and attentive listener who gets along with everyone because he listens and genuinely wants what's best, not just in this moment, but for all of our futures. He is a member of the Los Angeles Unified School District's Superintendents Student Advisory Council, where he serves as Civic Engagement Committee Chair, taking the lead to introduce and implement the California State Seal of Civic Engagement within the district. He also serves as the inaugural student spokesperson for the LAUSD Student Empowerment Unit and is currently co-hosting the first district student-run podcast, Education Empowered. He is also the captain of his school's speech and debate team, a model United Nations delegate and mentor, and a first-year tenor saxophonist and part of the Herbie Hancock Jazz in the Classroom combo. Jaden, too, may be a familiar face since he was a top 3 finalist for the State Board of Education Student Board Member position, as well as a runner-up for the LAUSD Student Board Member position. Jaden plans to pursue a double major in political science and public policy with possible minors in history or rhetoric, followed by law school. His career goals include constitutional or civil rights law, focusing on public service and improving international policy. Congratulations, Jaden.
Thank you, Ms. Fong. Superintendent Thurmond, Dr. Darling Hammond, esteemed board, and distinguished guests. It is a privilege to be here today. I am grateful to have been selected for this honor and inspired to continue the work of representing my community. As our world becomes increasingly tumultuous and complex, it will take compassionate leaders and public servants driven by empathy and determined to meet these unprecedented challenges head on. The greatest leaders are defined by how they respond during immense challenges. The ability to create hope in the direst of circumstances when it seems the most impossible is truly remarkable. I will continually work to achieve this ideal, whether it be as a public servant in the courtroom or in Congress, and will strive to always use truth and wisdom to enhance the lives of others. I'm excited to see where the next step in my journey leads as I continue to do the arduous work of creating positive change for all people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jaden. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations to all 4 of our students. What I've shared is a small sampling of all that they've accomplished. And I just want to add that all of the students have been described by their teacher, advisor, or colleague as somebody who stands out from the rest of the group, as evidence from what you've heard today. So I think we can feel confident of what they're going to accomplish in the future. So I will turn this back to President Darling Hammond and State Superintendent Thurman and the other board members to offer congratulations. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll start off by offering congratulations, and it's very inspiring to think about the roles that you will step into and provide leadership for in the future. So we're excited about both your current situations and opportunities and for what you will bring to the rest of us in the future. I'm going to open the public comment line in a moment, and I'd like to get the public comment slide up, but I will pass the ball in the meantime to State Superintendent Tony Thurman.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. Wow, to say that our future looks bright is an understatement. I could not have more confidence in where things are going to go for us in the future with the representation that we have seen and heard today. Senator Baklova, Senator Revenor, and Senator Alternate Patterson and Stewart. Incredible comments. You're very distinguished. We can't wait for the day when you actually are representing us in the respective places in government and public service that you choose to head to. It is inspiring to hear about the intersection of law and technology and public service. And of course, the way you all have engaged other young voices to be involved in the decision-making process. Thank you for what each and every one of you is doing. Congratulations. It was an honor to talk with you at the time of your selection. It's an honor to speak with you now and to hear the wonderful things you're doing. We are in your court, and in any way that we can be helpful to you, please call on us. Congratulations again, young senators, and we look forward to the day when you become senators and represent all of us. Well done. Congratulations.
And I think we're going to open up the phone line for public comment if there are any. Members of the public wishing to provide comment can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. And so let's see if we have any public comment.
We do have one person signed up for public comment. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yeah, my name is Brian Adams. I'm with Delegates Education Partners. I'm a financial consultant for Eagle Collegiate Academy. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe you want to speak towards the next item, item number 12. We would ask that you please call back in.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment?
There may be one more. Just one moment. Good afternoon, caller. Please say your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Adriana. Good afternoon, State Board of Education. I am a special education parent. I wanted to thank
I'm sorry, caller. I have to interrupt. We are currently on item number 11, Senate Youth Delegates and Alternates. If you don't mind calling back in for a general public comment, that's item number 13. Thank you so much.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, President Darling Hammond, that concludes public comment for this item.
Yeah, I think we're running a little behind our planned schedule, so people are anxious to get their comments in. Meanwhile, I do want to open up the floor if there are any comments from board members as we conclude this item. And I will start with Member Benanka, and then Member Strauss, Member McQuillan, Member Rucker, and Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I just have to give such a huge congratulations to all of the students selected for this program. You all are so incredible and talented and accomplished, and you have truly demonstrated an incredible commitment to serving your community. I've personally had the pleasure of getting to know 2 of the 4 students here, and as Superintendent Thurman stated, these students give me full confidence that our future is in the best of hands. And so I know that these students are not only going to be the future leaders of our state, but also the future leaders of our nation. Once again, congratulations to all of the students selected.
And the next person in the queue is Member Strauss, and then Member McQuillan, Member Rucker, Member Glover Woods.
So I just want to thank the 4 students who are here and for your articulate comments, for your commitment, and for what the future holds for you, and for the representation that you have of students in our high schools for our future. It is so hopeful to listen to how articulate you are, how hopeful you are, your motivation for equity and social justice. And I look forward to your being our elected officials and your voice both in your post-secondary opportunity and in your career after that. I think we will hear a lot from you. And I have to say, as a member of the board, we are so appreciative of everything you do to empower student voice and decision-making in your local and at the state level. So thank you. It just makes me proud and hopeful for the future. Thank you.
Member McQuillan.
Yeah, so I just want to echo what I heard from the other board members and our superintendent. I'm just so proud of all of you. It's great to see you again. I saw some of you as finalists in the student conference a couple months back. So, and you would have my vote if you're running for office after what I've heard, or I would hire you when you become that attorney. So thank you very much. Very impressed.
Awesome. Member Rucker, then Member Glover Woods, Member Rodriguez. Member Rucker.
Well, good afternoon. I want to add my congratulations to what you've already heard. You've probably been very accustomed to hearing praises heaped upon you, but I'm very excited about the future that you have laid out in plans for yourself. And I, just like Board Member McQuillan, I would vote for you, or I would hire you as my attorney, because I appreciate the confidence that you express, not only about the work that you want to do, but what you know can be accomplished. And I truly appreciate that. I also want to give appreciation to the community, family and friends and your school that definitely supported you and collaborated with you on helping you to get to this moment and to support your dreams. I know that your parents are quite proud, but I want to let your parents know how proud I am as a former classroom teacher of what it meant for them to do the work to support you as well. So they participate in winning these accolades along with you, and I want to make sure you know I'll be cheering for you from the side, and I hope you continue to do well and continue to look forward to a bright and wonderful future.
Thank you, Member Glover Woods, and then Member Rodriguez.
Well, again, I say congratulations and thank you for sharing your ideas, your vision, and your dreams with us this afternoon. As I listened to each and every one of you, my heart just got full on just hearing 21st century leaders now and knowing how you will be leading in the decades to come. Our world is in some very good and capable hands, and I just wish you all the best as you move forward in your representation in the conference, but also as you move forward in life. And I look forward to hearing more about the wonderful things you are doing and about the wonderful way you'll be impacting our world. Thank you so much for sharing yourselves today.
Thank you. And Member Rodriguez.
Yes, I just want to echo the congratulations and let you know how inspired I feel by you and your leadership. And I love that you are leading with inclusion and compassion that just shines through. and thinking about others. So I wish you all the best. And I can't wait to read more about all that you're doing. And the grandchildren of our board members that were mentioned this morning, I think are in good hands if you're going to be leading our future. So I'm hopeful as well.
I'm particularly invested in that aspiration. Thank you. So with that, we really want to thank you all. We want to applaud you and thank you, Dina, for presenting the item.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're going to move ahead to item number 12. And I will just flag that we are behind the schedule that people were anticipating. So some of the callers for the next several items, I think, are waiting anxiously to call back in. Agenda item 12 regarding Eagle Collegiate Academy. Consider issuing a notice of violation pursuant to California Education Code section 47607G is the item that's before us. It will be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE. And Stephanie, I'll let you explain it. Go ahead and begin.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, State Board members, State Superintendent Thurman, and Chief Deputy Mary Nicely. It's good to be here today. I apologize in advance for my voice. I'm a little under the weather and it sounds a little froggy. If it's annoying, if it's too annoying, I can have another one of my staff members jump in. But before I jump into the item, I just want to give my own thank you to members Burr, Sun, Rucker, and Strauss for all the wisdom and guidance that you have provided for the many years you've been on the board, but also just specifically for me, the last 2 years I've been with the department. It's been invaluable, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So today we are coming before the board to ask the board to issue a notice of violation. If we can move on the slide, please. For Eagle Collegiate Academy. And Eagle Collegiate Academy is a currently authorized charter school authorized by the State Board of Education. They were authorized in July of 2020. Pursuant to Education Code Section 47607G, before revocation as the charter school authorizer, the State Board shall notify the school of any violation and provide the school a reasonable opportunity to remedy the violations. Today, we are going to list out some of those violations and at the end ask for the board to issue a notice of violation, which is a letter, and it is in your attachment. There are many reasons why the board why a charter can be revoked by the authority that granted the charter, which in this case is the State Board of Ed. The following reasons are committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter, failed to meet or pursue any of the pupil outcomes identified in the charter, failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles or engaged in fiscal mismanagement, or violated any provision of law. Next slide. There is substantial evidence that Eagle Collegiate Academy has engaged in the following: fiscal mismanagement, material violations of the charter petition, and violations of provisions of law. So our recommendation today will be that the State Board of Ed consider issuing a notice of violation to Eagle Collegiate Academy pursuant to Ed Code Section 47607G. Just to give you a little background on the revocation process, I know many of you have not gone through that before. This first step of the revocation process is this notice of violation. It does not mean that the school will eventually be revoked. What the notice of violation is it allows the charter school to present evidence that refutes, remedies, or proposes to remedy the alleged violations. They will do this at the February 8th Advisory Commission on Charter Schools meeting. The ACCS will make a recommendation, will take action and make a recommendation to the state board that will be either to continue or discontinue the revocation process. So this first step is just to give them the opportunity to respond to our notice of violation. If the recommendation is to continue with the revocation process, this action will be presented to the State Board of Ed at its March 9th and 10th meeting. And it is at that meeting that the State Board will decide if it should issue a notice of intent to revoke and then take action to revoke the charter petition. So it's actually two items that you will hear if it goes to the March meeting. An issue, a notice of intent to revoke, and then you will come back the next day and vote to either revoke or not. So just today, we're only asking that the board issue the notice of violation. Okay. I think we went too far. We need to go back one. Thank you. The State Board of Ed approved the Eagle Collegiate Academy charter petition at its July 2020 meeting to establish a new school within the boundaries of the Acton-Agua Dulce Unified School District. It was approved in July of 2020, but slated to open at the beginning of the current year, 21-22. It was approved to offer a classroom-based international baccalaureate program. It was to serve 168 students in TK kindergarten through grade 3 in its first year of operation. So the current year that we are in, 21-22, is their first year of operation. And then they were to grow to serve 438 students through grade 8 by 2024-25. Next slide. So the instances of violation that are outlined in your item and in the notice of violation as part of the attachments to this item, the school has engaged in fiscal mismanagement pursuant to Ed Code 47607 F3. Their budget is based on unrealistic enrollment, and they are projected to have fiscal insolvency by the end of this school year. They have committed material violations of the approved charter petition, specifically failure to acquire appropriate facilities prior to the start of the 21-22 school year, and failure to maintain adequate budget reserves. And they have committed a violation of law pursuant to Ed Code section 47607 F4 in that they are non-compliant in their independent study, written agreements and policies. So the fiscal mismanagement. The ECA, Eagle Collegiate Academy, has based and continues to base its budget on unrealistic enrollment, creating a large anticipated deficit in its first year of operation. ECA's charter petition, which was approved in July 2020, included a prospective enrollment of 168 students. ECA has never had more than 15 students enrolled at any one time during the 21-22 school year, which we are in the middle of. They currently have 12 students enrolled. Here's just a little a timeline of their enrollment projections. So in May of 2021, they reported a prospective enrollment of 131 students. What they had projected when they were approved in 2020, July 2020, was 168. So in July 2021, they reported an estimated enrollment of 168 students via the PENSEC. In September 2021, they communicated that school began with an enrollment of 131 students. They communicated that to the department. In November of 2021, they reported a total enrollment count of 12 students via the charter school 20-day attendance report. And in December 2021, when asked to give us an accounting of the number of students every month of the fall semester, they reported serving 13 students in September, 14 in October, 12 in November, and 12 in December. So Based on the information it reported in its PenSec, and again, PenSec is pupil estimates for new or significantly expanding charters, and it's the means by which a new charter school gets funded. It's a special advance apportionment for new charters, and so they estimate how many students they'll have enrolled, and then that's what they're funded for. So, based on the information it reported in its PenSec, ECA received an apportionment of $611,729 in the first special advance apportionment for charter schools. Based on the information it reported in its 20-day report, attendance report, it actually qualified for $119,000 in state aid. So they were grossly overpaid by an estimated $492,396. You'll see an email or a letter that was sent to them from the School Fiscal Services Division of the Department of Ed that states that those LCFF funds will likely be due back to the state, and they probably will not receive any more principal apportionment payments. ECA is not fiscally sustainable. We did send them a letter of concern prior to this notice of violation. So they did get a letter of concern in November, and part of that letter of concern asked them to submit a new budget projection based on the number of kids they currently had. They didn't do that. They sent us a budget projection saying that their estimated enrollment through the end of this particular school year would be around 58 students. And so we went back and actually had our fiscal analysis go through their numbers and estimate what their budget would be with 12 students, because that's how many they have currently. We're not certain that they could actually get to the 68, much less the 131 or 168 that they had projected before. So their budget that they sent back to us based on the letter of concern was overestimated and unrealistic in enrollment, and includes an overall negative ending fund balance of $1.2 million for this school year. Also, as part of the narrative that they sent, they claimed that they would be raising $100,000 to help pay for salaries and retirement benefits. But as you know, and as we've said many times before in charter items, that the reliance on soft funding, fundraising, and donations is not reliable. So as far as we know now, they have not raised any money. But even if they had, we don't necessarily rely on soft funding in our budget estimations. They also had in their budget projections the public charter school grant program, the startup subgrant funds, which if you noticed in your item attachments, that grant has been paused. As part of the grant program, and this is for any charter school, they have to meet minimum enrollment requirements, and those minimum enrollment requirements are at least 75 students. So as you see with 12, they're very far below that. So they will not, as of now, receive any more funding under the public charter school grant program. And they also, in the budget that they sent us, the new budget that they sent us, understated the repayment of LCFF funds. If you remember a slide back, I had said that they were more likely going to have to pay back a big portion of their LCFF to the state of California. And they did not include that in their budget projections. In terms of material violations of the charter petition, ECA failed to open a facility as a classroom-based charter school by the SBE approved date or before the start of the 21-22 school year on September 7th, which was their start date, and in accordance with the charter petition approved by the State Board of Ed. Now, remember, they were approved in July of 2020, so they did have a year to obtain a facility. And when they were approved, they said they had a facility and that it would be ready to go by the opening date, but that facility fell through. And so they did not obtain a facility. On December 6th, last month, 2021, they did inform the department that the school had finally obtained a short-term lease at a temporary facility. I know they wanted to start bringing kids in right away, but obviously the department has to inspect the facility, and we found the facility non-compliant. And the notes from our CDE facility division are in your attachments. But some of the most pressing issues are, number one, they did not have a fire marshal report, which is required. No e-occupancy certification as required by the MOU. It was not ADA compliant. And fourth, there's actually a person living there, which is unusual and for safety reasons, and I'm sure you can think of lots of other reasons, not ideal for a school. So at the moment, their facility is non-compliant. Obviously, they have the opportunity to bring it up to compliance, and we will do another visit if they do, to go out to see if they have made all the appropriate improvements, which again, all of those notes are in your attachment. ECA's charter petition, as approved by the state board, outlines a classroom-based IB program. It does not include 100% non-classroom-based program. So they are only receiving, the students at ECA are only receiving online instruction currently. And they don't have a funding determination for that, which, you know, as you've heard many funding determination items in the past, if you're 100% online, you would need a funding determination. So that's an issue as well. So they're 100% online, which was not what they were approved for. Next slide, please. Due to the LCFF repayment and discontinuance of PCSGP funding, the CDE projects ECA to have a negative ending fund balance of $1.2 million. And per section 3.5 of the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, between the SBE and ECA is expected to maintain reserves at 5% of expenditures, or $71,000, which they will not have. Next slide, please. In terms of the violations of law, they are non-compliant in their independent study written agreements. AB 130 and AB 167 have, sorry, my Dayquil is starting to go out a little bit, included new provisions and requirements for schools who offer independent study. We did a review of their independent study written agreements and their board policies. We also had our independent study group at the department review those as well to make sure that, you know, we had the proper folks reviewing it. And we found that they are not in compliant with Ed Code Section 51747, G14 and 5. And for a lot of reasons, and all of those, if you look, are also outlined in the attachments. Other concerns: on December 1, 2021, the El Dorado Charter Special Education Local Plan Area, which we call SELPA, issued a formal notice of concern about ECA's ability to function as an LEA. ECA had at the time not set up a child find process. The SELPA was concerned that students with disabilities were not receiving their due services. And I believe that letter is also in your attachments. So for the aforementioned reasons, the CDE recommends that the state board consider issuing a notice of violation to ECA pursuant to Ed Code Section 47607G. The issuance of a notice of violation to Eagle Collegiate in the form of a letter to Eagle Collegiate's board is the first step towards possible revocation of the charter school. The ECA board will be afforded the opportunity to remedy the violations and provide a letter of response addressing each identified violation pursuant to the notice of violation. The submitted information will be reviewed by the department and presented to the ACCS at its February 8th, 2022 meeting. The ACCS will take action on a recommendation to the state board that will either be to continue or discontinue the revocation process. If the recommendation is to continue with revocation, this action will be presented to the state board at its March 9th, 10th, 2022 meeting. So again, the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education consider issuing a notice of violation to Eagle Collegiate Academy pursuant to Ed Code Section 47607G. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. At this point, we'll put the public comment slide up and invite people to queue up for public comment by calling the telephone number and access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, I want to ask members Burr and Sun if they have any initial comments. Member Burr?
Well, I think that the department has done a very good job of laying out the difficulties of the school. It's always a sad day when we have to take an action like this, but I do think the evidence is fairly compelling. And I just want to reiterate what Stephanie said a number of times. This is really the first step. It doesn't mean that necessarily the board will vote to revoke the charter, but it does set in motion the necessary notifications and also the opportunity for the school to respond, especially at ACCS. I just wanted to ask one clarifying question, Stephanie, about the recommendation. I think the recommendation is that the board authorize a letter of violation. The wording says the board shall consider it, which is a little softer, but anyway, we can just clarify that when we get to it, and then I'll see if Member Sun has any other comments.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I agree, and that this is the first step in a process. Does not mean that the school will be revoked necessarily, but the information, the facts are concerning enough that I think we need to start the process, especially given that there's such a low enrollment. And we knew that starting a school in the middle of all this chaos of the pandemic was going to be a very difficult task. And while the language, because this way it's worded in law, is very harsh, and it's fiscal mismanagement, violation of A, B, and C, I want to emphasize that we're not assigning intent that the school intended to not have the full enrollment, didn't intend to do any of these things. Nevertheless, the situation is where the situation is, and it is just unsustainable to operate a school based on 12 students.
Thank you. If there are clarifying questions, we'll take those, and then I'm going to allow some time for the school's leaders to address us, and then we'll go to public comment. Are there any clarifying questions? At the moment, I am not seeing any. It was a very thorough presentation. So with that, I want to allow 3 minutes of time for Ogo Okoye Johnson and Ken Higginbotham, the school's leaders, to address the state board members, and then we'll go to public comment.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board President Darlene Hammond, Honorable State Board members, and CDE staff. My name is Dr. Ogo Okoye Johnson, and I am the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Eagle Collegiate Academy. We are a K-8 public charter school currently serving grades K through 3rd, are the first and only international baccalaureate primary years program candidate school serving the Antelope Valley and the Santa Clarita Valley communities. As many of you remember, the State Board approved Eagle Collegiate's charter petition with conditions on July 8, 2020, the best day of our lives, with a 1-year delayed opening to begin instruction between July 1, 2021 and September 30, 2021. The entire Eagle Collegiate Academy community thanks you for that approval. Since July 2020, Eagle Collegiate has faced innumerable challenges in opening various facilities in Agua Dulce, which has, of course, impacted enrollment and our budget. Eagle Collegiate has and will continue to work diligently to remedy the CDE's concerns, because that's our goal. For these reasons, Eagle Collegiate respectfully requests that the State Board decline to issue the proposed notice of violation. Again, Eagle Collegiate has and will continue to work diligently to remedy the CDE's concerns, because we are concerned as well. To date, we have remedied or substantially remedied the CDE's concerns as follows. As to facilities, despite earlier facilities challenges, Eagle Collegiate has secured a facility in the heart of Agua Dulce that is near ready to begin serving families and students. We have been working with CDE staff to meet their concerns about the facility and are tirelessly preparing for our students' arrival on site as soon as CDE approves the site. As to enrollment, Eagle Collegiate's low enrollment has been directly related to earlier challenges in securing a facility. We have shared with CDE staff Eagle Collegiate's recent acquisition of a school site and further preparations for in-person instruction, which has led to a substantial increase in new student enrollment commitments, as evidenced by the many written comments submitted by families to the State Board. As to fiscal sustainability, with its restated 2021 projected enrollment, reasonable projections for 2022-23 and 2023-24, and a robust enrollment and development campaign on the way, Eagle Collegiate, in conjunction with its back office provider, is working together to put up budgets that reflect our fiscal sustainability plan, which includes, if necessary, a repayment plan for any overstated LCFF advanced apportionment fund that is inclusive of Eagle Collegiate's 2-year extended charter term.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The academy has been fighting to substance for more than 4 years, and we will work diligently with CDE staff to make. So as a result, we are asking the State Board to please decline to issue the proposed notice of violation pursuant to Education Code.
I'm sorry, your time is coming to a close.
And allow teachers, staff, and students to start it. Thank you, and for approving.
Thank you. We'll move to public comment now. Is there any public
yes, we do have public comment. I'm going to start with Ken Higginbotham from UCA.
Good afternoon. The approval of the request to keep Eagle Collegiate Academy operational is paramount. The high quality of education, individual growth, academic achievement, and community enrichment make ECA a top-of-the-line learning of institution of learning. As board president, this is that I am well-versed in executive oversight and operations. I believe the foundation for success is evident and strong. ECA has really accomplished many tasks and actions taken in moving this effort forward. The parents, the families, the students, the community are in high thought.
Thank you. That concludes your 1 minute. Thank you, caller. That concludes your 1 minute.
The community.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Ending in 1685, you are live, and you may start your public comment now.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful for the approval of Eagle Collegiate Academy, and I definitely support the mission and vision of ECA, and its leadership and its staff are just top-notch, and they have overcome truly unique odds in the past, couple of years. And I definitely think that Eagle Collegiate Academy is a great school for our children, and it's great for the community, and it provides a great instructional program and has, a staff that's very experienced and takes great care of its students and families. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dawn Hakeem, and I work with Eagle Collegiate Academy. And I really urge you to work with us. We are so dedicated and passionate to make this school a success. We are the only school offering in our community a primary year's international baccalaureate program. Our team works tirelessly to provide the best education possible for the students we have, and we are working so hard to grow our student base and to get our facility approved and up and running. We really are on the cusp of doing great things. So please consider, instead of giving a violation, let's work together, let's make this happen. We can do it. Behind all of these things that you're talking about is a team of people that care so much about the students.
Thank you, caller. That's your time is up. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Juba, speaking on behalf of the more than 300,000 teachers of the California Teachers Association. CTA supports the CDE's recommendation that the State Board of Education issue a notice of violation. The issues outlined by the CDE in the item today should come as no surprise, given that when Eagle Collegiate's original appeal was heard by the SPE in July of 2020, and the CDE at that time recommended to deny the petition for the same exact reasons. In July 2020, the CDE found that the ECA petition was not consistent with the sound educational practice, and they were demonstrably unlikely to implement the program due to an unrealistic financial and operational plan. CTA recommends that the SBE approve the CDE's recommendation and issue a notice of violation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 0395, you are live. Please start your comment now.
Hi, my name is Ashley Cusell. I am a teacher at Eagle Collegiate Academy, and I just wanted to call to show my support for this wonderful staff, wonderful team, wonderful administration. This school has tried so hard to meet every student's needs, and myself as a teacher know the importance of giving each of these students every chance to succeed. And I know for myself, working with these students, they have grown so much already since the beginning of the school year. With small class sizes, we were able to do so much for these students. And I know our school is wanting to grow and will continue to grow, but I'm just so excited to be working in a community, in a school where these students' education is so important and is looked at as the highest priority. And I'm just happy to be a part of it, and I continue to hope to be a part of it and hope that Eagle Collegiate Academy is given the support it needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Alice Kennedy. I'm also a teacher at Eagle Collegiate Academy. I'm also very dedicated to my students. I'm very dedicated to the school, and I really want to see the school grow and continue. And I ask that you would hear our voices and know that we are extremely dedicated to this school and to our students, and we want to provide them with the best education possible. And we work really hard every single day to provide an education for those students. Thank you so much for hearing what I have to say.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 3856. You are live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, this is Jeffrey Forrest. I am a board member with Eagle Collegiate Academy. The purpose of my communication is to offer my support and endorsement for ECA. The pandemic has exposed inequities in the delivery of quality education, especially for students of color. Since its inception, ECA has been committed to ensuring that students such as this from all backgrounds, in fact, receive an educational experience that prepares them to achieve success in these uncertain times. Therefore, I'm asking you to give ECA generous consideration to continue its efforts to provide a solid foundation of education and learning to the community it serves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Catlin O'Halloran with the Charter Schools Development Center. We've been in regular communication with Eagle Collegiate since their inception in July of 2020. While we don't disagree with any of the facts presented by the Department of Ed today, and we recognize that there are problems, we also recognize and commend Dr. Johnson and her team for all of their dedication and hard work. They've really had a rough go with some bad luck and opening during a pandemic, and we absolutely know that their hearts are all in the right places and they've been trying to do right by their students. We will continue to work with ECA through this process and to provide support as they continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Isabella, and I'm excited for my children to be a part of Eagle Collegiate Academy. In addition to their excellent instructional programs, such as the International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program candidacy, I believe and the strong core values and mission. I see how caring and dedicated the ECA staff is to one another, especially to their students and families, and I know my children will receive a quality education at Eagle Collegiate Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Paulina Goldstein, and I'm calling to express my support of Academy. I believe in the mission and vision of the school and its leadership, and I support the continuation of ECA for parents to use our right to school choice to provide the best fit for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the number ending in 3302, you are live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is EJ Michael. I support the Eagle Collegiate Mission and Academy leadership of the staff of Eagle Collegiate. It's a great school for my children. They are excited to go to the school. I am a parent of 2 children in kindergarten and 2nd grade who intended to enroll my children at the Eagle Collegiate Academy for the remaining of the 2021 to 2022 school year as soon as the school starts open.
Thank you, caller. Do you have more? Are you finished with your public comment?
My children continue their education at the Eagle Collegiate Academy in the year to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the number 8862, you are live. Please start your comment now.
Hi, my name is Alice Kennedy, and I am a teacher at Eagle Collegiate Academy, and I already made my public statement that I am in support and favor of this school, and I really want to see the school succeed, and I really want to see the school continue into the future so that we can continue to meet those needs of our students in the community and work with our students. We are working really hard to provide an excellent education for our students. And I just appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the number ending in 8138. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
Hi, my name is Johanna Chavez, and I'm calling to support ECA. And as a parent, I would like you to support our schools because I see my kid that is going to be integrated. He's being improved a lot, and I see that he's with the kids. He have been so familiar, and I see the teachers take care of him like there are their kids. So I would like you to support school. Thanks.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the...
Hello, my name is Ruth Posey. Hi, my name is Ruth Posey, TK and kindergarten teacher for ECA. I definitely support the mission and vision of Eagle Collegiate Academy and its leadership, teachers and staff. It is a great school for the children that we serve. We have an excellent instructional program, and we take very good care of the students, and I hope we can continue to support them and provide our services for these students who really we've gotten comfortable with and attached to, and I think we're doing a great job. So please support our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Brandy Irvin, and I'm a parent of ECA. My daughter is in a pre-K class here. ECA is a school that the Santa Clarita Valley has not seen. It is an amazing structured program for students, and I feel like the academics are amazing, as well as the teachers and the staff. They provide our kids loving support and really being able to go the distance and let them know that they can do all things. Also, you know, being able to provide also children of color a place to be able to express themselves and feel wanted and feel like they have a place in this world, and especially that starts in school. So I'd love for you guys to support this school and all the teachers and administration is doing it, and support us as parents for our kids to continue to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Brian Adams with Abacus Education Partners. I'm a financial consultant and back office service provider for Eagle Collegiate Academy, and I have assisted them in developing a fiscal sustainability plan. I continue to monitor the finances of Eagle Collegiate Academy and help them update the fiscal sustainability plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the number 8758. You are live. Please start your public comment.
You just unmuted me before. It's Brian Adams again.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Oh, hi. My name is Mobala Jilikbede. I'm a parent. My children are part of the Eagle Collegiate Academy, and I'm calling to show my support and endorsement for ECA to be in full capacity for the benefits of our children. I've seen and watched how dedicated the staff and the administration has been to making sure that our children achieve excellent, top-notch, education. They have supported in many ways, given structural academic programs, keeping the kids involved in all levels, and up to like the physical activities and teaching them great independence for the kids of Santa Clarita. The school will be a great asset to the community and to our children of color in this part of town. So please support us.
Thank
my
you,
daughter
caller.
would like to say something. Come on.
Thank you, caller. Your
My
time
daughter
is up.
say something or time is up? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good evening, board members. My name is Janelle Willie. I'm an attorney with the Law Offices of Young, Lee, and Core. I'm here today in support of Eagle Collegiate. I do also want to express deep gratitude for board members Burr, Sun, Rucker, Strauss, for your years of support, tough love, and spirited discussion around charter school matters. As the Eagle Collegiate, we ask that the board today hold off in issuing the notice of violation. Eagle Collegiate has had particularly tough sledding, trying to open during a pandemic and in an area where local politics have undermined multiple attempts to secure a viable facility. As you've heard, ECA is about to turn the corner. Tacking on a notice of violation right now would divert needed resources away from getting the school site open, which is, of course, counterproductive and makes opening even more difficult. Eagle Collegiate has shown that the enrollment is there, that the facility is imminently ready, and that the combination of both of those will stabilize the financial picture. Please allow Eagle Collegiate to continue working with CDE staff outside of the formal framework of a notice of violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Kristen, and I am a parent of children who attend ECA. Thank you for approving Eagle Collegiate Academy. ECA has a great educational program, including their IBU Primary Years Candidate Program. I look forward to my children and many others continuing their education at ECA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Go ahead. You are live.
Okay, yes. My name is Eliana Howe, and I'm one of the teachers there, and I would like to strongly support the school, as well as the fact that many parents have asked for this kind of school in this community, and we are looking forward to offering specialized academic instruction to the students, as well as Common Core standards. And we have an excellent curriculum ready for the students to be able to learn how to, in the future, how to do business in this world economy. So we just want to be sure that we have this kind of education in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. President Darlene Hammond, that concludes public comment for item number 12.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all of the public comment and the report from the CDE. And at this point, we're open for full board discussion prior to a motion. Is there any board discussion? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Do I have a motion?
I would move the department's recommendation that the board issue a letter of violation a notice of violation to the Eagle Collegiate Academy per the issues that are raised in the item.
And is there a second?
I will second.
All right. We'll now hold a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Bonanca.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll just note again for the record that this is not a decision about what will happen in the future, but it does seem warranted at this time, and we should look forward to seeing if any of these things can be remediated in the coming months. And I'm going to press ahead to reopen item 1. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate everyone hanging in there for what will be our last item. Well, almost our last item before the public comment, the general public comment. So I will reopen item 1 to take up the State Board Screening Committee recommendations regarding appointments to ACSE and IQC. We'll take action on the preliminary report of actions, draft November 2021 meeting minutes, report on our liaison assignments, and give final reflections and appreciations for our outgoing board members. So I do want to ask Member Strauss, as chair of the State Board Screening Committee, to present the committee's recommendations. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the State Board Screening Committee recommendations?
Well, do you want me to make the recommendation?
Yeah, why don't you make the recommendations too? And also, I don't, in my script, I don't have the public comments. So why don't you make the recommendations? So I'll have public comments.
So let me just say, I would like to.
It's a little Freudian slip there, I think.
So I would like to thank my screening committee, Vice President Glover Woods and Member Sung and myself. And I would just say we had amazing candidates, a large number, to interview for the Advisory Commission on Special Ed and the Instructional Quality Commission. Very, very thoughtful. We interviewed before the holidays. So we have a recommendation for the Commission on Special Ed for a 2-year term. Barbara Sorter, Administrator and Special Ed Voc Ed Unit with Riverside County Office of Education. Her term goes from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2023. We're also recommending 2 appointments to the Instructional Quality Commission. Neil McCaffrey, he's principal at Discovery Charter School. He represents the charter school leadership category on IQC from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2025. And Nicole Reyna Guerra, she's a differentiation specialist with Davis Union High School District. She represents teachers of public school. Her term also goes from January 1st, 22 to December 31st, 2025. And I recommend the board approve these appointments to Advisory Commission on Special Ed and the Instructional Quality Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will see if there's any public comment.
It looks like there may be one person signed up. I will open the phone line. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good evening, State Board of Education. This is Jessica Sacco from Children Now on behalf of the entire education team, including Rob Manwaring, Samantha Tran, Stephen Blake, Josefina Nesmith Ramirez, and Vincent Stewart, and myself, thanking all of the outgoing board members, Patricia Rucker, Member Ting, Super, and Eileen Strauss. The students of California may not know of the thousands of combined volunteer hours that the 4 of you have contributed to this work. They may not even know your name, yet your work has made their educational opportunities significantly better. Through your leadership on LCFF implementation, accountability, building a system of continuous improvement, system of support, your leadership in areas such as assessment, STEM education, charter schools, curriculum, instruction, Instructional Quality Commission, accountability, your institutional knowledge will be missed. The joy and enthusiasm that you have brought to this work will be missed. Thank you, and we wish you the best of luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you.
All right. And with that,
I think
any other?
I think we may have one more caller. Just one moment. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. I also would like to thank the outgoing board members for their leadership during these unprecedented times and continuous dedication to California's 6 million students. Thank you so much, Dr. Strauss, Board Member Burr, Board Member Rucker, and Dr. Sun for your service to improving California's public education system. And congratulations to the 2022 board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like that concludes public comment for this portion of item 1.
And just for anybody who is monitoring the meeting virtually, we just wanted to clarify that that was public comment actually on the recommendations, and there will still be an opportunity to call in to thank and celebrate our members in a moment.
Right. Yeah, we were getting to that, but we hadn't quite gotten there yet. But we have a lot of things in item 1, so it's a logical mistake. So with that, is there any other discussion about this item before we take a motion? Seeing none, I will happily take a motion.
So I move approval of the appointments from the Advisory Commission for the Screening Committee to Advisory Commission on Special Ed and Instructional Quality Commission.
And do I have a second?
And I will second unless. Yeah.
Second and third. Thank you very much. We'll hold a roll call vote. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Bananca.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And we will also have an opportunity for public comment on the State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action and meeting minutes. So we're going to keep that public comment slide up there. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the November 2021 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
I will move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
All right. Any further discussion? We will hold a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Member Bananca.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We have arrived at board member liaison reports, and I want to invite the board members to report out on any liaison activities that are not related to items on our January agenda. Following that, we are going to have any final appreciations through public comment for our departing board members and a little announcement about what else is coming to you. And then we will get to general public comment. So that's the order of operations. And let's begin by calling on our board members in reverse order, alphabetical order, to give their board liaison reports. Member Sun.
Yeah, so
your last board liaison report.
I don't have a lot to say at this point. The California Workforce Pathways Advisory Committee is meeting later this month, continuing the work of the Career Technical Education State Plan, which we've been working on for 5 years now. So I will be monitoring from afar to see the progress of that. And then with All Things Charters, I know that continues to be dynamic, and we covered a charter item today, and that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, and once again, thank you for your amazing service on the board. And I'll move to Vice President Strauss.
So President Darlene Hammond, just a question. I have some things to report on my liaison reports. Is this the time for me to make my own final reflections, or do you want me to do that after the liaison reports?
I think you should go ahead and fold it in.
Okay. So just a couple of, I have a bunch of liaison reports. So my liaison to the California State University Center for Advancement of Instruction and Quantitative Reasoning. That's the group that's trying to help support a fourth year of math with quantitative reasoning, which you'll hear a lot about in the math framework, and really working hard to take a look at how these CSU faculty can help our K-12 faculty improve. So they are continuing to meet. They really want to help do relevant support for content and pedagogy knowledge for teachers. So just that's an ongoing thing. So just wanted to let you know about that as well. As Instructional Quality Commission, both Member Rucker and I, liaison, next week is the orientation for new IQC members. So I'm assuming that Member Glover Woods will do the swearing in of the new members, but that is next week. And then the California Collaborative for District Reform met on the 29th and 30th of November. And they worked on centering equity and ensuring whole child well-being with the pandemic recovery as a focus. So you'll appreciate that the conversation with districts and policymakers was around social emotional learning, MTSS, and communities' school approach to needs. So again, we are talking about that a lot in all of our collaborative work, and I think really, really important. And as science liaison, I appreciated the comments from the science community. I just wanted to share, they have now published a blueprint for action for equitable science education and have 5 priorities, including a science and teacher and administrator workforce, science that's culturally responsive and has appropriate materials, in strengthening LEA capacity, and looking at the science performance indicator, which I talked about on the dashboard. Anyway, I think they've worked really hard on this blueprint, and they're willing and continue to collaborate with us. And I just wanted to bring that forward as a science liaison. President Darling Hammond and I are liaisons to the National Association of State Boards of Education, NASB. We had a meeting on the 21st with Secretary Cardona with state board vice chairs and chairs. I thought the couple comments and Member Darling Hammond would probably add to it, but no question talking about the challenges, but the opportunities going forward to make public education greater than ever. And this is a chance to reset things that we didn't like in education, which I think many of us would really agree on. And so I just appreciate that he focused on the positive lessons learned and not to lose the urgency to embed social emotional learning and well-being into our schools, and to reimagine, and especially how hard things are, just to remember that we're all working really hard, but this is an opportunity. And then my final reflections, let me just say, when I came to the board 11 years ago, the first time I ended a local board meeting where I was an assistant soup at 1 a.m., flew up to Sacramento, never been in the CDE room before, the boardroom, and there was Parent Revolution, lots of busts of parents there saying, we want our schools to be better. And thank goodness for Yvonne Chan, who was there at the time, who said to me, okay, look, here's where you get coffee, here's the restroom, here's how you do expense report. And since then, my whole world has opened up with all of you and the board members that I've worked with over the last 11 years. So I've had a very wonderful opportunity to be liaison to a lot of things. I did, before IDA, I was the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing liaison. I was opportunity to do the Concurrence Commission with the subject matter projects, the Instructional Quality Commission with ELA and ELD and the science frameworks, accountability with the system of support, the California Practitioners Advisory Group, the Dashboard, Advisory Commission on Special Ed. I chaired the Screening Committee. We appointed so many amazing people to state commissions. I was liaison to the and appointed to the Education Commission of the states, and went to the Communities of Practice for Science and Math, the Common Core Steering Committee, and all of you will now get these things all reorganized to liaison responsibilities. Let me just say, these made my work on the board so amazing and valuable because I got to work with stakeholders and partners and working on improving our program. Let me just say that what I realized so much is the voices and the input matter, both in call-ins, both in letters, in our working groups, and the input, and that all the input of the voices helped improve all of our documents. The thing that I think about is that we have amazing frameworks that we develop as guidance documents to the field, not required. And the thing that I would say to the field is before you do any adoptions for materials, spend some time using the guidance documents so your staff and faculty and leaders know what's there so that when they pick materials that we also have vetted, they'll have a good sense of what to choose. So that's a lesson that I think many of us have learned about the resources in our frameworks. And let me just say that the voices from policy development to practice and implementation are so important. We can create great policy, but if we don't build capacity for staff and leaders to do the implementation, we're not going to change schools. So let me just say, we've learned that if you go slow, you actually go fast as you build capacity, that money matters, but what you do with it matters more. And I just have to say the dedication and the commitment at the state process is amazing. I'm incredibly optimistic going forward about the hope for schools. We have amazing funding. We have to support our teachers and leaders. And I can't think of a wonderful opportunity than this, really a capstone for me to help guide policy to practice. So thank you all for how hard you work, for what you do every day. I look forward to continuing my connections with my friends and colleagues and my next chapter and with you, and I support the work ahead. And thank you. This has been the highest opportunity for public service in my career, and I thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rucker.
Thank you very much, and I will take your advice and offer my comments as well as my liaison report. You know, I have served on this board for a reason and for a season. I have to begin by acknowledging the great support that I've received from my friends, my family, my colleagues, and policy advocates in the education community, particularly at the California Teachers Association. Your expectations, your feedback, your arguments have sharpened me as a blade is honed by the fire and the hammer. I leave the board in this season that many are calling the winter of our discontent. Dr. Richard Levine was my college professor under whom I studied Shakespeare, and he taught me how to look in the darkness and find the light. While many people use this quote from Shakespeare at the start of a long complaint, I actually have a different view. There's nothing wrong with public education in California for the students who have been fortunate enough to attend a school that's safe, has small classes, properly trained teachers, supportive leadership, and if they're in classrooms with other students who are properly cared for and fed, if the school has adequate and appropriate programs for children who do not speak English and children who have special needs, if the facilities are modern, if the classes have up-to-date materials and active parent support is the norm. In the schools where the norms are not in place, the disparity in the access is more profound, and these students, as well as the educators who support them, are faced with the hope that the board understands those priorities, understands their dilemmas, and will do the work that's needed to create sustainable change. And that's been our mission in the entire time I have served on the board. These are the core values that have informed every conversation I've had, every letter I've written, every question I've asked, and every professional decision I've ever made. Today we have a list, and we've heard from so many people about our accomplishments and the milestones we've completed during the time I've worked on this board. For that time, despite the feelings we've had for the past couple of years, I truly feel optimistic. I think the unhappiness that has cloaked our hearts and our minds really is coming to an end. The work to get there, though, to trudge through this quagmire remains. And I'm going to take with me so many fantastic memories and stories that I can share over dinner that nobody will believe, like the time I played charades with Carrick Ashley, Deb Sigmund, and Tom Adams in a bar in Washington, D.C. Although I have had many assignments while serving on the board, I'm going to focus my final liaison report on my principal assignments. The National Association of State Boards of Education. I truly appreciate the opportunity to participate in conferences and get the rich learning and professional development afforded by this organization. I was thrilled to represent our state on their whole child study group last year. Instructional Quality Commission. Mike Kurtz appointed me when he was giving subject matter assignments to each of my colleagues. He handed me the IQC to start and set up this as a brand new entity that was established under law. So I want to thank Bill Honig, who served as the first chair, as well as Tom Adams and Stephanie Gregson, who served as the executive director. I also want to recognize the talented practitioners who have sat with me through those IQC meetings and with whom I've had the opportunity to laugh and work and learn. I must also commend to you the energy, creativity, and teamwork that are the high standards and norms among the Seaford staff who have supported the work of the IQC. I've also been the liaison to the California Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission. This assignment evolved from simply paying money for membership and approving a compact plan focused on making sure children who are military dependents have the right to transfer into the classes they need and to participate equitably in sports and other curricular activities, to deepening the work this year on looking at how to support students with IEPs as they move and transfer into our state. I want to thank in particular J.C. Ragland for her diligent support to get me started with this project, as well as all the department staff who have helped to launch multiple related initiatives for this project. It's worth noting that this state's leadership helped to create the military identifier that's in our state data system. I've also worked with King Sun and Felisa Ortiz-Licon on the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. It was so wonderful and a great honor to restart this vital policy work group. That work will continue as they work to write and develop a new state plan for career and technical education. And I truly appreciate the deep thinking and dialogue that were the norms for discussion on this panel, and I will truly miss that. There were multiple staff who worked to support this project and this team, principally led by the CTE division, as well as Dr. Shinny Weber from the Community College Chancellor's Office. I was also thrilled to be the hostess, or to at least be the opening act for the California Early Math Symposium. I was thrilled to work with board staff, particularly Carolyn Pfister, to support the beginning of this curriculum and symposium. The 2021 conference welcomed participants from around the world. As the board moves forward to approve the math framework later this year, I know the breadth and depth of the conference breakout sessions for this symposium will continue to grow. I also worked on the significant disproportionality work group. California can be proud of its federal reporting and accountability actions that you heard of earlier, but I also want to point out that the focus of this particular work group has shifted now. The issues of over-referral of students of color, particularly of African-American boys, is going to be the focus of problem-solving sessions and the agenda for this work group going forward. I applaud the initiatives of this work group being led by Shiloh Bracero and Hella Calamise as they guide the work group in this attention shift and focus on problem solving. And finally, Mike, for my colleagues on the board, I want to thank you for your patience and your due diligence in supporting all of my all of the work that I have done as it relates to waivers. On every single agenda of this board, there's a large docket of waiver items. I want to thank Judy Sias and all the staff in the department with whom I've had the real honor of working with and reviewing and preparing these waiver items. You have been patient tutors as I learned about selling surplus school properties, approving adjustments in bond and indebtedness, and school board races. I'm also grateful for the dialogue as we've discussed what it means to consider the best interest of the student served by approving these waivers. You've heard, for those of you who are regular attendees to the board meetings, you've often heard me mention the fairy tale Sleeping Beauty as a reference to the fearful lesson of failure in naming the all. There really are too many names to mention and too many projects to review. If I did not name those projects, or I did not name you in particular, it's not because I forgot or I didn't think about you, but there just is not enough time. In all that work, there have been many great days and many, many hard conversations. As a policy body, I feel we have modeled good practice for inclusion and public engagement, and I'm confident that work will continue. So I will close with this one thought and this one quote. You know, I'm a Reformed English teacher, so I'm always going to give you a quote. Abraham Lincoln said, "We must not be enemies. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained it, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic chords of memory will swell again when touched, as surely as they will be by the better angels of our nature." Thank you so much.
Thank you. And, you know, Ting, I'm going to come back to you at the end because when you were reporting, we didn't have this second part of the report in mind. So, but I am going to move now to Member Rodriguez as we go through the alphabetical list.
Okay. The CTC is proactively addressing the teachers. So I'm giving a report. I'm liaison to the CTC and CISA. And I hope I got that right. I always confuse it with CISA. But so the CTC meeting in December proactively addressed the teacher shortage and a few of the steps that they have taken with regard to the current issues that they're facing. First of all, teacher candidates were given more time to complete tests required to earn a teaching credential and learned that their coursework could be taken to replace some tests. At the meeting, the CTC also extended the deadline for teachers to take the RECA, the CBEST, and the California Subject Examinations, CSAT. So about 20% of our state's testing centers are closed. Fresno and Oakland are among the areas with the least access to testing for teacher candidates. And some of the students are taking advantage of the online testing options. In July, the state budget trailer bill provided details for implementing new K-12 programs in the budget and gave teacher candidates who were unable to take the required test due to COVID until December 31st to complete the tests. And the CTC has the authority to extend those deadlines. Let's see here. The commission unanimously approved bilingual authorization, 20 hours. It was a unanimous approval by CTC commissioners. The new bilingual authorization standards, the BTPEs, and as I said, the 20 hours of field work for the bilingual teacher candidates. And for the CISA, we had a board meeting on December 16th, and CISA has renewed its 3-year contract with CalArts. There were some issues with the renegotiation process on that, as you'll hear about as I continue. But the 3-year contract has been renewed. Tuition was at $250 for the 2022 summer session. The last time CISA ran an in-person program, the tuition in 2019, the tuition was $2,000. So that's quite an increase, but it's due in part to the fact that CalArts has also raised its price for CISA. The trustees voted to increase tuition even higher to incur additional funding for low-income students from across the state. So currently, 30% of CISA students, on average, are attending with financial aid. The increased tuition will allow for almost half the students to attend with aid. We'll also be able to increase the scholarship amounts, and that's very important to the trustees to make sure that students who are underrepresented, students of color, low socioeconomic status, are represented at the California Summer School for the Arts. So even with the increase, the cost to attend CISA is still dramatically, I use the word dramatically on purpose, dramatically below public and private 4-week residential programs in state. The trustees also voted to restrict the program to in-state students only for 2022. As the students are minors, they can't reasonably send international or out-of-state students home who may test positive for COVID-19 upon arrival or during the program. So that is, it was only a vote for this summer. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you very much. Member Patillo-Brownson.
So I will highlight 2 recent task force and convenings that deal with the Black Student Achievement Task Force with the Department of Education, as well as the UTK or UPK and P to 3 constellation approach also with the Department of Education. Superintendent Thurman, who was here earlier, but I think actually is now at the task force meeting, which I will be joining shortly after we finish here, around the Black Student Achievement Task Force, which has been focusing on teacher diversity, academic achievement, housing, homelessness, and foster youth, the school to prison pipeline, and mental health. Recommendations will be coming from a group of luminaries really from across the state, from academia, from community-based organizations, from school district leadership, to really dig into this issue and make recommendations for the department to consider moving forward in the next couple of years. The second body that I wanted to highlight is looking at the rollout and excitedly implementation now of what has been the master plan for early childhood. So looking at universal transitional kindergarten and the P to 3 pipeline. I've been participating in the partnership communications and strategy group, which crosses a number of different agencies and leaders, and really focusing on how to make sure that a cross-section of leaders from LEAs, among them teachers, superintendents, administrators, as well as early childhood community-based providers and families all understand what some of the offerings and opportunities are that are rapidly upcoming. So just as a reminder, last year in the budget, universal transitional kindergarten was adopted with this year as planning, but we will very soon be implementing UTK in this next school year, which is very exciting. And also there's a lot to do and a lot of outreach to make sure that all of the partners understand what the different roles are, what the potential to grow opportunities for 3-year-olds in particular, what the opportunities are for universal transitional kindergarten, and then also how does that connect to the pipeline for going up to 3rd grade in early elementary and early literacy, which also was exciting to see in the unveiling of the budget. Was that yesterday, earlier this week? The time frame is now a little stretchy. But I think with all of those, there's a real mirror to some of the conversations we've had today about how to ensure that these are not one-off programs, but that they are integrated, that they actually layer in ways that are cohesive, so that when we have the conversation about community schools, about universal food programs, about the EL roadmap, about MTSS, that these are all being brought to bear and made available for young children across the continuum as well. Last thing I'll just say as a point of gratitude is my kids go to LAUSD schools and I live in the LAUSD attendance areas. We just opened up schools. I just want to offer gratitude for all of the school leaders who in the last 2 weeks have reopened schools. It has not been easy, and we as a state have committed to it and are making it happen in ways that have not been straightforward, but are profoundly impactful for children's learning. I also want to voice gratitude for all of the parents who are trusting us to get this right, and who are bringing their children ready to learn and will be on this journey with us. So thank you.
Terrific, thank you. I would second that emotion. Member McQuillan.
Yes, well said. Briefly, not a lot since we had the break in December, but I know a lot of people are stressed right now in our schools, so I definitely second what was just said. Looking forward to the California Work Joint Pathways group that focuses on CTE. We're meeting on Friday, the January 21st, to continue to work there. I also have been invited to the committee, the American Indian Oversight Committee for CDE that meets this Friday, just to give a bit of a report. And I think there'll be a real focus on curriculum for Native American studies throughout the state in their discussion. Looking forward to that. But considering the late hour, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but exciting work. Member Glover Woods.
I do not have a formal liaison report. I just want to extend congratulations to the recent appointees to the ACSE and the IQC, and also gratitude to Member Sun, and who will always be to me, Vice President Strauss, for the leadership on the screening committee and all of the work that was done to bring two fine candidates forward for consideration today.
Thank you. And Member Escobedo.
Yes, I'm excited to report that and I believe it was during mid-December, WestEd was awarded a new 5-year contract to continue to serve as the regional educational laboratory West that serves Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah. And they were first selected to be in this position in 1966. So that's quite a impressive track record. And almost simultaneously, they were also selected to serve as the Regional Educational Laboratory Northwest, which serves Alaska, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and Washington. So this will allow WestEd to extend and deepen their partnership services and support really throughout the whole Western region of our country. So that's great to report. Also, we're ending our time with the initiative and our work groups. I'm the co-chair of the bilingual multilingual group on sharing best practices on enhancing literacy for our state. And I believe Friday is our final sharing meeting. I look forward to sharing some of the results of that amazing initiative by the superintendent for our next meeting.
Terrific. I'm going to wait and just say a word at the end. And Member Burr, the mic comes to you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to report on my major liaison work with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. We met, our last board meeting was December 2nd, and we had a very thorough report from Executive Director Matt Navo, who spent really his initial months as our new Executive Director between August and December engaged in a major stakeholder feedback sessions. He engaged with over 20 educational agencies that represented over 140 of our educational partners to really sort of dive deep about what CCE was doing well, what they needed to improve on, how they needed to, what they needed to do going forward in the environment in which we're all operating. And as a result of that, there's been kind of a reimagining of the vision of CCE, the mission of CCE, and the value of CCE. And probably the most important work is to identify the organization in such a way that our stakeholders and our educational partners better understand what our work is. So Matt and his team have organized around 3 centers, the Center for Statewide Instruction, Improvement, and Impact, the Statewide Center for Teaching, Learning, and Leading, and the Center for Transformative Systems for Equitable Educational Outcomes. So I encourage you all to, if you're interested, do a deeper dive into these changes. They're all available on the website. You can look at Matt's report for the December meeting, and I think it will give you a good sense. We had a presentation at the board meeting from the Center for Teaching, Learning, and Leading, which is the center that's headed now by Stephanie Gregson. Much of their work has to do with the direct technical assistance. As I think you know, there are a handful of school districts that have been identified for direct technical assistance, and we had a report on the success of those districts. Stephanie is also leading, as part of that work, the Accelerated Learning Grant opportunities. The RFP has been issued for the $45 million that's available to LEAs for accelerated learning opportunities. And those RFPs are due on January 28th. So I'll take just a second. First, I want to, gratitude seems to be the word that we're all throwing around. First, I want to express my deep gratitude to President Darling Hammond for separating out these comments, because if I'd had to do this first thing this morning, it would have been a different story. I was so moved by all of the comments that certainly my colleagues made, but our other partners, Governor Brown, President Kirst, and Karen Stout-Walters made on our behalf. So let me just continue the gratitude feelings. First, to Governor Brown and to Governor Newsom for providing me with the opportunity of a lifetime to serve the public students of California. I want to express my deep gratitude to my board colleagues, the current board colleagues, and I will just say I have a little deep sense of regret that I didn't get to know you all in person, because as some members made comments earlier today, I think with those of us who've been on the board for a long time, creating the relationships and spending the time together that we were able to really enriched our work. I think it was an opportunity to identify everybody's unique skills and perspectives. And that helped us work in a very cohesive manner, again, to improve the lives, I hope, of all of our California students. I think this cohesive opportunity and policy deliberation was really under the incredible guidance, first of Mike Kirst and now of President Linda Darling Hammond, that create a vision and the opportunity for all of us to work together, again, to apply our unique expertise. And as someone said this morning, we didn't always agree, but we always respect each other, and we really value the opinion of every single person that we've worked with. I also want to take an opportunity to especially recognize the student board members with whom I've had the pleasure of serving and honor of serving over the past 9 years. These young people, as you all know, are incredibly talented and busy, as we heard earlier with our United States Senate youth leaders. But they have always been prepared and unbelievably diligent in their service to the State Board of Education. They've provided invaluable voice and contributions to the board, and their commitment to public service gives me great hope for the future. I also cannot say enough about the State Board staff and the Department of Education staff. Board Member Rucker attempted to name people. I'm not even going to try to do that because I really don't want to leave anybody out that I've had the opportunity to work with. But just to say, without their unbelievable dedication and expertise, our board deliberations and decisions really would not be possible. As you all know, this is a hard job, and you have to have an unbelievable depth of knowledge to do the work that we do. So my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to every single member of the Department of Education staff and the State Board staff for all of their help. And related to that, I also want to express my thanks, especially to Superintendent Torlakson and also to Superintendent Thurman, who really have worked collaboratively with the State Board of Education to ensure the highest quality education for our students of California. As many of you know, when I started this journey 11 years ago as executive director, to say that the relationship between the board and the Department of Education was prickly is an understatement. And so I took it upon myself as my personal mission to try to improve that, because I thought it was working at cross purposes for everyone in the state. And I hope that I had a little part in helping to improve that and making sure that everybody was pulling in the same direction. So I just will close by saying good luck to all of my colleagues that will be continuing all of your future endeavors of the board. I do stand ready to assist in any way I can in my unofficial capacity. I do think the future is bright for all of us. We have got a little dark cloud kind of hanging over our head that we're trying to get out from under, but once we do, I'm full of optimism. And to continue the theme, my grandkids are counting on you. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to go to Board Member Benanka.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. In terms of my liaison activities, last month I had the privilege of attending the annual CSBA conference where I participated in the student board member program. And I was able to meet student board members from all across the state and just listen to their perspectives of how COVID has affected their district. And I felt like I was really able to learn from their wisdom and hear what they've identified as issues that their students have been facing. And I know that one of the most prevalent issues that I heard at that conference was just the issue of mental health and how the pandemic has really affected that. And I'm just so proud to see that a lot of our work on the board really focuses on student mental health, and that's still just always at the forefront of our thought. I'm also working on picking up where Member Fattah left off last year by working alongside the California Association of Student Councils on following up on some of the presentations that we heard at our last meeting from the students at the Student Advisory Board on Education. And then finally, I've been hearing many students' perspectives on the 2022 revision of the mathematics framework. And actually tomorrow night, I'm going to be attending a discussion hosted by the California Student Board Member Association, where I'm going to hear plenty of student voice, I'm sure, on this issue. I know that students definitely have strong opinions from what I've heard thus far. And so I'm definitely looking forward to that. And that concludes my liaison report.
Thank you. I'm going to add one comment for mine, and I want to give Ting the last word. So we'll end on that note before we open up to public comment for anyone who wants to also share departing thoughts for our board members. But just to piggyback on the point that Eileen made earlier about the work that is going on with the National Association of State Boards of Education and the conversation we had with Dr. Cardona from the U.S. Department of Education, I just want to note that a lot of that conversation was about looking ahead to the next stages in assessment and accountability, and what will most support students, what will most support educators in being able to support student learning, what will bring opportunity to learn indicators to the fore, so that we're paying attention not only to what students can do, but what the opportunities they've had to learn. So I just want to flag that is a next turn of the page that has been flagged for us from the Federal Department of Education in the course of his comments. And I've heard Dr. Cardona say this several times before. He said, look, assessments ought to be, students should even know when they're being assessed. They should be engaged in wonderful inquiries and projects, and we should be able to take data from that helps us guide our teaching and learning. So he has a very progressive vision in mind. There is a new FAQ out from the department inviting states to think about how they may want to continue to evolve their systems of reporting and accountability to take more account of what students experience in terms of the climate of their schools, in terms of the opportunities for learning. And so we will be tapping the wisdom of all of our departing board members as we undertake our part in thinking about those things, and resting on the wisdom of our current board members to take those next steps. And with that, I'm going to pass the ball to Ting. I wanted to say that before you spoke and left, because Ting, you and I've shared so much around this assessment adventure, and I've relied so much on your thinking and your wisdom in that regard. So to you.
Thank you so much. So I'm a little bit overwhelmed with emotion. I don't have words when that happens to me. I wanted to say simply, it has been such a deep honor to be a part of this Board of Education. And then I just have 5 things I want to leave as wishes for those of you who are around the virtual dais right now, and who will be continuing, because I'm realizing that you have not had this kind of experience, these experiences. So what I wish for you is that you one day will have the rush of digging for the right change to order your lunch before 10 o'clock so that we can get lunch in time. I wish for you that you will experience the fun one day of sneaking to the back of the boardroom and finding all of the snacks that the state board staff has left for you. And sometimes they're healthy too, but mostly the chocolates are great, and the cookies and the potato chips. What I also wish for you is that you will experience the surprise of finding out that you actually have a mailbox in the state board office, and rushing over to it to find that it is overflowing with stuff, cleaning it out, forgetting that you had a box 2 months later, going back and finding it overfilled again. I hope that you someday will experience the joy of having a group photo together. And this last one, I don't wish it would happen to you, but to experience the overwhelming appreciation and gratitude when 3 of your colleagues jump to your defense when you're personally attacked through a public comment. And I will never forget having that experience and having my colleagues have my back. And that has been one of the most memorable experiences I've had on the State Board of Education, because I think we work together and we do respect each other, even if we don't agree. And the bond that is formed through that is something that I will always take with me. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Oh, what a day, what a day, what a day. We are going to put the public comment card up again, and we're wanting public comments that are to be shared with our departing board members, if there are any at this juncture, before we then separately go to general public comment. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on appreciations for our departing board members may do so by calling the number shown on the public comment slide and using the access code that is there. Are there any public comments?
Good evening, State Board of Education members. My name is Michael Juba, and I'm a classroom teacher speaking on behalf of the California Teachers Association. It is with my pleasure that the CTA would like to express our thanks and gratitude to the State Board members Sue Burr, Patricia Rucker, Ting Sung, and Eileen Strauss. To say the least, the state is losing decades of school policy expertise and the historical context and perspective that represents. We are grateful for the dedication and wisdom that each of you have brought to this institution for the students and for the educated of our states. And on behalf of the 310,000 members, we sincerely thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Is this for board members departing?
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Oh. Okay, it looks like that is all for public comment.
All right. Oh, well, we all look forward to the next chapter and to continuing to be in touch with you. And I appreciate, Ting, all of your wishes for us. I wish those things to especially the dark chocolates. We're now going to reopen for general public comment. Before we do that, though, I want to let you know that in your inboxes now, Ting, Sue, Patricia, and Eileen, there should be e-cards from us and from many, many other people in the universe. Do not open them yet because we have one more item, but as soon as we hang up the phone and close out the Zoom, you will find your last gift for the day. And when we're able to be in person, we will have that get together and do this all again. So now our last general public comment slide. If there are any callers for general public comment on items that have not been taken up in the printed agenda today. We will open the phone line for those callers.
Okay, I think we may have one caller here that would have liked to speak towards the last item. I will open the phone line now.
All right.
Go ahead, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Thank you. This is Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association, numerous county offices, and on behalf of all of us at Capital Advisors. I appreciate the indulgence. I'd like to thank members Burrs, Rucker, Strauss, and Son for your vision, your strength, your leadership, and your friendship. You made our accountability system better, and you made us better as advocates, as education partners, and you've inspired us along the way. Thank you, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good evening. I'm with the Special Education Advocate Leaders, a community group of special education attorneys, advocates, and parents with over 1,100 members. We are asking the California Department of Education to investigate how special education dollars are being misused by the West End SELPA. SELPA has spent almost $3 million in 1 year for for-profit litigators to deny children special education services. In most cases, the cost of the lawyers is much more than the parent request. These attorneys are being enabled by the WSELPA because they're allocating money to private corporations rather than our children. Please help us correct this injustice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education. I am a special education parent. I wanted to thank Ms. Calamise for offering the Compliance Complaint Unit as a resource, but sadly, that unit is not very parent-friendly, and for the most part, finds the districts in compliance. It also is very difficult to get public records from the CDE, which is a violation of the Public Records Act. I recently saw on a social media report on the bias and non-compliance of the Office of Administrative Hearings. CDE has an agreement with OAH to conduct special education hearings. The system is broken on many levels, as evidenced by the report we heard today on the many areas that California has not met federal targets. We would welcome a meeting with Ms. Calamise to discuss our concerns further. Your assistance and guidance is very much appreciated, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Greetings, board members and staff. My name is David Page, and I'm speaking on behalf of parents and community members of San Diego Unified's Lincoln High School who deserve investigation of their valid complaint accepted by the CDE's UCP division. We deserve an explanation for the lack of action, delay, and response from CDE well past regulatory requirements. We're requesting an agenda item for the next board meeting as part of your oversight requirements that would report caseload, number of unresolved cases over 60 days, and the reason for exceeding the 60-day requirement, the specifics that indicate the flaws or needs of the department, whose function is to bring resolution between parents and districts as required by federal, state, and local law. Parents and stakeholders of this state deserve at minimum a quarterly report of status of complaints in the UCP office care. Complaints such as ours involve violations of parent involvement, legal assurances, and falsified documents. If these issues are allowed to go unresolved, we've cheapened the parent involvement in the districts.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
For the purpose of your existence. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more written public comment that was submitted as part of a reasonable accommodation request. I will read that now. Quote, the SBE needs to direct the CDE to be tougher on repeat offenders such as the Irvine Unified School District. IUSD has been found out of compliance and has failed to follow CDE-ordered corrective actions. The CDE must not let districts get away with this blatant disregard for the law and disregard for the CDE oversight. Irvine Unified also intimidates parents by bringing attorneys to IEP meetings, which is against guidance by the U.S. Department of Education. Please ensure that Irvine Unified follows all corrective actions and that it stops intimidating parents, end quote. And that concludes general public comment for item 13.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to all the board members for both a historic day and a very intense day. We've gotten a lot of good work done. We once again want to bid a very bittersweet farewell to our departing members and look forward to all the ways in which we will continue to engage you in the work. I took Governor Brown's admonition very seriously about how we take advantage of all the experience that is represented here. This is now the end of our January 2022 meeting, and I adjourn it at 5:53 p.m. Take care.
Thanks, everybody.